All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the Union official cargo van expediting class. My name is Mateo, the Freight Guy. We're going to get this class started. We have 161 participants in. We're going to have people rolling in, but we have to start the class. Class starts at 10 a.m. So we want to get it rolling. I always do like a quick 10-minute segment where I give everyone a chance to get in here. So once again, welcome to the Cargo Van Business class. My name is Mateo, the Freight Guy. That's Travel Jacob. And shortly, in about an hour, we're going to have Danae come on, and she's going to be our special broker guest. She works for Pinnacle Pro Logistics. She is an actual broker that books loads through carriers, and she does work with Jacob. She has a lot of great connections, and her portfolio is top notch. So we wanted to bring her on to give you guys, enlightenment on the business, and also teach you a little bit on key points on things that you need to know in order to be able to book loads with a broker of her caliber. So real quick, what we're going to do is we're just going to congratulate you guys for making the jump, for coming on here and saying, hey, I want to take this 4.5 hour long webinar with Mateo and Travel Jacob. So thanks for trusting in us. Thanks for spending your hard-earned money to be here. This is a great class, and we feel like we set it at a really great price for you guys to be able to jump in and learn the business a little bit. So just like that, we're going to jump into the next slide. Travel Jacob, got anything you want to say?
Yeah, I appreciate everyone being here. There's going to be a lot of good games that we're going to give you guys. And if you guys could do me the biggest favor, a lot of people are skeptical on these classes. I know this is your first experience here, and maybe your second experience. But if you can join our Union Facebook group and show and tell people that you're here, that you're in the class right now. So all
Yeah,
of our
another thing too, these are our socials on the screen. So feel free to tag us on anything. We're not those guys on the internet that are not wanting to repost anything anyone shares. So bust out your phone, show where you're at, show a little bit, talk a little bit about why you're taking the class, or just to help us put it out there for others that are literally, like Jacob said, a little skeptical about the class because they're not, some people think things on the internet nowadays are fake or they're not real. We've had people ask us that, but real quick breakdown. I go live a lot and I tell a little bit about my story, right? But these are my socials. On the top left, after my picture, is going to be my YouTube channel. On the top right is going to be my Instagram. The bottom left from the picture is going to be my TikTok. And on the other side is my Facebook. Real quick, these are just my primary socials I use to put out videos and content. Sometimes I'll be able to get to my messages depending on how busy things are for me in the moment. But feel free to tag me on my Instagram. Feel free to make a video if you want on TikTok, whatever you guys want to do, and I will be more than happy to reshare it. But a little bit about myself. I'm 28 years old. I'm from the south side of Chicago. I grew up here and with a great family, working class family. And I would say that a couple things that stood out to me as I was growing up is, hey, if you want something, you got to go get it, right? So there's been a few times where I've been in positions with my mother where we had to go food pantries in order to survive because the '08 market crash really hurt my family. We lost a lot of stuff during that time, and it really showed me that you could lose everything in the blink of an eye. So after that whole situation happened with my family and I was growing up more, I started working smaller jobs in order to be able to pay like my phone bill, take the girls I was talking to out to eat, basically enjoy my life a little bit and have a little bit of money in my pocket. But as I got a little bit older, I started working jobs that really showed me, hey, is this really what you want to do, Mateo? Do you want to work for somebody, and do you want to basically be capped at a certain amount of money that you can make in your life, basically? Because we only get one chance to live. And if you're working for somebody and you feel kind of like boxed in, those emotions sometimes are going to pop one day. And that's what happened to me. I was working a job at an airline and I was happy momentarily. But I realized one day when I was on a trip, hey, I see all these people living lavish, living good. And I see people that are, able to take weeks off at a time to be able to be with their family, or no one's in control of their schedule is what I'm trying to say. They have more freedom. And that's what happened to me. I realized in that moment when I was on a vacation one day while I was working for that company, I don't want to work 9 to 5 no more. I don't want to work for somebody. I want to work for myself. I want to be my own boss. I was already experimenting with businesses online, and I came across the cargo sprinter van business. It was not popular at the time. There was not a lot of influencers. There was not a lot of people gravitating towards a business like they are now. The influx of people that are coming into the business could almost be scary to newcomers. And for me at the moment, I put everything that I had on the online. My grandfather, which was like my father figure, he passed away, and that year I said, "This is it. I'm going for a change." My grandfather was self-employed, my father was self-employed, and my mother was a stay-at-home mother. I want something just like that. I want to be able to say the same thing. So I enabled myself, cashed in my 401k, and I went and bought a cargo van. Real quick, I took that van over the road for 9 months to a year and 2 months. I sacrificed every single day for a year and 2 months. I want to be very clear. I did not come home like as if you guys thought I would. I was over the road. I came home to shower, give my kids a kiss. I knew I was sacrificing in that moment because I just started a business and I wanted to take it to the next level. I started making videos in those immediate first days of me starting my business, and this is what came of it. So, real quick, I do want to break down that I worked all those months and I saved up money at the same time. At that time, I purchased a home. At that time, I bought another Sprinter van. At that time, I was able to start buying a couple assets that meant something to me. At that time, I was able to take my kids out anywhere I wanted to take them out when I was home. In the moments, I realized this is what I want. I want this life and I want to make it where there's no ceiling and nobody could cap on me because I could become a fleet owner. I could start a carrier. I could start a brokerage. I could connect with Travel Jacob, somebody I knew my whole life, and create the Union Network Group. And now look at how big the Union Network Group is, 92.5 thousand members. Anything is possible. So however you're feeling today, I'm telling you guys, there's hope within this business. Dispatching, carrier work, working as a owner operator, being a fleet owner, even hell, even starting a brokerage one day, like me and Travel Jacob dreams are to do. Listen, anything is possible. I'm Mateo the Freight Guy, and I really am grateful for you guys being here. Thank you for taking the jump.
That was a great intro, Mateo. Great, great storyline.
Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Next slide, please.
Okay. So yeah, guys, that is my TikTok right there on the top left, my Instagram right there on the bottom. I just want to say my situation was kind of similar to Mateo's. I remember about 4 years ago, I had nothing going on for myself. I was doing a raffle group and I had my YouTube channel at the time, but it wasn't enough to have sufficient funds. So basically, I found out my girl was pregnant, and that was a scary experience because I had no money to my name. My credit score was a 523. She was working, I wasn't working. So I felt like, I don't want to use the word loser, but I felt like one. So once I found out my girl was pregnant, I took the initiative to say, man, I got to do something different. I got to make sacrifices. So that's when I sold my YouTube channel for $6,000. And I also traded my car in. It had a value of $6,000 as well. Put $6,000 down on financing my new van. My girlfriend co-signed for me, which really helped since I had bad credit. And I had work lined up for me. I made sure that I found work before I even got the van. So as soon as I got the van, I got a load the next day. And that's when I went over the road for the first time, 21 days on. That was the sacrifice I made. And yeah, that day changed my life forever. That was a monumental moment for me. And my girls now stay at home. If she wants to work, she can, but we're doing really good over here. So that's my story. It was just impulse what got me in, and not letting myself fail. That's the number one rule. Don't give up if things get tough. That's for sure.
Yeah, man. It's very important.
Yeah.
Next slide. Great, good stuff, Jacob. So, what is the Union Network Group and why did Jacob create it? That's right, guys. So, Travel Jacob actually is the original creator of the Union Network Group, Myself, I joined in. Me and Jacob known each other for a very long time, and I was there for him and loyal to him when he first started the business. And he says, "I'm bringing you with me in this project." I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I was a little bit skeptical about this whole idea until I really got the picture on one phone call with Travel Jacob, and he made me realize, hey, we went through so much in the beginning of this business when you started, and even with the mentorship and teaching Jacob how to really do the beginning key points of this business. Everything else Jacob learned on his own. What basically happened was is I guided him only to just get into the carrier. From there, he took off pure knowledge. He said, Mateo, we need a community of people that could join one spot and talk about everything, resources, information, to be able to talk about companies that are not good for this business, to be able to talk about, hey, who's not paying, who's paying, where's the good loads at, what about this city? And that's when the union came alive. The Union Network Group is a community, a network, marketing facility, area, whatever you want to call it, of the internet that other people are joining and saying, hey, Mateo and Travel Jacob, we are the admins of this, nobody else. And this is where we go when we need information. I feel like that's what it is. It's a resource. It's a full resource for cargo and Sprinter vans. So what we do is we partner with companies like Spoke, as you can see on the screen. That's a medical courier company. We develop these very intrusive relationships where we have meetings, several meetings weekly, monthly, where we talk with some of the bigger people within that business to create avenue and lane and opportunity for drivers within the network. Clutch, OTR, that's a business bank account for factoring. They also do non-recourse factoring. So they take 3%, which we're going to teach you. They take 3% and they give you your money within 24 hours because some brokers, they pay on certain type accounts, 30 days, 60 days, stuff like that. We have a relationship with a water pallet company. If you guys want to get water pallet loads, we have access to that as well. Insurance Hub, huge, huge, huge deal on this webinar. They write Geico policies. Insurance, a Leviat group agency, what they do is they write policies to give people opportunity to be able to say, hey, this is how much I'm going to be spending on this vehicle when I start my business. They are a one-stop shop for commercial and auto policies. So real quick, I want to throw all that out there. Shout out to Travel Jacob for for making this baby and birthing it because this has been such an experience. And I'm telling you guys, if you're not in the Union Network Group and you found us on TikTok or something else, please go to the link in our bios and go run over to the Union Network Group. That's the exact name of it that's on the screen right now on Facebook. So as you can see right there, it says Sprinter and Cargo Van Freight Expediting Brokers, Shipper, the Union. So that's the page. It's got 93,000 members. Go join.
Yeah, in other words, I mean, to make it simple real quick, is that group was started due to the fact that me and Mateo were getting screwed over and we didn't know about it because we're too fresh in the industry. I was averaging 3,000 plus gross weekly, which is good money for me versus nothing that I had before. And I think Mateo was averaging about 4,000 because he's a hardcore driver. So yeah, that's why we formed the group, so people don't get it taken advantage of and people can communicate within that community. And I also appreciate later on during the class, once you guys learn more insight, post all your screenshots from the class, and we're going to screenshot that and put it on our stories as well. So don't be afraid to make your post in that group ever, because if anyone's being rude to you or toxic, we'll ban them out of there. We don't tolerate that stuff, guys.
For sure. Next slide. All right. So, Jacob, what's the cargo van business and what's all the hype about? Why are people in this class right now? Why is it every time we drop a video, people have questions about what it is or how do you do this or what is it? Where's the hype? Where does that string from?
Yeah, it's pretty simple terms. I mean, there's a lot of influencers out there that are just uploading the final cost of what they're getting paid, and it's very simple work, right? You're just essentially driving from point A to point B in most cases. So you'll see that extreme streamline of income of how much you could make. And not only that, but guys are saying they're making $4, $5, $6, $7,000 per week, which is possible, but we have to explain the transparency behind that in order to make that type of money. So The cargo van business, everyone wants to get into it because it's a simple venture. All you need is your driver license, insurance, and a van. That's literally all it is. We're not regulated, so you guys can drive all day long. This is literally almost equivalent to driving a personal vehicle, if you think about it in other terms.
Well,
So
you
that
could
is what
literally just go get
yeah.
a $35,000 van, have a regular license, get a commercial insurance policy, and you're an owner operator. That's what the hype is.
Simple.
Really, there's really borders though. There's lines to it that really separate people that are coming from the internet and just trying to start a business versus people who are very serious and they understand the business and they know how to manage money and succeed. Next slide. All right. So, what are some roles that you're going to hear about online? So, if we're on live and we're talking about, like, hey, I'm an owner operator or a carrier or a broker or even a freight forwarder, stuff like that, or talking about shipper, direct shipper, you hear us say, you got to go to the direct shipper. That's because you don't have any direct shippers. Like, that's a common thing you'll hear us say, like, when we're referring to, hey, like, this person is failing because they're fishing in the same pond of, the internal market, or direct, stuff like that you hear us talk about when we're on live. So those are some things that you're going to hear about, and this next slide, it's going to break it all down for you. So this next slide is what do these roles do in this industry, and this is in order, everyone. So I want to be very clear. The way we're about to explain this is in order. You could take screenshots of this class, you could take notes on it. Class is in session, and pay attention, guys, because you're going to hear about these and you're going to hear us talk about it later in the class. And we want you guys to understand how to use these in order to succeed. We're going to go through these processes and talk about things. And then when we drop resources, we'll be using these terms. So let's start from the bottom. Every class we start from the top. Let's start from the bottom, Jacob. So company driver, right? Company driver is somebody all the way on the bottom that basically is working for somebody like a fleet owner or a carrier that owns equipment, and they're essentially just driving for them like a regular job. So it's not regular, but they are going over the road, right? They could go over the road. They could even do medical courier work for the fleet owner. Once they obtain that work and they say, hey, here's the keys, they pay for, let's say, XYZ, and all you do is drive and get paid at the end of the week. That's what a company driver is. Very simple. Owner operator. So an owner operator is a self-employed contractor slash owner of equipment that hauls and runs their schedule. So if you have your own van and your own commercial insurance and you are running for a carrier as a contractor that is picking up loads for them under their MC and their authority, and you don't own your own authority, which we're going to explain, that is an owner operator. You simply are a contractor. You're in control of your own expenses. You're in control of building your own relationships. Yes, you could run freight for a direct shipper on certain terms. Yes, you could run for a broker under certain terms. But you are equivalent to a regular contractor that is working for themselves. You could have your own LLC. You could file taxes in that light. Now, a fleet owner is above an owner operator, because what a fleet owner is could be an owner operator that owns 2 or 3 or 4 vans, right? Now, once a owner operator owns another vehicle and they have another driver in it, they are technically a fleet owner. That does not mean that they have an authority because you're a fleet owner. Fleet owners could sign on multiple vehicles and sign them to a company that they built a relationship with, or they enjoy working with, or they see, hey, this company takes on 4 or 5 vans and they have the money to do it, and they could buy 4 or 5 vans, hire 4 or 5 drivers, and they could drive themselves. So I want to be very clear. Just the word fleet owner, it sounds a little fancy. That does not mean that they have their own MC, but there are times where a fleet owner does acquire their authority and runs all those units under their authority. So they own the company. They're in charge of dealing with the brokers and getting the loads and getting paid and paying out their drivers and running their own equipment. That's what that is. Now, a carrier essentially could be a fleet owner as well, but they also could have their own MC and their own DOT. Not could have, they have it. A carrier has an authority. It's a company with authority that carries, holds, and or transports goods by equipment. So that means that they go to point A to a shipper, direct shipper, courier, whatever the contract is, and they pick up the freight and they deliver the goods. Now, a brokerage is essentially the step up above that everyone's looking for to get connected with because they're connected with the big dogs. Now we're getting to the top of the food chain. The brokerage is essentially the company that a carrier would be seeking in order to fulfill their equipment hauling goods, hauling stuff from a direct shipper, from a customer, from a freight forwarder. They have the access, they have the plugs. That's Danae. Danae is going to be coming on shortly, and she's going to be giving you a rundown on all of this. I want to cover it a little bit. It's it's between a forwarder and the carriers. So they're the ones that do all the mingling, they do all the tracking, the booking and control of the actual load for the customer to make sure everything gets done on time and the customer is happy at the end of the day. That's what a broker is. They post on load boards and they put out the freight, they put out the time, they put out everything and they control it and make sure that it's being done right. Now, a freight forwarder, that's a supply chain service specializing in arranging the cargo slash freight for the shipper, which is the customer. Now, a broker could have the connection straight to the customer or direct shipper, but there's also freight forwarders in larger situations like Walmart, Costco, auto parts, GM, Apple products, stuff like that. A freight forwarder is simply a part of the food chain that larger companies, for legality reasons, they need to follow that food chain in case something happens with their freight. It's protected per insurance certification, how insurance wants them to run. So a freight forwarder essentially is somebody that is directly connected with a customer and they say, hey, what do you need? By when do you need it? Months in advance, weeks in advance? Hell, I know people who are booking loads for a huge customer 2-3 months in advance at a time. They have all this set out and they are the ones that are the big dogs. They're the whales in the market. They could really control rates, they can control how things are running, they control operation, speed of freight, and they connect with the brokerage. And what they do is they go down the food chain to get all the way down to the guy who's driving the freight. So Jacob, go over customer and direct shipper. Jacob, this is his thing. He has a lot of these built up, but I want you to cover it a little bit later, more in detail. But this
Of
right here,
course.
customer and direct shipper. So what is their position in this whole
Yeah.
industry order?
Yeah. So the direct shipper is essentially, for example, guys, your local businesses. If you look around your neighborhood or your city, you see businesses, that is what you consider your direct shipper. And when a customer orders a product, so let's say I'm the business owner and I sell brand new cars, right? I sell brand new cars. A customer is ordering one of my products, one of my cars. So I need to get that car shipped out to that customer. So I need to go down the chain of commands, contact the freight forwarder. The freight forwarder then gets a broker. A broker then looks for a carrier to do the job. And then eventually it comes down to you as if you're an owner operator, company driver, or you're part of the fleet. You're part of a fleet owner, essentially. So that is pretty much the chain of commands. Again, I don't know if we have this in the slide, but if you guys want to get the highest rates in this business, you got to cut a lot of people off. That's just the honest story of it. You got to go directly to the direct shipper. And another thing that I want to say that Mateo mentioned, freight forwarders have the capacity to handle maximum amounts of freight. This is why they're able to source they just can't. For a broker, for example, if a direct shipper works with a broker is pretty much only allowed to only work with their carriers. The difference between a brokerage and a freight forwarder is a freight forwarder can work with unlimited brokers that have their own entire carrier network. So this means they have more options and availability to get this freight moved. So that's why a freight forwarder is a very big top dog. And I know a lot of guys that haul directly as a carrier, no brokers involved, for freight forwarder directly. And that's where you'll see crazy rates. Is it common? It's not that common, but it would be more common if more people tried. But a lot of people don't try, and they don't even know what a freight forwarder is to even begin with.
exactly. So those are it's a quick rundown of the industry. We're gonna jump into the next slide. I
But
want
you
you
know,
guys.
I want to mention something real quick. We had a guy last night in the stream. I'm just gonna say this, no drama, but we had a guy that started his own cargo van business in 1999, and he didn't even know what the hell a freight forwarder was, bro.
There's some
So
people in this class that were
yeah,
on that live, and he had no idea what a freight forwarder was, and then also he like, yeah, he was trying to start something, but we're not like that. We just let it go. But Wolf, check your
yeah,
text real quick, brother. So a little Q&A. So Jacob, can you go over a few of these real quick? What's an owner? What's an operating authority? Basically, essentially, how would someone go about in starting their own cargo van business? Just a quick breakdown and weight limitations and stuff like that. Kind of give people a heads up on what they will see.
yeah. So what is an operating authority? This gives you the ability, guys, to cross state lines legally. And also be a for hire company entity. This means you can recruit more owner operators, contract them on, and take a commission on them, dispatch them, etc. Is the authority required in this business when starting up? It's not going to be required in this business, guys, because our vehicles are under 10,001 pounds. And what you could do, though, guys, is subcontract. If you want to get consistent loads, all you got to do is sign on to a carrier company, contract onto a carrier company. They already have the established authority. This gives you the ability to cross state lines if you're hauling loads, particularly for a broker or a freight forwarder. They're going to require an authority. So you being a contractor gives you that grant pass because you're running under that carrier's authority. And I hope that makes sense. A lot of guys come in this business the wrong way and think you need an authority, which is your MC and DOT number right off the bat. That is incorrect information. But it's good to have if you ever want to take this business to the next level. And what I mean by next level, I'm talking for hire guys out, start your own fleet, start building your own direct relationships with brokers and freight forwarders. I mean, this will be a given factor for you to grow. But there's guys who just want to be an owner operator and subcontract to a carrier and just drive and not worry about any stress. I totally understand that side of the business as well. That's how I started. So there wasn't no rush for me to get my authority in the beginning until I actually understood the business. Because guys, once you guys have your own authority, you got to be glued to the screen unless you have hired a bunch of dispatchers on. It's a whole nother ballgame of commitment. And it does take a true person that really understands this to make starting a new carrier work. Weight limits, guys. So our vans are not regulated since we're under 10,001 pounds. We don't have to stop at scales, no medical, DOT, no inspections, no scales, none of that. So you guys are freely able to get a van by tomorrow, have a driver license, and be able to freely roam around the United States. And do you need a CDL? Hell no. You don't need one.
So real quick, so when you start the Sprinter cargo van business, like if you really have that pull that you really want to start your own authority and you want to do your DOT and your MC number stuff, information that for that portion is we put all that in the info list. So we're going to talk about it a little bit, and we want you guys to understand starting a Sprinter cargo van business essentially doesn't mean that you need a DOT or MC. That's all we're throwing out there. A lot of people are just, they feel like, hey, I got my MC, I really need to use it. It's going to be very, very difficult. And unless you have an amount of money put away that's going to be able to pull you through around 6 months to a year, it's going to be really hard to do that because the word aging means that you are starting your own carrier and you're allowing, with insurance attached to those two numbers, the MC and DOT, you are allowing for that time period to age. You're allowing for those numbers to gain age, meaning you need at least it to be 6 months old or a year old. For most brokerages that are on the spot market, most brokerages that are on in the spot market is basically like Selectus, a popular load board that everyone uses in order to run freight. That's what a spot market is. So when essentially you have your own carrier and your own, which is your own DOT and your own MC number, those two things that make up the authority. The authority is sitting there and it's aging as you pay your insurance and as you stay up to par with all your information through the FMCSA. So the FMCSA is where you would actually go in order to get those numbers. It's super simple, but it's very, 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 very particular on information that you put in. You can make a mistake and be out days before your carrier is active because you have to go through insurance and figure this out and attach it and talk to customer service. But we put that in the information list. We put the phone number to call them directly. They will help you out with anything that you need when it comes to starting your own actual carrier. I do recommend, if you guys already have your MC and your DOT number and you really are serious about that, you could always age that at the same time. So once again, guys, aging just means that you're paying on your MC authority insurance. That's what you're paying for to keep it growing. So that way, within 6 months or a year, you could buy a load board and you could start booking loads through. You guys could start booking loads through brokers through that load board. But once again, most relationships that are paying better are going to be directly with the broker themselves and not through the small market.
I want to chime in on this real quick to make it more simpler. If you guys are writing things down, load boards essentially is your spot market. What Matt was saying, everyone likes to fish at the same lake. That's an analogy that we use. I'm going to tell you guys something. Most brokerages want your authority to be 6 months aged. And what that means is if you're a newer authority, it's going to be difficult for you to secure loads from brokers or freight forwarders. The reason why they started having these more strict vetting requirements is due to the fact that it was a lot of low quality carriers were bidding on their jobs, screwing things up. Fraudulent carriers, ones that may be trying to win loads and then resell them to other carrier companies to make a profit off them, which is pretty much double brokering. And not only that, a lot of foreign scams going on. So this is the reason why brokerages and freight forwarders have lifted their policy when recruiting carriers like yourself to be able to haul their loads. Some brokerages require a year. Some freight forwarders will require 2 years. So it is a long process and a definitely a lot of waiting in this industry to actually start making a move. But that doesn't eliminate you guys from working with direct shippers. Direct shippers don't care about the age of your authority. So it's really different. There's ways around it. And one thing I want to say and mention, I like to speak in general. I don't like to speak just off personal experiences. I like to speak off facts. More than 90%, and this is not to scare you guys, more than 90% of new authority users go out of business within their first year. And this is just not the cargo van business. It includes the hot shop business, semi-truck business, box truck business all together in one. So this lets me know that a lot of guys jumped in the business the wrong way. And this is why this class in particular is very important to help you understand how to maneuver and make money without having the authority just yet.
Very good point.
Thank you, sir.
So weight limits, guys, you literally do not, you cannot make a mistake with this. There are vans that literally, we're going to get into that section of what kind of vans you should get and stuff, but there are literally vans that will tear you apart. Like they won't work for the business, like a dually. That's basically when a Sprinter has 6 wheels. It has 4 wheels in the back, or a Ford Transit. 4 wheels in the back and 2 wheels in the front. I could tell you right now, if it has 6 wheels, it's way more than 10,000 pounds. So be very mindful of that. Next slide. Okay, so huge question. The difference between a courier and a carrier. So a lot of people say, is this about are you a courier or are you a carrier? Or they say what they say medical courier company, or you hear them say cargo van, courier business, courier work. You basically see this on the internet a lot when you're watching videos, and it's confusing because you could say like, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to be a carrier or a courier, and how do I start a courier company? Starting a courier company, that's a whole nother ball game, which is it's a huge infrastructure of medical licensing and dealing with very, very, very large insurance policies. This class is about the cargo Sprinter van business. So starting an actual courier is probably extremely lengthy of a class. You need an education, you need partners, you need resources, you need access to certain licenses. That's not something that we're teaching in this class. I want to be very clear. This is medical courier work. Yes, we could teach that to you and how to get that type of work. But the thing is a courier is a large company, a very large company that contracts all of the work per contract. Typically, it's going to be a contract and weekly work, set hours, basically a set schedule in a way for a contractor like myself or Jacob or you guys that own a van and have a insurance policy, which the insurance policy is different for all different types of courier work. So there could be a courier company that runs drywall for construction workers. That could be a courier business. A courier could say, "Hey, we specialize in running this one product to hospitals," right? So they could be running like this certain magnifying glass for research, and it goes to every single hospital. So you, sorry, excuse me. So you pick up 20 of these magnifying glasses and you're taking them to different hospitals all day long, dropping them. Hi, I'm blah, blah, blah with blah, blah, blah. I have this package. Who's going to sign? Who accepts? And you leave it there and you go away.
Yeah.
Or you take it to their receiving department. That's essentially what a courier is. And they call you and they say, "Hey, are you interested in this contract?" "Yes." "Okay. For 6 months, you're going to run from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, and we're going to pay you $1,500 or $1,400. This is your schedule. You're your own boss. So once you get in your van, the van's in your control."
Right.
So essentially, that's what a courier is. Now, carrier, Jacob?
Yeah, I want to just clear a little bit of things, make it more simplified for you guys. Most of you may prefer the courier side of business, and courier side of business is more for your personal vehicles. This is local opportunities. This is a higher chance for you guys to land a more dedicated contract. So if you're truly wanting to stay local, this may be something you want to look into. Regular courier work or medical courier work, that may be golden for you. Again, if you're looking for stability and just being straight local, straight off local. Most of your stuff is going to be dedicated contracts, which means you're going to be having a route, you're going to have multi-stop drops, etc. It's way different from a carrier approach. A carrier approach is pretty much what me and Mateo are doing. We handle the larger pelletized freight that go out of state that need to be dropped off. So it's a whole different ball game. Essentially, whatever you want to do. There's guys in our Facebook group who said, "I'm done with expediting. I just want to do medical courier work." We've landed them dedicated contracts with Spoke Logistics, and they're extremely happy because they don't got to wake up every day and fight for loads every day, if that makes sense. With a medical courier or a regular courier, you just have that locked in dedicated contract. Kind of still feels like the 9 to 5 if you think about it, because you're pretty much experiencing the same thing over and over again, but you have that consistency of work. Me personally, I don't like locked in dedicated contracts. I like spot contracts, which means I deliver from point A to point B. Every day is a different experience for me. Every day is a new dollar gross for me as well. I can have a bad day. I can have an extremely good day. I can have an average day. Every day is a new opportunity. And that's what I like about spot contracts versus dedicated contracts, personally. Hopefully that made sense. Next slide.
No, wait, stay on this slide.
Oh,
Go back.
stay on that side. Sorry.
Yeah, we got to talk about the we got to talk about the carrier side of things. You were essentially just simplifying the courier side of
Oh, I
work.
went too fast. Oh,
No,
yeah.
no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I feel like we got stuck on courier. It's just fine. But the main thing is carrier. A lot of people come in here and
Yeah.
they're
Right.
very focused on becoming a carrier. So I put some key points underneath the carrier and the broker side that if you want to explain that.
Yeah. So, guys, carrier pretty much, again, gives you the ability to for hire, and you're going to be delivering a lot of larger freight crossing state lines. A carrier essentially has the MC/DOT number, which again grants you that permission to work with brokers, freight forwarders, or develop your own relationships with large direct shippers. Most of your stuff is going to be expedited work when working with a carrier, so that means you're going to be delivering time critical freight across state lines. And usually carriers are picking up from business to business, so that's going to be something that you're going to notice. In a courier, you're going to probably be delivering to a lot of residential houses. So it's two different, completely different aspects. Also, a carrier does set its prices for the spot, which means that we most of the time bid on our jobs from to brokers for that particular lane. Let's say, for example, there's a load going from Chicago to Wisconsin and it's 200 miles. We just give them that date, that route price versus a courier. It's a set in rate. It's a certain amount per stop. There's not really much growth in that field, but again, it's consistency. So that's the difference. And then transport and deliver freight is the only row. So yes, guys, we're delivering all types of stuff. Man, we've delivered, I've delivered loads for celebrities. I've delivered military equipment. I delivered what else? Merch. I delivered fish in a box that just came off a plane. I delivered all in this expediting business. You get a bunch of just different stuff, guys.
My brother delivered bumblebees, boxes of bumblebees, guys. I've delivered merchandise for a band called Metallica one time in Nashville. I delivered for Billie Eilish for her concert. I delivered her merchandise one time. That was pretty cool. I've delivered some pretty cool stuff too, like a head of a tank going to Pennsylvania for an actual tank being built. They took away my phone. They took away all my stuff. And when I entered the military base and they made sure like, hey, Liz, this guy doesn't have nothing on him. They did a search of my entire van. I delivered to an actual bank before. Guys, if you deliver to a bank, like an actual Federal Reserve, that will blow your mind.
Oh yeah, I did that.
When I tell you, you go through X-rays, you have to get out of your vehicle. They search every inch of your van, and literally they lift up your hood on the front of your van. They look in your engine component. It's crazy. I mean, they look in your walls. If you have panels, they look in your walls. They X-ray. They do like a metal detection, and then they let you in. Yeah, yep. And if they don't like something, they'll make you keep it there at the actual desk. Like,
yeah, we had a guy who picked up this guy, we're going to talk about this, but he picked up a silverback gorilla, sedated, of course, and he transported it to the local Texas Zoo. And let me tell you, man, that was a crazy story here and that. And there was a guy in our group that also hauled recently a kangaroo. I posted on my story because that was awesome. That kangaroo was jumping around in the van. It was so cute. But yeah, dude,
we actually got a call, guys, and somebody was like, listen, man, this is a big opportunity, air freight and getting birds to zoos and getting this to there. And then he's all like, and he's like, hell, I even had somebody deliver a silverback gorilla. And we were like, what the heck? Yeah, man, somebody picked up an actual gorilla from the airport. Obviously, they were trained and specialized on how to do it, right? And the gorilla was being taken care of in a certain way, in a certain light before it got there. Like it was maybe given a little bit of medicine to calm it down.
That was sedated, yeah. The gorilla was sedated.
Man, can you guys imagine hauling a freaking gorilla?
Damn, bro.
Yeah, talk about going viral. All right, next slide. So, guys, it's just the beginning of class. It's only 10:54. We still have a long time to go, so pay attention. If you guys are curious on where we're going next with things, everything is going to be explained. You guys are going to love it, and we appreciate you all for being here. If you just got on, I see some people are still joining. We're at 203 people in the class. We just joined. If you missed anything, like me and Jacob's beautiful story about how we got started, that's going to be available for you to rewatch. So don't freak out. Don't try to go back. Later today, the replay of the class is going to be available for everybody who missed certain parts of it. You can rewatch the entire thing. All we got to do is just record it on our screen. And then what we do is we put it into a system and upload it for you guys into a link. So we need time to do that because everything has to render. And then you get the resource list and the info and link list. So real quick, I know people are curious about that. I just want to throw that out there. So what are some good vans to get started with? So some good vans to get started with, for me, I could simplify it and say, grab a Ford Transit, right? But that's way too simple.
Perfect.
For this class, let's get into some detail, right? A courier work, meaning you're going to be working for a medical courier company and you're most likely going to be like local. Typically, all you need is a smaller or medium-sized cargo van. So they sell Transit Connects for that. They sell smaller Dodge Ram ProMasters. They even sell small Mercedes Sprinters or small Ford Transits. All that means is a smaller, not such a tall roof, maybe like a medium roof, and not extended. Sprinter, Transit, ProMaster, or even a Nissan NV is good for that. Now, locally, you want to go more of a medium and above. Now, local could be a little different because if you're picking up air freight, sometimes it could be super long and short, or it could be just like one little skid. It could be multiple skids. I've seen it all when it comes to local work. So I would still consider the rule the biggest and tallest and longest that you could afford. Would still say that for local just because the way I see Jacob works and makes money. And I'm like, why not just spend the extra 5 grand? It's not like you could extend your van after you've been working for a year and you make money. Like, oh, I want a bigger van. Let me just pay to get it extended. It doesn't work like that. So when you're buying your van, primarily, you want to focus on these things. These are it's very good information for that. Now, guys, regional and over the road, the Ford Transit 350 high roof extended, a Dodge Ram ProMaster, the larger and more extended one, Mercedes high roof extended, the 2500 model, diesel is very important. I feel like over the road, and I mean, you can't go wrong when it comes to a longer and taller van. I would go with beginner wise. Top for me, number one is a Ford Transit. I would go 350 high roof extended. They're pretty affordable. And if you're one of those people that are like, I really don't got I really don't have the money to buy a 30, $40,000 van. I'm not even talking about the 50 and $60,000 vans. Those vans people still buy and they come out over the road, but that's only because they're going OTR and they're going out every single day. That's the van I bought, was a 350 high roof extended. I'm talking about a used, maybe under 80,000 miles. Try to keep it under 80,000 miles. Try to keep it 5 years or newer. It could be 6 or 7 years, but a lot of companies, they have certain rules that you have to follow when you're signing on with them. So let's say a company like Panther Logistics, right? They're a pretty large carrier company, and that company has a rule for what they allow in their company, saying like you can't have a van that's older than 5 years old. Fair enough, right? But one thing I do want to mention is, hey, if you're not working for a company of such a large caliber, you could get a van that's 5, 6 years old, as long as it's 6 or 7 years old, even 8 years old, as long as it's taken care of well enough, right? So once again, guys, most of these vans do come in diesel or gas options. Do not buy a dually that we just talked about, where the dual rear wheels exceed weight limits and they exceed 2 wheels, they go to 4. So top of the list for me, I'm going to go Ford Transit 350 high roof extended. Now, that's because it's in the more affordable area. That's the only reason why I give that van number one for me. I used to put Mercedes Sprinter above that, but then I remember, hey, Mercedes Sprinter is extremely expensive. It's got a real big downline cost. You got to wait for parts, and a lot of people don't know how to maintenance and take care of those type of vehicles, right? So more commonly, I would go with the 350 high roof extended. If you have money and you're like, I want to buy this thing cash, I want the biggest and badass van that exists, you guys could go with the one that I got. It's a 2000, it could be a 2023 or 2024. They sell the Mercedes Sprinter 2500 high roof. It's 170 extended, so it goes all the way up to 190 inches, and it fits 4 pallets. If you're somebody that says, man, I really can't afford none of that, I need to start this business from the bottom, like I don't even want this overhead of a more expensive van, I want to pay off and just buy it cash and buy a cheaper van, go with the Nissan NV 2500. Okay, it fits a pallet, sometimes two, so it could fit some tires in there, boxes. You guys can make that van work. Okay, it's under way under 20 grand. They sell some for 15, 10K. I've seen them, and these vans, literally, guys, as long as you don't buy the V8, you will be fine. The V8 model of the Nissan NV 2500 will hurt. That thing,
Yeah.
there's just too much of history of that thing breaking down. The Dodge Ram Pro Masters, you won't hear me talk a lot about them. I've seen people do great with them. They're not horrible vans. They just have a lot of transmission issues. But everyone has their own experience. And if some van has an issue, you got to monitor that issue if they have a history of that issue. So that's just for me. Everyone's different. They say, no, man, I want the Mercedes Sprinter, or no, man, I don't need that big of a van. I just need something to, I'm not going to sleep in it. I'm just doing local. Okay. Medium roof.
Yeah,
You don't have to do extended.
I would
So
like I would like to chime in and give you guys a simple key facts real quick. If you guys, again, like Mateo was saying, if you guys don't have capital right now to even get a van, start off in your personal vehicle doing regular courier work or medical courier work and start building up capital. Number two, make sure if you are purchasing a Ford Transit 350 high roof extended, make sure it's the flex fuel version because that is going to be very good on gas fuel. Remember, the smaller van you get, the more you limit yourself to new opportunities. Let's say you do get the smaller van, right? And because you're focused on just courier work and medical courier work, you are now limiting yourself to do expediting, take on all types of different orders to keep your truck moving at all times. And let me just tell you guys that I know we've been talking about two different fields, which is courier work and pretty much expediting, but you can also use your vans during slow times. For example, junk removal for your neighbors, start a power washing business, a rental bounty house, chairs and table rental, stuff like that, man. There, if you got a van, you got an enclosed trailer, you could make anything possibly work. You just got to think outside the box. Don't limit yourself just to the terms that we're sharing with you guys. Be creative. Hell, there's even people that have barbershops and makeup shops that they've converted into a van. I mean, anything is possible with a cargo van. So just know that offering a service to consumers is not that difficult. You just got to put yourself out there. So, and another thing, I don't know if Mateo mentioned this, but it's not only about weight limits with the dually, it's the fact that the cargo van space, when there's 4 tires in the back of a van, the wheel well extends in the cargo area, which means full size pellets cannot slide through there. So it's a big mistake. We've seen people spend 70 to $80,000 on these dualies, thinking if they get a van that can haul more weight, they'll get paid more money. That essentially is not true at all. And not only that, but you're really limiting yourself because you have to reject a lot of orders as well with that van. So it is a true waste of money if you're going in the expediting routes. But you can make things work with it too. You just got to find special niches like loose pieces that you can pick up that will work well with a dually versus pelletized stuff.
back to like what I think is the most important thing you guys could take from this portion of the class is definitely if you are more so of a diesel or gas and how to maintain them. If you even know, if you have history of maintaining vehicles, you might want to gravitate more towards that type of engine, like a gas or a diesel, because diesel comes with DEF, right? DEF is DEF is essentially a liquid that people use in order to clean emissions for the environment. It's something that they put out there. It's been like a new thing with vehicles for a while now. It's like a mandate, basically. These vehicles have to have that on there, and it could be detrimental to somebody. Man, those things they are so sensitive, and if they clog up or they break on you, it's going to cost thousands and thousands and thousands.
And guys, one thing I want to share with you, be very aware. If you guys don't have capital and you're trying to get a business grant or a loan or whatever the case is, watch out who you talk to. You can get this stuff from the main source, which is the government. All you got to do is fill out an application. But I want to tell you guys something. If you go down that route and things fell for you, it's going to be very difficult to come out that hole. That's why I'm saying build your own capital, work for your capital before you try to take out any loans or something like that. And don't put your house for sale. Don't do none of that, guys. First start off small, and then you can enter in the bigger playing fields. Get familiar with the business and get that knowledge. That's why we don't do any business funding here. We don't want to be responsible for none of that. We're just telling you we're not here to be your financial advisors. We're just here to tell you to be safe and really investigate what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, and you guys might think we're talking maybe a little much about this part of the class, but it's pretty important the type of equipment that you're using. It's if not one of the most important things, because even just not putting enough coolant in your van could cost you on your front main seal. That could cost you $4,000. You know, there's a lot of things you need to. You really can't just be blind to your equipment. You have to know a little bit about vehicles, and if you don't, ask those questions, because these are some big units. And I mean, rear differential. There's two oil changes, not just one. A lot of people only change their main oil and they keep going, but you got to remember, on your rear axle there's a differential. It's an extra oil change, it's an extra box. Sure, it's not every 3,000 miles, but if you let those metal shavings build up from those spider gears turning, that will cost you a lot of money to replace all those gears, and I'm talking in the thousands if you go to a certain, certain places to get it
Yeah.
done, especially a dealership. So guys, really please pay attention to your equipment, learn a little bit about the equipment, ask all the questions when it comes to maintenance. I myself, I have a maintenance log. So my Mercedes, ever since I bought it, I may have a maintenance log of everything I've done to it, so nobody could ever question it. And also, I know for myself, hey, after this many thousand miles, it's all signed by the people that work on my van. They put the stamp on it, and I know that who's working on it and what's getting done, when it's getting done,
Yeah.
and it has a checklist. Hey, once you hit 140,000 miles, now you need to do another rear differential, or you need
Yeah.
to clean your transmission. You need to clean your transmission fluid. I've already done that twice in my Sprinter. I've got my transmission fluid flushed and cleaned, because that is so important to me to keep these components running healthy. Otherwise, one day I'm going to get my van, turn my key, and it's going to be like, brr, 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 it's going to be rocking on me, even though it's a diesel, and it sounds like
Yeah.
that a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't want it rocking on me. That's scary. But
Yeah.
yeah, so we're going to jump over to the next slide real quick.
Yeah. And again, guys, if you guys want to get longevity, oh shit. If you guys want to just want real quick, if you guys want to get longevity out of your van, do not overload it. Regular maintenance and drive like a grandma. That means don't stop and go hit the floor to the metal. Dude, that's how you get longevity out of your van. Anyways, Mateo?
What's up, Danae?
How's it going?
Doing good. How are
Hey,
you on this
Danae.
beautiful
I'm
Saturday
good.
morning?
Good to see you guys. I'm Danae. I work at Pinnacle Pro Logistics. I do about 400 to 500 loads a month. So I stay pretty busy. Glad
Guys,
to be here.
when we said that, and we're glad to have you, when we said that we are bringing on a special guest, Danae is very special, meaning she understands the market from a fast-paced environment. So not only is she moving loads daily, she's moving several. Remember, there's only 30 days in a month. And how many loads do you do a month, Danae?
Between 400 and 500. So it ends up being about 20 to 25 a day.
And
Weekday.
right, and the amount of emails that come with one load itself, the amount of tracking that comes with one load itself, put some respect on Danae for real, because it, it is it honestly is no joke to track a driver and track a carrier when
Yeah.
they're holding these goods that is on you as a broker, right?
Yes, correct.
So
Yeah.
so real quick, this segment is we're gonna call it Danae, the Danae segment, because she was on our last class and we had to bring her back on. We were like, we have to give this next class, and guess what? This is close to one of our largest classes that we've had. We have a little bit over around 300 people that are technically in the class. We have only 204 people watching right now. Everyone buys in and they rewatch it. So Danae, just want to welcome you in, and we could jump right into it. We honestly could jump right into it. So talk a little bit about that real quick. So what comes with booking a load with Danae? What type of responses are they going to see when they start the email? So let's say you put out a load from Chicago to Chicago. I'm Mateo the Freight Guy LLC, and I want to book a load with you, and I bid on your load. What can I expect from that point?
Well, it depends if you have rapport or not, of course. So if you guys were to bid on my load, I would probably just, actually, I have one right now. I was hoping that Jacob could do it, but he's a little
Oh,
busy.
yeah.
But yeah, so I guess when we get bids, we look for rapport if we have that. So any time, we've done multiple loads in the past with several carriers that have a good reputation with us. If not, then I might look for, a good email that has, right, your name, your MC. There has to be a good logo, right? If you're new and you don't have a setup on your email that looks legit, I'm probably not going to give it much time. So
Good point.
that's the main thing. Obviously, a good bid, you don't want to rip people off. So if it's $500 and it's going 20 miles, I'm probably not going to give it, any time at all. So those are the main things we look for.
That's a good point. And I feel like as you guys just see right now, she has a load for Jacob right now, ready to go. So you could see you might run into Danae actually, and Danae, we have a little bone to pick with you. You know how close we are with Liam from East Coast Transportation?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I heard you have a pretty good rapport with him, and we're gonna all start a brokerage together. That's what I heard.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
So, throwing this out there real quick, Danae. So once I email you and you say, I know Mateo, he's gonna do a great job, right?
Yeah.
And you book the load with me. What paperwork am I expecting in my email once you say book this load and I send you my name? What do you request from me as a company once I send it in and you accept it?
I mean, what you mean, like driver information?
Like raw to the bone of the email. We want to teach it like to the class and say,
Yeah. Okay.
what information do you need in order for me to run the load for you if I've never ran a load for you before?
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so if you're
carrier
not set up,
package,
you would have
yeah.
to set up with us. So we use RMIS right now. I think we're changing next week, and I'm not super familiar with the platform, but there's going to be a sort of setup process where you would have to input like insurance, company information, your name and stuff like that. If you run with a dispatcher, they would do that. Most likely, if you're an owner operator, you would do that yourself. So having all those documents on hand, and you guys would know more of that on your end on what you have to input. Because I just pretty much send over a link and you would have to set up. And ideally, if we're doing expedites, you need to make sure that process has become really, efficient. So that way you're setting up in, 5 minutes, and then we can, I would hold it 5 minutes ish, and then I got to move on to the next person. I've had too many times where I give carriers, 10, 20 minutes, and then I've wasted that time. So I don't make that mistake anymore.
Oh, definitely.
And then they can't get set up. They're stuck. Like, I don't have this document or whatever it is. So, yeah.
For sure.
What Danae means by that, there's not time to waste when you're bidding on our jobs, because this is time critical stuff. Most of our orders are going to be AOG, aircraft on ground, which means we got to find a driver, or she has to find a driver to pick up that load and get it delivered ASAP, so that way can catch the flight to wherever destination's going across the globe. If you miss a flight, that freight can be delayed by almost a whole entire 24 hours. And their customers are paying very good money to have this stuff shipped on time. It's very important. So if you're just goofing around in your email bids and you're taking time, you are going to get completely passed up, because these operations are too expensive to just throw down the drain.
And I could second that, because I actually work for Southwest Airlines and I was joining their cargo department temporarily. And AOG and specialized freight is very sensitive, because not only do they have the load and driver book dropping certain stuff off in this one city, but they have downline drivers booked through brokerages and through private airline, like cargo haulers or whatever. Let's say if it's a lot of cargo, right? They have these trucks already booked in advance, because this freight needs to move once it lands. And a flight could be landing in an hour, and we have, let's say, AOG on the ground. It needs to be picked up like this. Danae knows that, and she has somebody going to get that all taken care of for her. So the carrier packet that she was referring to is essentially a carrier that once I put in a bid and I'm not signed on with her, if she needs it done fast, she might not take my bid, because sometimes that takes a little bit of time to be able to fill that out. And she'll say, hey, I'll get you on the next one, but get signed up with me, right? Meaning, like, she'll send me the link and I'll insert my W-9. I'll insert my information about my company, my COI, which is a certificate of insurance, saying that I am qualified to run freight under her
Pinnacle Pro.
Pinnacle.
Pinnacle
Well,
Pro
no,
Logistics.
what I meant was like under her qualifications, meaning like
Yeah.
you have to have this certain type of insurance to be able to run her loads. So real quick, once I fill that out, Danae, and I email you back on a different load because you were moving too fast on that load. Now I get another one, right? Another Chicago to Chicago pops up. Now what can I expect? What do you say to me? You say send me the driver info, or do you say start rolling now, or I'll send you the RC? Like what type of broker are you?
Yeah, well, yeah, it would depend who I'm dealing with, but I would typically get driver information, so name, number. If you want to be extra, you can give me your truck number if you have that. Um, Trailer number if it's you know, a tractor trailer. But then I would get you the rate con pretty quickly and get you rolling and send you any paperwork that's necessary to pick up, and
So
that would be it.
what if I got to print the paperwork? Are you going to pay me any extra if I request it? Not that you like that, or not that brokers like that, but
Mhm.
that's what we call what, Jacob? What's that terminology real quick? Accessorial
Oh, yep, accessorial
charges.
charges. Yeah, and guys, I wouldn't if okay. Most of the time, Danae's gonna tell you you gotta print this out. So this means if she tells you that, don't up your price. Guys, just use your damn printer and print it out because this is really annoying to a broker when you keep charging them for all these extra fees. You should have all this already incorporated in your bid. This is why knowing the market is very important. So that way you have your total line haul that you're going to charge for the whole job from start to finish, all in one bid, all in one quotes. Because
So typically,
yeah,
what is that amount, Danae, that I should include in my bid before? Because I know that it's probably going to be an airport pickup if it's Chicago to, let's say, Elk Grove Village, or Elk Grove Village to whatever. Let's say
Mhm.
how much extra should I include in that amount? Like $25? Like what's that printing fee looking like?
I would say 25. That's the typical amount that people would request, and
And accessorial charges. So
yeah.
So real quick, guys. So that accessorial charge, I mean, it's not nickel and diming like we would teach you guys, or like we would like it. Not that Danae
Mhm.
would like it either, because it just slows things down and she has to redo what she already just got started. And
yeah,
I do want to say real quick, it is something that technically we do have to teach you because it exists. If you dealing with some brokers that the rate is they're hagging you on the rate, like they're saying no, like Danae, tell me this doesn't make sense, right? If a
Mhm.
broker's saying like, no, I only got $100 on what, $100? Well, now I'm gonna tell you I need to charge you for printing this out. You would agree with me on that. If they're hagging you on the rate, then you're gonna hag back and say, no, I need that printing fee. So I do want to be fair to the class and tell them that exists for sure. There are
Yes.
small fees that accessorial, like touching the freight and stuff like that, you want to be
Mhm.
mindful of, especially if it's a broker that's not Danae and they're and they're hagging at you at the rate, because Danae is pretty well known if she has a good amount of money on the load to be fair to drivers and carriers.
yeah,
So
definitely.
just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, you just don't want to be, especially when you're building a reputation, you really don't want to be nickel and diming people when you're trying to build a relationship, especially. And then maybe you can learn their lanes and you can say, hey, do you mind throwing me $10 for printing, or $20? And then I'd be like, sure, no problem. So I think it's really important to build your reputation. I take losses for my customers every day almost. So it's like you have to build your reputation with people to maintain your business and grow. You don't want, it's like your network is your net worth, and that's bottom line. So you want to make sure that you're making those relationships, and then from there maybe you can up your prices because you're going to have to do X, Y, or Z.
That's very true.
Yeah,
Very
Mhm.
yeah.
so
That
what's
what she yeah, what Danae is pretty much saying, guys, is let's just say you do a load for Danae at first, and maybe you underbid her a little bit, but you start to get familiar with her orders. So this
Mhm.
means don't nitpick her in the very beginning. Now, when the second or third or fourth load comes to play, now you know, hey, I just got to up my quote just a little bit because I feel this is fair for me and my driver. So that's what I'm trying to say, guys, is don't burn bridges, don't be annoying, and put offer the best service that you possibly can to stand out. You got to essentially stand out in this business. That's what's going to keep you locked in with brokers or freight forwarders or your own direct shippers if it comes to that.
yeah,
So
brokers usually understand when you mean well. Don't be afraid to use a smiley face. It works sometimes.
Yeah.
Because emails are pretty tense, guys, and I mean you send a smiley face, it really breaks the ice in the email chain and lets them know like, hey, last time I ran for you, I'm just looking for an extra 50. Like it was a little bit extra work than I thought, and I would like to just get an extra 50 on this smiley face. And I'm telling you guys, breaking the ice and just being cool, sometimes if they're not like hardcore, it works. So Danae, so after we'll streamline like this. I think this is perfect for this segment. So now you got my driver information. Now you got my van number, and what paperwork did you just send me besides printing that? Let's say the BOL out. Roll save that. But what's that RC? You said RC, right? What's that
Right.
you're sending me? So now what is that paperwork?
A rate confirmation just essentially has like the pickup, the delivery, the rate, and our rate confirmation has like some rules and regulations on the bottom, which would be like you need to deliver on time. You know, you need to check piece count before you leave, right? Like so, if you go there and our BOL says you're picking up 5 pieces, this is really important actually. If you're picking up 5 pieces, it says it on the BOL, it says it on the rate con, and you go there and the shipper loads you with 3 or 5 or 6 or anything that's not 5, and you take off without our approval, then you would either have to go and do that load again and make sure it's done correctly and pick up the remaining pieces, because shippers do make mistakes a lot, actually. There's a lot of new warehouse guys. They don't read the order correctly. Maybe they gave you the wrong freight. So this is overlooked a ton. And we would either, you would need to go back and redo the load or pick up what you missed, or we would have to hire somebody else to do it and it would be under your expense.
Yep.
So that would be on there. Yeah, so piece count is very important. And weight, all those details would be on the rate confirmation. And yeah, BOL, any paperwork, if it's going to the airport, we would send you several documents, right? An IAC, all of those are, you wouldn't really need to know the exact, but there's a label for the freight that it would be. There would be a label on it that's where it's going to, and they can determine that with like, their scanners and stuff.
That's a really good point. So that's an easy way for everyone to kind of determine like if the freight is accurate and the piece count and matching numbers like HAWB house airway build numbers and certain numbers that are on the actual boxes. So typically with air freight, I want to throw out there to everyone in the class, typically there's numbers like house airway build numbers, which helps to really define what it is that you're hauling, if it's your freight or not, and they're usually confirming with like the last 4 or 5 numbers, and it's all on the paperwork that they would send you when you're picking up air freight like that. So that's how they categorize the air freight. So you'll sometimes maybe see if you're running at an airport, if you're running a certain material, they would say, hey, can you confirm these HAW house airway build numbers? And they're like, oh yeah, as a driver, I'll have my driver confirm that. But real quick, so on the RC, it's essentially, we're going to show that to you guys, show you an example downline in the class. But now you sent me another piece of paperwork to print as well. What is that paperwork, Danae? And what am I doing with that once it's printed as a, not me as a carrier, but what is the driver doing with that paperwork? And what is that called, that paperwork that you sent me to print?
A BOL? Is that what you're talking about? Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm being sarcastic as a teacher.
Trick questions today. So yeah, a BOL would be a bill of lading, and it would come from the customer. They produce that so that way you have like a reference to pick up the freight. Please never use the rate con to pick up freight. That is a huge no-no, and it's on the contract that we give you guys. There is no references on there to pick up. It's just a rate con between me and you. That's it. The shipper's going to look at that and there's no, there's the details of the freight and they may be able to find it, but it's not for pickup. So you need a BOL or a pickup number. That is not the rate con. You can get us in huge trouble and you can burn bridges by doing that if a broker finds out that you checked in with a rate con. So always ask for the BOL or the pickup number. I don't think everybody sends those things. A lot of the time, brokers won't send a BOL because they don't want to pass off customer information. So you will just get a pickup number, a reference number to be
Right.
able to pick up.
So essentially, sometimes in certain conditions,
Mm-hmm.
guys, you will get sent paperwork to print, and all that paperwork is basically a sprint pay, meaning that the freight is allowed to leave that facility when it's an airport, saying that the
Mhm.
freight is paid off for the storage when it was sitting at the warehouse, that the brokerage that was paying for it to be done for the customer, it essentially is paid off and it's good to be picked up now. So that way the facility that is holding the, let's say like Lufthansa Cargo on in which is one of the craziest airports, and I don't know why I would use that as an example, but Lufthansa Cargo, you go in there, you go to the shipper desk, you show them this paperwork that they gave you, and it's a sprint pay usually they have you print, and also I believe it's just
Letter
like
of release.
a sheet. What is it called?
There's a letter of release typically, and then there'll be like a payment for the storage or whatever it is that is needed. So
Yeah,
yeah,
and then
letter of release and sprint pay.
yeah,
typically.
which is like which has all the information for the freight on there and how they would make sure what is what.
Mhm.
So
Correct.
that is super important that you guys check the freight when you guys go to an airport. When you go to an airport, no offense to those people at those, but that is where a lot of mistakes happen. Is at airport warehouse.
Yes.
Those employees are moving slow, but when they see your freight, they start moving fast. They just want to get it over with. So they sometimes might not load you the right freight. I've had it happen to me probably 2 out of every 5 times I've touched an airport load. I mean, something was
Mm.
wrong. The weight was wrong and stuff like that. So real quick, I do
Mhm.
want to ask one question. I have a lot of questions in my head for this class because I really want to get into detail. So forgive me. But now, what if the weight is wrong on what you send me? What if the
Mhm.
weight is wrong? By how many thousand pounds should I make a decision to charge more? Can I charge more? And what would I need to do to make that change between me and you if the weight is wrong and we come to an agreement on a certain X amount of dollars to fix it by? What do I need to ask you to do as a carrier, or as a driver asking my carrier to ask you? How does that work?
Well, I think there's several factors to be considered there, which would be like distance of the load, and of, like you said, how much what is the difference? So I would say for long hauls, if it's more than 500 pounds, you know, it would depend on how long the haul was, but anywhere from 1 to 150 more, I would say, would be fair and probably approved. Again, this is varies a lot from, for if it's like 500 more, if it's 1,000 or more pounds, right? It will depend if you can even scale the freight at all. So if it was already 2,000 pounds and you tap out at 2,500, then and it's another 1,000 pounds, I mean, we'd have to just give you a tono, but that's besides the point. So, but if it's a short haul, I would say, yeah, I mean, if it's like another 1,000 pounds, sure. But if it's like a 10-mile drive, I mean, maybe another $50,
Oh,
you know? Again, you don't want to
well,
like rip people off, but what
yeah,
do
Yeah,
you
you,
guys?
this is how I feel it. I've also ran into situations where I was supposed to pick up 3 pellets. It was about to be
Mhm,
2,500 pounds, and it ended up being one pellet and $700. I
mhm,
mean, 700 pounds. Sorry. It's not like the broker tells me, okay, I'm going to reduce your pay because you have one pellet instead of three, and it's only 700 pounds instead of 2,500 pounds. So you got to
correct.
look at it at both perspectives. Again, Nick, you know, being, I want to say being annoying, but just trying to get as much money as you can out of a broker is a good way to burn things. I get it. If it makes
Mhm,
sense, it makes sense, but you also have to be reasonable at the same time. Our vans are able to withhold, I wouldn't go past 3,000 pounds, but 3,000 pounds is a safe number. And you're not really burning that much fuel, if I'm being quite honest. Unless it's long distance, okay, that makes sense because you're more weight, more pool. But if it's going local, I wouldn't even bother for an extra $50. If I'm being quite honest, I'd rather keep my relationship going, smoothly operate, because one day I'm going to get a break. I'm going to get a good benefit out of something that happens, you know, and I won't be attacked for it. So that's
Yeah,
what yeah.
everyone is different only because I'm bringing it up on this one is because our last segment with Danae, we were very strict on not nickel and diming, and I thought about it very,
Yeah.
very, very much, and I was like, not everyone is gonna get Danae. Not everyone's gonna get an opportunity to, to haul freight with somebody of her caliber that is considerate to the drivers, and so sometimes you kind of have to, in a mindset, be there for yourself. You have to show up for yourself as a carrier, and you have to
Yeah.
say no. Like you were coming back at me when I was asking you to run 10 miles for $175 and it was 3,000 pounds. You were coming at me to drop my price down to 150. So it's only fair that I'm allowed to ask for a little bit more money if something changes, right? And Jacob, that's a really good point. You know, so 9 times out of 10, a broker won't reduce the rate because all of the freight changed in it, and now it's less, and it's easier for you to haul it, or it's less work for you to look at it and count it, and it's less responsibility essentially, right? So that's a really good point. So there's it you really got to you really just got to have the mindset in the situation to make those determining factors on how you're going to approach a broker and approach a situation. Just try to be considerate if it's somebody you worked with before, I would say, and then try to be considerate depending on if this brokerage is always kind of like you come and go and you don't have like really a relationship, and it's just like somebody you use, and they're always trying to get a better price out of you, so you have to look out for yourself too.
Let me just say something real quick. Would you rather be all about transactional, or would you rather have longevity? Okay. Yes, you can upcharge a broker out the ass for that one day, but she's never or he's never going to use you again. Versus you were fair, you did a great job. Now you have longevity. That could potentially earn your company a gross revenue of anywhere from 50,000 to 200,000, depending on how busy that brokerage is and sending you loads. So think about it in that perspective. A relationship is always going to be more important than transactional, unless you don't like that broker for some reason, never want to work with them again, and you caught them at a bad moment where they needed a guy there ASAP, and you heard a reputation about the broker. Sure, then upcharge them up the ass because you're never going to probably want to work with them again. But longevity goes a long way in this business. Relationship building is key component. And one thing I want to say, I want to mention real quick that what makes Danae in a different caliber than most brokers. Most brokers are dealing with general freight. Danae particular deals with specialty freight. So you have to have certain certifications to work with her, such as a TWIC card, TSA, things like that nature is where you're going to get higher paying loads. PPE, personal protective equipment. You'll have your certification for medical courier equipment. Things in that nature is what's going to get you higher paying loads. So if you run into someone that deals with specialty freight, treat them correctly. Specialty of freight essentially means you got to have something that others don't have in order to get the job.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I guess we're playing. Yeah, let's do good cop, bad cop. I think this is working. I like it. I'm into this. So check it out. So Danae, so now we got the load booked. I printed out my bill of lading, which is the paperwork or not the bill of lading. I printed out the paperwork to the airport. I would receive the BOL, most likely that I'm going to get signed and all that in certain situations with general freight from the actual shipper. Most of the time, that's why Danae made that comment. She's not really sending the BOL. Brokers don't really send the BOL because they're trying to protect the customer from, you taking their customers and whatnot. But the shipper is in charge of creating their own BOL, essentially, with the information given by the brokerage that they're booking through running the freight. So just want to throw that out there real quick. So now I got the load booked. I got my BOL. The freight is loaded. I checked it. I got a rate confirmation. And Danae was super cool. And she's like, hey, because it was an extra 1,000 pounds. She's like, I'm going to give you an extra, let's say $75, right? I probably would ask for like 50 to $100, something like that. So she approves it. And now what is it that you just did with that RC to the carrier? So as a driver, I requested to my carrier, hey, I need an extra 75. And now the carrier does what? What do they message you, or what's that protocol when you're going to give them more money?
Well, yeah, you guys would request it like, hey, this is, you know, X amount more. Is there any way that we could get, you know, an additional whatever it is you would think is fair? I would say, yeah, let me get approval typically from my customer because typically it would not be our fault. We don't make up like a lot of the weights and the piece counts. So our customer would send that information to us. That's what we get. It's not like we're trying to like pull a fast one typically, unless you're a pretty crappy broker. But then we would go to the customer and be like, hey, this is different. You know, the weight's off, the piece counts off. Can you approve this amount? And typically it's a yes. So then we would pass that off to you guys and we'd send you a new rate con. It would typically be an additional line of, weight or whatever it is underneath the line haul. And it would say, $75 extra. And we'd send that over to you guys.
Cool.
Danae, I gotta actually tell you something. This is very important. We don't actually talk. I don't think we've ever covered this in a class before, and I think you would be someone perfect to talk about this with.
Mm-hmm.
What would happen if a owner operator tried to backdoor solicitate one of your shippers or receiving someone that they're pretty much doing a job and they're trying to steal your customer? What could possibly happen from that?
It's a really good point.
And number two, we'll talk about also double loading your freight. We see this people talking about double loading loads to make the most money, but people don't read the fine print in the dedicated contract that this is dedicated freight and you cannot pair this with other freight. So can you talk about what would happen if someone tried to poach one of your customers?
Well, given that we found out, we would never use them again. They would be blacklisted immediately. And it's just not a good look. I would not try to do it. It makes you look bad. It makes us look bad. And most likely they work with bigger brokerages because we can handle volume. They don't, you know what I mean? That's the point. We can do loads from anywhere in the country, not just local. And as a driver, you can only go wherever you're at that exact time. If you can only go pick up somewhere in California if you're there, you can't, jump around. So it would just be a really bad look. And as far as what was the next question?
Someone doubling up your exclusive use only loads. What's the penalty for something like that?
Well, there's several. So I've actually had somebody recently, they put a pallet on top of mine. My pallet broke, so we didn't pay that. Yeah. It's not good. So we would also blacklist you. You would probably not get paid for our load. And it's just a really bad look. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be going to shippers and they see other freight, it looks bad for everybody.
They not only double booked on top of your contract, but they put the pallet on top of your pallet.
They did.
That's crazy.
Wow.
It was a plain part too. So, those are pretty fragile.
Wow. I mean, that's a whole nother level of ballsiness right there. Honestly.
I know. It was an owner operator too that I trusted, unfortunately.
Oh man, he messed up. He messed up. So
and guys, not only does this affect your business if you do something like that, she has the option to also write a freight guard report, which other brokerages can see on Carrier 411, which means, hey, other brokers see this, you're not getting business from other brokers too. Danae could literally ruin your carrier if she's having a bad day. So what I'm trying to say is read the fine print and don't double up exclusive use loads. If you get approval from a broker that you're doing a partial load and you want to partial other things with it, you got to make sure all the brokers agree to those terms. Because I get it. People want to make the most money out of it. But if you get caught up, it's a sad story. So be very careful with that.
Real quick, Danae. So you used the term TONU.
Uh-huh.
What is TONU?
Oh, it's a truck order not used. So if you would go there and anything happened and they didn't need the truck, we would send you a fee for you taking your time to go over there and pick up.
So essentially, if I go to pick up a load at an airport that I booked with you, and once again, I'm being sarcastic, by the way, just throwing that out there. But let's say that I booked a load with you and I got to the airport and the freight, it just wasn't ready. And you were not willing to have me sit there, and we'll get to the tension, but you were not willing to have me sit there and make a little bit of money because you knew that it was not going to get there probably till the next day, right? And who's going to make somebody wait till the next day to get the load? So I would essentially tell you, hey, that flight's not coming in till tomorrow. Like, what are we doing here? Now you would make a decision, but you could tell me, I'm just gonna give you a Tonu. What is a Tonu? Again, you told us, wait, you already told us, but it's a truck order not used, meaning I would just get a certain amount. And how much is that amount with Pinnacle? I know some brokerages have a set amount. So
Right.
if I'm not being used and I'm being sent home, how much am I going to make if I wasn't going to make the 300 for the local run? How much am I going to make now?
It's typically like 1 to 150 for a local run. I would say like 150 is the standard, but depending on, yeah, if like you were being paid 150 or 200 for the load, I would say it's probably going to be like 100 to 125 because they're not going to pay you the same amount. You know what I mean? If you're getting paid 150 for the load, they're not going to pay you 150 for the toenail.
Oh, but I could still make some money and go home. So
Yes,
at
correct.
least I made something for my time. And um now if I'm sitting there waiting for the load and it's been, let's say, 4 or 5 hours, what is that called, and how much am I making around?
Well, yeah, if you were there a few hours, you'd get detention. So it's typically like 35 an hour, 30 to 35 an hour after 2 hours. And then you would also get a toenail as well. So if the freight ended up not being ready. So you get the 30 to 35 an hour plus the toenail.
I
So
Mateo, I got a question. I've never been through this before, but it's a really different situation. We've had members complain about this before, where they had a pickup that was 2 hours or 3 hours away, and they did the drive there, and then the load got canceled. How do you charge for something like that? And what, that's just not your typical standard tonal at that point. A driver just drove three hours, 2 hours to get to the pickup to just be rejected, or the freight's not there yet, or it's not going to be there for a week. So would you give a larger tonu for something like that if someone drove 2 to 3 hours? What would be a price for it that you would what would be a target price that you would set it up at?
I would probably do about 250 to 300. I mean, it depends. Yeah. So if you're 3 hours out, I think 2 to 250 is fair for that amount of time. Yeah,
Okay.
it
Yeah, it's
would
just a
depend. But I
different
don't, I, I
story.
don't think that a standard tonu is fair if you're going that far.
so
I
it's
think that, yeah, a little bit more.
so real quick, I just want to go over a couple things. So essentially, guys, there's always more money to make. Does it make sense to make more money versus build a relationship? No. And the way me and Jacob operate, absolutely not. But for some
Mhm.
people, you're in situations where you're out of state and a broker's kind of being like, like pushy with the rate. And now you got situations you're gonna want to get a little bit of money. Now, let's say I go to a warehouse. Jacob just had this situation with another broker, and he picked up a pallet. They had an arrangement on the amount of money that he was supposed to make, and he ended up having to offload it. You guys can go to his TikTok or my TikToks. We have videos about all this stuff. And you go to a warehouse, and now all of a sudden you have to take off. One time for Chanel, I took off like 3,000 pounds of freight out of the van, and
Wow.
yeah, it was a big load, and Chanel doesn't have that organized properly, I guess. And it was being ran through, I think, Millhouse. I was like, oh my god. So real quick, I'm in Englewood, California, offloading this freight for a big designer company, and they're like, there's no one there to take it off the freight. So now I need to walk it into the building. I don't have a dolly. I didn't have anything on me because I'm over the road. Now, what do I do in that situation? I just start unloading it, or what do I do? Do I wait as a driver? What does that look like, Danae? And what kind of money is available for something like that?
Yeah, I would typically ask first because you know what we on our end, what happens a lot is drivers and dispatchers will tell us that they need to assist for loading or unloading, like what you were dealing with. And they might have just not found anybody to do that, or they found the wrong person. Like a receptionist isn't going to unload the truck. So if you go to the receptionist wherever you're at, right, where you're delivering at various places. So they're not going to be the ones you go to. So I would ask first because you don't want to, especially when you're dealing with that much freight, and that's a ton of work for you guys. I would ask, say, hey, they want me to unload this. Please advise, and I would just start there, and then we would get a contact from the facility maybe try to contact them ourselves, or we would give you their contact number. They would probably be the ones unloading you guys, if so. And then from there, if they were still not wanting to unload you, then you would request X amount, 150, whatever it is. I think probably like 150 is fair for that. What do you think? Wait, what did you get for it?
For the 3,000 pounds,
Yeah, what'd you get? 250?
500.
Wow. Okay. So everything's different, right? Yeah, that is a lot of freight. Was it all like small packages?
So it was, I guess to be fair, you didn't know how it was. It wasn't like
Right.
organized boxes. It was like a
Okay.
desk, a special chair for a show, it
Okay.
was boxes, it was colognes, it was headbands, it was, oh my
Mm.
gosh, I was full all the way to the top. I still have the RC from that too. So anybody want to fact check me? I'm gonna drop that on my
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, if it's all itemized pieces like that, if it's loose, it's completely different than if it's palletized, right? So if you had like 3 pallets on there, and again, it's not easy to offload a sprinter van with pallets either. You need
Yeah.
help. So you
And
would
I
have
told
to unpalletize.
Yup, yup, and they were like, "You know what? We don't think that they're." So it started when I actually loaded it. I actually
Oh my
loaded it,
gosh.
and it started there because we were in Aspen, Colorado, guys, and it was like it was nuts. It was ice cold. It was freezing. The floors were. It would. They weren't. I was in no room to like sit there and like mingle about this. Like we had to get it out of this hotel into the van, and it was 3,000 pounds icy outside. I mean, it was a
Mm,
wild experience. And so when they said, "Well, how much does the driver want?" Because there's nobody else going to load it, they're not
yeah,
going to send another truck because they're going to do the same thing. They were like,
yeah.
"How much does the driver want?" And that's when I said, "Listen, dude, I need." This was like part of it right here. You could kind of see it. It's like the boxes and the desk. You guys could
Mm,
kind of see all that stuff. And then
okay.
that was just, and this is how it looked outside. This is how it looked outside. You see the
Oh my
trees?
God.
Yeah, and it was like it was really bad. I have all of it kind of like I took pictures of everything because like I was showing the broker. You know how you kind of have to show the broker like you
Yes.
know give them pictures at least when you're doing this kind of stuff. And they were like, "Well, how
Mhm.
much does the driver want?" And I'm like, "I need like
Like,
I said like 350." And the guy was dispatching for me, he's all like, "Nah, dude, we're gonna ask for more." So I was all like, "Well, then 500, man, because this is a lot of stuff." And
Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't fun, but
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so it would depend. If it's that much work, I would, you can request what you want at that point because I mean, a fair amount. You don't want to be too crazy. I think 500 is kind of a lot, but I mean, if the customer approves it, they approve it. So, and if it's that much work, then
yeah.
yeah,
Well,
nobody else is going to do it.
well, keep in mind they were pretty confident that there wasn't going to be anybody at the receiver either. So
Yeah.
not only am I gonna load it in the freezing cold, which they know it was like 0 degrees outside, and I think they took certain things into factor, and I got
Mhm.
a pretty good broker from Millhouse, I think, in that
Mhm.
time because they were very considerate, and typically
Nice.
they're really not. Not to talk ish about any brokers and
Yeah,
any
yeah, yeah.
brokerages, but I would
Yeah.
say for that situation, I just ran into a good broker that was being considerate of the freezing cold and the fact that we had to load and possibly offload it. So
Yeah.
just throwing
It's
that
a lot
out
of
there.
work.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was
What's fair is fair, and if as long as it's approved beforehand, you don't wanna unload it and then request. That's bad news.
right.
So, you wanna request before you unload in a reasonable time frame. Don't wait around forever. If you're not getting an email back, maybe call, send another email, get somebody's attention, and then so we can get the ball rolling. Because you don't wanna just be standing there either. I have a lot of carriers who will send an email. We get backed up, right? If we're posting loads and such, and our emails are flooding, we might not see your email. It's not on purpose. It's just it got buried. So maybe send a couple emails, maybe call, and then we can get the ball rolling. You don't want to be sitting there forever.
gotcha.
And
So
that
so it's
looks kind
okay
of
to double
silly.
text.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I honestly, if you guys need to ever bother me, you guys know you can call me, text me. You should be because you don't want to just be like standing there staring at people, right? Like there's going to be other people at the facility. You don't want to just be sitting there. So it's not I don't know. I think it's more appropriate to just get the ball rolling and try to reach out as much as you can.
Very good point. Very
Yeah.
good.
Hey, Mateo, we're coming down to the last minute here. You got one good question for Danae, maybe? One last good question?
Yeah. Can I keep you for 2 minutes, Danae? Is that okay? One more
Yes,
minute?
of
Top that?
course. Yeah, you can have it many minutes.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
All
tops.
right, five. She's like, you have many more minutes, but five.
Yeah.
So real quick, so now that we got the load and we did a great job in transit, let's just fly through a few things, right? So
Mhm.
so if we run into traffic, let you know, right? If we run into any
Yeah.
situations that we're not expecting, let you know.
Correct.
I think this is really important because I got asked this last night on live. I was live for like 3 hours just answering questions. I didn't do a whole class. It was segments of live. So like I did like 30 minutes, I did like an hour and like 45 minutes.
Nice.
What if I get into a situation where my tire blows and my front end like scrapes the concrete and I'm like freaking out and I have a load, but the load's okay? And
Mhm.
is it better to hide it from you and get it fixed real quick? Is it better to let you know and kind of like walk you through everything that's going on? Like, what do I do in a moment where I'm panicking because like I need to get this load done, I need the money, and what could come from that? Like if let's say you have to recover it.
Well, it looks, yeah, you want to you want to be as communicative as possible. If you have a flat tire, it's going to take probably an hour to fix it at, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. At that point, just say something because we're going to wonder where that time went, especially if it's an expedite. And it's going to make us question, did you stop for, did you partial? Like what happened? So being extremely transparent is very important and it builds trust also. So if you don't tell us what happened, then I'm going to be like, or if you tell me afterwards, I'm going to be like, why didn't you tell me that? If you tell me that, then I can tell my customer, I can tell the receiver, and they can expect you an hour later. But if you don't tell me, then it just looks really bad. And I've had several drivers be either a freak out mode and they don't want to say anything. They need the money, whatever it is. I completely understand. But at the end of the day, if you're not being honest, you're gonna lose in the long run because you're gonna break that trust.
Yeah, I
So
totally
it's
understand.
really
Yeah.
important to say something. Yeah. And especially if it's a quick fix, still say something, but we'll let you stay on the load. If it's not a quick fix, let us recover it. Like, you don't want to waste your time. You don't want to waste our time. It'll take us probably an hour to get another driver there. We can transload the freight really quick. And then, you know what I mean? You can go do what you need to do. But yeah, very,
So
very important.
so now that we covered a lot of things already, I just got one more question to ask you before our segment is over. I really enjoy having you on, but I do want to put a little bit of motivation out there for people that are maybe interested in something that you do, or I know the story isn't like it's a pretty fast-paced story of how you came up with the whole brokerage thing and a little bit about your past, but can you give the class a little bit of a background about you? Not so much of an introductory, but tell them a little bit about yourself and and basically how you became a broker and and maybe give a little bit of hope out there to the drivers that are coming in that are being told, oh, the market's oversaturated and because everyone's fishing in the same pond, right? Like trying to
Yeah.
get the load board, the spot market. Maybe give
Yeah.
hope to the class and tell them like, hey, like you know you get a load from Danae, it's gonna be a good time. You can make some good money. No.
Well, um, everyone is going to tell you that it's not a good time during any time. The market is, yeah, it's a little saturated right now, but I was told the same thing when I started brokering. I remember I was sitting with several other junior brokers and they were like, this is really hard. All of the good customers are gone. And anybody who started here when they opened the brokerage is doing really well. And pretty much all of us new brokers, it's kind of a dead end. And if I would have listened to them, I wouldn't be where I am. So there's always customers there in any market, and there's a ton of money to be made. it really is just about building those relationships. And I cannot stress that enough, including for you guys. So there's opportunity out there if you look. It's you just have to be smart. You have to take care of your relationships, and the rest will fall into place. That's just it. But yeah, you can't listen to anybody who's saying. I actually had a coworker last week tell me, the market's really not that great for drivers, and I'm like, oh, that's your perspective. I mean, literally told that constantly about my market. I had somebody that I used to work with. I was a server for 10 years before this, moving around different restaurants. And somebody was like, oh yeah, the trucking industry is going to be down soon. He's been saying that to me since I started brokering 2 years ago. But he's still at the same restaurant. So, you know what I mean? It's like opportunity is out there if you look.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
that's like the perfect answer. That was exactly what I was looking for because people are always down talking every industry. This
Yes.
goes with someone who's putting up drywall on a wall to somebody who's working as a server in a restaurant. The restaurant's slow, da da da. Oh, I closed last night and I made some pretty good money. I had a table come in and tip me pretty well, and they're my regular relationship, right? It's all about
Yeah.
relationship, guys. Danae, I just want to say thank you so much. Honestly, we've run into each other over this setting, and it's been nothing but a great time. You answer questions very to the point. I think the class got a lot of information. I know you can't hear everyone screaming right now, but they're screaming like really loud. But all their mics are muted.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you so much. Take a bow. Me and Jacob really appreciate you, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna have you on in the future. So just that's from me. So
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. I enjoy talking to you guys. It's fun. It's
Thank
really
you,
fun.
Danae. Thank you so much.
All right. Have fun, guys. Thank
thanks.
you.
You too. Take care.
You too.
All right, y'all. So that was our segment with Danae. Class still is in session. We still got a while to go. So I'm excited for you guys. We throw that right there. So the rest of the class, you kind of get a little bit of a head start.
Perspective. Yeah, you get a perspective.
And then now we're gonna get into the nitty gritty. So please stay tuned, take notes, and I mean, me and Jacob been doing this for 4 years now. We've always focused on relationships. As you could see, Danae was looking for Jacob to do a load. Just to kind of summarize her whole thing, she was looking for Jacob to do a load in the moment. That's just the kind of relationship that Jacob built with Danae. I myself, I go more over the road, and I try to build those relationships. It's a little harder when you're going over the road because that broker might need you to cover a load in Chicago going to Atlanta, and then you go to Atlanta and now that broker needs another load covered from Chicago. You could only be in one place at one time unless you have multiple units or you own the carrier. Now you're able to cover more for that broker and build that relationship over the road. That's my perspective. So I want to throw that out there, guys. Take that as straight motivation. Everything she was talking about, she was a server for 10 years, bouncing around different restaurants. Everyone told her, no, it's not going to work. It's slow right now. I've heard that so many times, guys. Don't let that detangle you from doing something and making a move, right? In the worst market in housing recently, I just purchased a home. I didn't listen to anything anyone said. I knew if I could afford that payment and I could make it happen for myself, for my family, nobody could tell me no. I'm gonna get it done regardless of whatever the rate is. Oh my god, like the rate's so high. Guess what? I'm not listening. Ears closed. All right, Jacob, can you rent or lease, dude?
Yes, you can. It's more common in so leasing and rentals are more common in the courier side of business. Not really typically used often in the cargo van business or carrier side of business due to the fact that there's a lot of cons. And the cons are the insurance. The insurance could be an issue. Most rentals do not come with the insurance requirements. So you would have to get a lift or try to get it lifted to meet the standards of what brokerages or freight forwarders are requiring. Number two, you get a mileage cap. Usually they allow you a certain amount of miles for the rental, and then they start to charge you an X amount, making rentals very expensive in operational costs. The only time a rental would make sense is if you had something lined up, maybe in a dedicated contract, and you got permission from that courier company or carrier company that you could use a rental, it would make sense. But I wouldn't use rentals for over the road experiences. It would be more for local, so you're not using that many miles. There's other ways around it, how to get cheaper rentals, and that's having a corporate account with any rental companies. But to get a corporate account is extremely hard. You have to have a lot of credit to do something like that. Now, leasing, limited miles you could put on a vehicle per contract. Yeah, leasing, I would throw out leasing completely out the window. Because a leased on unit will probably give you only about, sorry, a lease on contract would probably give you about 60,000 miles for the year. And guys, in the cargo van business, you're doing well over. Most of you guys are going to average that easily. So 60,000 miles to 150,000 miles is what you can expect to put on your van in this business. Large down payment, that is true. And then lease of even being available, that is true. So guys, leasing, I would throw out the window. Rental, you could still keep that in the window, but it's got to make sense. For someone who's doing over the road, rentals do not make any sense. But again, you could still do work in a rental, but it has to match up with all the requirements from the carrier. So hopefully that makes sense in a way. A lot of guys just want to start this business with a rental, and it's very cost effective to do it that way. So I wouldn't recommend it. Best way I would get a van is by paying in full or financing. That's what I would do. So remember, you're going to make the most money having low operational costs. And that is the most important thing in this business, low operational costs. Because if I'm renting something and my CPM is about 65 cents per mile in a cargo van business, and most rates are usually around $1 per mile, I'm not really bringing home much money. So take it how you want to take it. But yeah, rental, get these questions all the time. Me personally, I wouldn't recommend it. Unless you had a corporate account. Again. Next slide, please. Okay, so insurance. Insurance is very important in this business. This is actually the biggest requirement. This is actually one of the biggest things that holds people up when getting to the business, because they see how much you're going to spend on insurance. So if you're on the carrier side of business and you're hauling loads for brokers a lot and freight forwarders, they're going to require you to have a policy of 1 million auto liability, 100K cargo with unlimited radius. So that could be very expensive, especially if you're living in high disaster states or high criminal activity states, such as, California, New York, New Jersey. There's a lot of claims per year. So insurance tends to be more expensive in those areas. And plus Florida, high disaster state, hurricanes, so many claims per year. If you guys live in those 4 states, insurance is going to be way higher than the average of generally what most people pay. But there's also ways around it, how to get lower insurance. Also, radius matters for an owner operator. As a carrier, you just have to have that 1,100K no matter what, and have the unlimited radius because you're servicing out of state lines. You got to make sure all the drivers are covered, etc. But if you're an owner operator, for example, and you're contracted to a carrier, you could set your radius to what you prefer to haul loads at. So for example, I have my radius set at 300 miles. This saves me thousands of dollars on my insurance premium because I'm only a local expediter. But this also, it's not set in stone, because you could call your insurance agency if you ever get a far load. You can just have a temp day lift and they'll do it for you at no charge. So keep that in mind, guys. But having that lower radius does help. And if you guys want to start doing loads for a medical courier or regular courier work, the insurance requirements are a lot cheaper. I believe it's 250K auto liability and then 50K cargo. So it's definitely different, and your premium is going to be way lower. How to get cheaper insurance? Age matters significantly. So after you're about 25 years old, that's when you can start seeing better deals. If you're younger than 25, it's going to be high. Another thing is vehicle assessment. buying a brand new van is going to reflect on your insurance premium. So 2024, 2023 is going to give you a high rate. Vehicle assessment means the insurance company is pretty much assessing your vehicle, what it's worth, and that's going to reflect on your premium. So if you get yourself a used vehicle, that's going to be better. That's going to save you some money. Also, what is important is your driving history, your driving record, and the zip code that you're in. Is your zip code a high claim zip, or is it not too many claims in that zip code? We could live in the same state, be the same age, have a clean record, both of us, but we will both get different quotes just based off our zip. So that's also important. Insurance companies, you want to make sure that you guys are getting at least 3 different quotes from 3 different insurance providers. So that way you can figure out what is going to be the most cost effective for you. And how to start a policy, you just call in an insurance company. And if you like their quote, you have to pay a down payment. That down payment is usually 10% of the premium. So you will have to have a down payment for insurance, guys. There's no way around it. So keep that in mind. And I was just saying, I thought my camera was muted for a second, but it stopped me. Okay, good. So if you guys want to go ahead and check if you guys don't have a van and you want to see how much a commercial policy is for you, go on cargurus.com and simply grab the VIN number. Then grab that VIN number, call in any insurance provider and see what they would quote you with the policy that we've enlisted. That's a great way to get the quote without even having a van just yet. So that way you could pretty much figure out what your operational costs are going to be before you even start, because insurance is a big part of your operational costs. So I would say anything under $1,200 per month is in the fair range. Once you go past 1,200, it starts to get more expensive and becomes lucrative. At the point you have to really make a financial decision and say, well, if my insurance is $1,500 per month, I'm going to have to work a little bit harder than everyone else. So you're going to have to show up and actually go out there and work hard versus you having that leniency to take off extra days because your bills are a lot lower than someone else's. So you don't want to ever come in this business panicking. That leaves you to taking cheaper loads because you got to pay your bills on time. So keep that in mind. There's also driver prevention classes you could take. You can ask for that, guys, where that can save you some money on your premium. And also having someone older on being the policy holder on the insurance can knock that policy premium down a lot. So for example, I could use my dad. He could be the policy holder of the insurance. He's in his 50s, clean record. And I'm also on the policy too, but he's the policy holder. So that's another way to get a cheaper insurance. And what else? If you got family and friends, I mean, I don't recommend this, but there's hacks. You got family and friends, you could use their mailing address, try to get what's it called? Try to register your license in that state. I mean, there's ways around it, but you don't want to get caught up for fraud at the same time. So be careful with that one, but there's ways around it.
So essentially you would have to have at least a couple pieces of mail, and I believe maybe change your ID to their address. So
Yeah.
in order for that to be allowed.
Yeah.
Real quick, I do want to mention for insurance, Geico does write policies now for insurance. So
Not all states, not just yet, but
yep. So there used to be the lead holders of insurance was Progressive, but now Geico started writing policies, which eventually it's Geico. They'll be covering every state eventually, but the rates have came down a little bit since then because the market is getting bigger for cargo and Sprinter vans. So let me tell you something, guys. When I first started, Progressive was barely getting on board with cargo and Sprinter vans. Now that Geico's writing policy, it just shows how big the industry is growing, meaning there's more freight coming to Sprinter and cargo that's being expedited. There's more people that are tuning into the business. And sure, it creates a little bit of competition, but at the same time, a lot of people are coming in, like Jacob said earlier in the class, and they're failing because they don't do things properly. They overshoot themselves, and they start a DOT and an MC number and they don't have access to resources. But
that is really why we are here. The Union Network Group, we're working with companies like that. We literally had a meeting with Geico. We had meetings with some of these large companies, insurance companies. We're working with Insurance Hub, very large company. They cover all 50 states. So real quick, go to the next slide, Wolf. So this is Insurance Hub right here. It's a Leviat Group agency. So they're an agency and they call themselves Insurance Hub. This is a partnership that we have with the union. So it's us with them. And that is the link right there on the screen. So you guys could screenshot this. You could go into the info list and grab that link once we send it to you. You could call that phone number, literally call that phone number, and they will know you guys came from us. So that is how you could, you guys could take your equipment and go get it a policy written with them, or you guys could just go onto Car Gurus, which is in the info list. You guys could go into Car Gurus. You guys could grab a VIN from Car Gurus, call them and ask them with your social, with all your information, how much would this cost me without starting the policy? How much would this cost me to activate this policy, this plan? And they will tell you right off the bat, this is how much it's going to cost you. So I just want to throw that out there, guys. It's very, very important to focus on these, because this is what's going to break down later in the class into your cost per mile, into what you need to make with your rate per mile to succeed in this business. So next slide, Wolf. So how do you find lows? Shout out to Patrick for this picture. He posted this in the union. So Patrick's a union member. He's been with us for a while. He's a great guy. And I decided I'm going to start pulling pictures actually from the union and throwing them out here into the class. So you've seen a couple pictures already from the union. Here's another one right here. This is a Mercedes Sprinter getting loaded. Yeah, this is yep, that's a Mercedes Sprinter for sure. Getting loaded. He used to have a Ford Transit, I believe, right, Jacob?
I don't know. I can't recall, but he was a previous broker before, so he does have he has his own direct connections, which is amazing.
Yeah, he's Chicago based too, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's getting loaded right now, I believe, at an airport facility. I could tell because of the floors and the actual forklift. It's newer, but this exact question right here is what we get asked a lot. How do I find loads? And I'll be honest with you guys. There's no straight up answer on how to find loads. I could tell you right now how to find a load, and there's still 20 other follow-up questions. So we're going to break it down for you a little bit, and we're going to talk about this for a minute. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do resources. So the resource list has company names. It has information about medical courier companies. Everyone says, well, I want to know, where do I get my loads from? That's why I'm taking this class. This is that portion. We're guiding you guys into using the resource list correctly, okay? So please, don't let this class overwhelm you. You're going to get to ask questions at the end. Take notes. You'll get a copy of the class in a webinar replay form, which is a link, and then you're going to get an information and a resource list. So now, if you are a carrier finding loads, you have your MC and your DOT number. You are out here looking for routes. You have 4 drivers. You're going to use a few things. Load board. You're going to use a broker, which could be an internal connection that you have outside of a load board, and a direct or a direct customer. Now, when we say fishing in the same pond, we started using that terminology on our lives and stuff like that. It means that a lot of people are fishing in the same lake. A lot of people are going to the same place to get loads. So that's why I put load boards and carriers finding loads, because that's what we're talking about here in this whole class. That's what everyone wants to know. How do I get to the bag? How do I get to the money, right? We're going to teach you how to get to the bag. We're going to teach you how to make money. We're going to teach you everything you need characteristically to get to the money, to get to the freight. Now, load boards, they're very, very, very important for certain situations. Backhauls, for one. Backhauls, a connection that you don't have in another city, you're trying to maintain and obtain freight for you or your drivers. Backhauls, load boards should be used. You should have access to a load board. Will never say don't go to that lake to get that fish, because you might like the way a certain fish tastes in that lake. So it's always okay to go back and use certain resources. We're never going to tell you not to do that. Now, brokerages, now having a connection with a brokerage like Danae could keep Jacob busy. Really. She's kept him busy for weeks at a time. Just her one connection. That's why Jacob said if you mess up a relationship with a broker, you could lose 50 to $150,000 because they're paying you so well. They're paying you not what they would pay in the spot market because they know you're going to get it done. And you might say, why don't they just go with the cheaper person if the load boards are cheaper? This doesn't make sense. It almost sounds like you're lying. Guess what? Jacob shares his rate confirmations all the time and shows people, look, this is the cold hard facts. When I tell you, build a relationship, and it almost gets annoying because if you're gonna make X amount of dollars and she knows that you're going to get the load done. She doesn't have nothing to worry about. You're going to text her updates. You're going to send her pictures of your GPS. You're going to share your location. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to go above and beyond for her. She will pay you the extra 150 versus giving it on spot market, local load.
Yeah, I can answer this real quick for everyone in the class. Why do brokers pay you guys if you have a relationship with a direct broker, which is an internal connection? Why would they lose more money to pay you more versus going on the spot market and paying a carrier to do the job cheaper? Because check this out. I'm pretty much a representative of that brokerage now. I'm the one delivering their freight. If she keeps taking chances with all these different new carriers, there's a chance that she could use her big clients. If multiple bad mistakes happen, freight gets damaged, freight's late. So that freight forwarder or that direct shipper that's giving her brokerage $1 million plus per year sees that Danae is unreliable. That direct shipper or freight forwarder is going to go with a different brokerage. So what I'm saying is this is why they'll pay more because they got money on it to do so, but they want the reliability aspect of it. This is why I say you never know who you're going to meet. Treat everyone with respect and treat every load and do the best job that you possibly can to stand out. Guys, it is so easy to stand out in this business today and any type of business in Philly. People are lazy right now. People don't give that professional work. I'm telling you guys, you can stand out so easily in this business now. It's not difficult.
So now let's say you're a fleet owner finding loads. You could, like I said earlier, you could actually sign on with a carrier if you own multiple vans and they have a dispatching team and they will make sure that you're getting loaded, right? You have that resource and you say you've been working with them, you try them out for a little bit and you want to use them. You want to continue to use them. That company could find you loads, fill your trucks and keep you moving alone with being their own resource. Like they handle all of the tracking. You just own the vans and pay the drivers. That's how that works. Now, as far as a direct customer, you could be a driver with your own van and have a direct customer. You don't need to go through a carrier at all times. Does it make more sense to own a carrier in certain situations? Sure, depending on how large the customer is, right? But being an owner operator and finding loads, signing on with a reputable carrier is the most common way that people in this class are going to go that route. That means that you're going to be like, let's say me, I have a van, I have commercial insurance. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to look for a carrier that I get along with and that cares about me and I do a good job and they work day and night for me looking at the load boards to find me a load or working with their internal resources to find me a load. That is typically the route you'll see owner operators going is the more carrier route. Now, like we said earlier, the courier and stuff like that is contracted. So you could go to a large company. You don't have to go to a broker, this or that. You just go straight to the company like Spoke Logistics that we're teamed up with. You could go to Spoke Logistics if they have a route available. You sign up with them and you get onboarded with them. You could literally just have a contract with them directly with the company. That's way different than being a direct customer in a carrier setting. So now you're an owner operator finding a loads. What about a company driver? Now we're going down the food chain. It's starting to click, right? You're just a company driver working for a company that you still have to make sure that, hey, where do you guys get your loads from? You still got to ask those questions. Everybody on this list is still capable and still needs to be asking those questions to these carriers to the people that are in charge of finding you the loads. I don't care if you're working with a dispatcher. How do you find me loads? Are you a dispatcher with resources, or are you just a dispatcher that's using a load board that you took YouTube University and now you're sitting at home trying to make $1,000 a week or whatever the heck people say you can make as a dispatcher? Listen, guys, I want to be very clear. Working with a direct resource is an easier way to get loads because they could literally just call you. They don't have to go through the chain of command. They could literally just call you and say, I have a TV stand, I need it picked up. This is like a very rare TV stand, and I need you to bring moving blankets, and I need you to do this right. I don't care what it costs. Get over here, and that's all you have to do. There's no like printing paperwork, filing an invoice. There's no doing this. There's no going through the chain of command. You don't have to report to a you just text them back, and like Jacob did with the guy with the meat. Jacob got a guy that ships frozen meat, and he ships it fast, like from one place to the other locally. Jacob went there. They contained it the proper way, and Jacob sent the meat out for the guy. And it was literally just like texting, like no brainer. Like he has resources with like that use personal protective equipment. All that stuff we put in the resource list, guys. So the resource list is jam packed with information and medical courier companies and carrier companies. And we show a little bit of a list on here as well. And then also internal connections is what we're teaching you guys. Next slide.
In the slide, do we talk about how to find direct shippers?
What do you mean?
Do we talk about how to land direct shippers and stuff like that?
Oh yeah. We're
Because that slide was also very important. How to find those. I don't know if we have something coming up.
Yeah, we if we don't have something, we have something coming up, but we're gonna get to
Oh,
get
okay,
to the
cool. Because I was not sure.
I really want to cover that. Like I talk about it in the live sometimes. I mean, we could talk about it right now. If it comes up, we'll just skip over it, no big deal. But I really want to cover one.
Let's go back to that slide. Let's go back to that slide, Will, please.
We could, yeah, that's fine. We could stay in this slide. That's fine. But I do want to say something. So if you are a driver looking for a direct resource, right? Or a carrier, or you're a broker, a lot of people are saying like cold calling. I've been hearing that word a lot. I'm honestly not a fan of cold calling. I think the easiest way for you to hit the ground running is by showing up in person to the company. Now, when you get there, I believe that you should ask these questions. Hi, my name is blank and blank with blank and blank. Or I'll give you guys an idea. My name is Mateo with Union Expedite Company, and I'm looking to make your shipping needs easier. Is the shipping manager around, or the person in charge of booking the shipments? That's all you got to say. That's very simple. Screen record that, write it down, whatever you want to do. I'm looking to make your shipping needs easier. Time-wise, rate-wise, and complete, like delivery 100%, meaning the freight's going to be in good condition when it arrives to the shipping facility. For example, the reason why I'm using this picture below us as an example is because of the way he straps the load. You see how he straps it? He uses the X technique, and that keeps it from, he should have strapped it a little bit more towards the front, but it was probably a lightweight pallet. So this is totally fine. But look how he uses the extra strap technique, and he uses the corner guards. That is why I put this in this class, because that is the proper way to strap a load down. And if you show something like a picture like this to a company, they're gonna look at that over some of the guys that are in the industry. Some guys don't even strap their freight. Some guys don't even strap their freight. If you show this like in a flyer, and you're in a professional setting and you're asking to make their shipping needs easier, and they're tired of dealing with who that are running their freight, and they're mistreating it and everything's getting bent, I promise you right now, if you tell them, I'm looking to make your shipping needs easier, and I'm also looking to beat the rates that you're at, and that's contingent on the rates being horrible. So if you come with those two things and you show them stuff like this, you could land direct shippers like it's nothing. I mean, like it's literally nothing. And if you call them, the reason why I said I'm not a fan of cold calling, because if you call them, you're going to be in a position where, hey, you're on the phone with them. There's, we'll take a message. We'll take a message. Oh, okay, yeah, he's not here right now. He's on lunch. like stuff like that. Like you won't deal with that if you're there in person, you know? So you go there and you talk, you say, "Look, I'm local, I have this equipment, this type of insurance. I'm just looking to make things better for you and your company. Is there any way that I could do that for you? Oh, well, we use a brokerage." This is my favorite one. They say, "Oh, we use a brokerage. We use a company that books all the loads for us and that finds the carriers for us." Guess what? All you have to say is there any way I could get in contact with that brokerage to run the loads for you? That's how serious I am and how much I want to run the loads for you. If I can't run them directly with you, can I at least get access to the people that you're booking it through so I could sign up with them and show them my insurance and show them the carrier packet, get the link possibly if that's what's needed, and I could run freight for you guys. I'll see it. I'll see it if they post it. And the guy says, "You know what? Yeah, I could do that for you. If I can't give you a load directly from my warehouse by myself, I'll give you my resource so that way you could use that resource and try to get the loads from my warehouse through them." It's a no-brainer, guys. There's no, you can't, there's no way they could tell you no. You always have a comeback. This is what that looks like when you're in person in front of these warehouses. You're going straight to the point and you're gonna get a yes. Even if you get 10 no's, you might get a few yeses. So it doesn't hurt.
Yeah. So you guys need to even know how to find the direct shippers. How can you get access to them quickly? Simple way. One of the methods I use is Google Maps. If you go on Google Maps, your neighborhood will come up. All you got to do is just scroll down your industrial section or wherever there's businesses at. On Google Maps, it will have their phone number provided and their website and their company name. All you got to do is click on their website if you want to do a cold email. But personally, myself, I've seen a lot of success in cold calling. And I will start off the phone call and say, "I'm local to you guys." Direct shippers love hearing the word local because they know that you could arrive faster than anyone else. Because you guys got to look at it like we were talking in the chain of commands. When a customer places an order to a product to a direct shipper who's producing the freight for that customer, the shipper has to go through a freight forwarder again, and then the freight forwarder goes through a broker, then a broker goes through a carrier. The time that a driver actually shows up to the shipping warehouse, it can take anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. So I've landed a lot of direct shippers just off the fact that I was close. I can accommodate 1 to 3 pellets, all your time critical stuff that needs to be delivered. This is what they love to hear. And another way you can get yourself direct connections and a lot of good leads as well is off LinkedIn. That's where all your business owners are going to be, CEOs, big bosses. Try to spark up a conversation, have all your work on your profile that you do, showing nice, clean strap jobs like this. This is a great way for you to get out, think outside the box, and deal with direct shippers, to start dealing with direct shippers on a personal level. So that way you're cutting out the middleman, which is the freight forwarder and the broker and the carrier, essentially. Because guys, in most cases, you're not going to need an authority to work with direct shippers unless they're big corporations like Walmart, Costco, Apple. You will need authority for bigger shippers like that. But the small mom and pop shops, guys, where they produce their own freight and they insure their own freight, that's a whole different story. The reason why you can't work with big corporations without an authority is due to the fact that they don't own most of their freight. It's third parties, fourth parties that sell their product within that store. So that's why an authority would be required for blanket protection on insurance reasonings. But let's say, for example, Mateo's a computer store. He builds computers from scratch. I don't need an authority to work with him to cross state lines because that's private freight. He owns it. And if anything happens, he has insurance on that. And my insurance comes into play to give it that blanket protection. So I want to keep that in mind, guys, that nothing's stopping you from landing your own customers in this business. I'm tired of seeing people fishing at the same lake, which is load boards or apps. You're going to make the bottom barrel running it that way, running your business, guys. You're a business owner. You're going to make low money as a business owner running your business that way. So hopefully that makes sense and gives you guys motivation. Cold calling is not hard, guys. A month and a half ago, during a slow day of mine, when I didn't have no loads, I was cold calling, ended up landing 2 direct shippers. One that makes 3D digital signs, that's only 5 minutes from my house, and a furniture store that's 3 minutes from my house. Make those calls. Don't be scared, because you never know if you never try. And yes, an in-person approach is the best way to do it. But before you go in person, maybe go on Google Maps first and see what type of products they have, so you're not wasting your time as well. If they have an inventory of stuff that can fit in your van, see beforehand before you approach them. Have your business card, your rate sheet, whatever the case is. That's how you can get a way for the direct shipper to trust you, look you in the eye, and shake your hand, and that can go a far way. Remember that. Okay, next slide, please. What are some good carrier qualities? So most of you guys are going to start off in this business as a subcontractor signed on to a carrier. They're going to find you loads, so you need to know who you're going to be working for. So if you're going to work with a carrier that just depends on load boards all day for freight, maybe you might want to look around a little bit more. So that's a serious question, is always asking, where does most of your loads come from when signing on to a carrier? Because again, you want to know if they can keep you busy. A good carrier sign or a good carrier quality is someone that has multiple dispatchers. This means they can handle a bigger operation. They can assign a dispatcher to you and focus on you, or really focus on you, versus a one-man show carrier that's owns the carrier and that's doing all the dispatching himself. So it's going to be hard for him to prioritize you. Find carriers that are not app-based, meaning you join a carrier and they send you loads and you bid on them through an app. That means the carrier is only in this business for one reason, and that's transactional purposes only. They don't want to have they don't want to hire dispatchers. They just want everything to be within an app. So that way you accept the rates you want. It's going to be very cheap, and there's really no one involved. So watch out for app-based carriers. Great communication. How responsive is this carrier? Is their dispatchers responsive? Are they quick with it? Are they trying their best? Every time you text in, do they respond quick enough? This great communications is very important for operations, because if great communications within a carrier, that means they have great communication with their customers, their brokers, their freight forwarders, their direct shippers. This means that carrier could be possibly used a lot more than other carriers. Now, this is not to be racist or anything. Don't take it as that way. Watch out for overseas companies. There's a lot of carriers that have a registration in the United States, but the actual owners are from overseas, and so are all the dispatchers. So they may not know the market of how the United States market works, and they're only trying to book loads as cheap as possible to get their day over with and make a commission off that. So watch out for overseas carrier or overseas companies. Asking for a social can be a red flag. Guys, in order to get paid out in this business, you got to provide your social security number or your EIN number, which is your business from your LLC. So just know that question will pop up. But if someone's asking you right off the get-go for your social security, you haven't discussed terms or anything, that could be a red flag. Make sure if you're going to sign on to a carrier, go on Google, see if they have a website, see the reviews. You can also go on, this should be in the link list, but you can go on SaferWeb, type in the carrier's MC number, and see if they're active. Active means they have the authority to recruit. And not only that, but they'll have the company phone number. What I like to do when I'm signing on to a new carrier, I'll call the phone number that's listed on that carrier, call in, and ask about such and such who was trying to recruit me to the carrier, if that person actually works for that carrier. So that way I can see if this guy's pretending to own a company and just trying to get my social information.
I'll put that
Also,
in. I'll make sure that's in the link list. I'm making a note of that right now to make sure to double check that the Safer MC website, so you guys can look that up. I'll make sure 100% that that's in there for you all once you see the link list later today. Real quick, I do want to mention the replay. You will be getting that in your email four to I would say about 6 hours after the class is over later tonight. You'll get a copy of the resource list, the link list, and you'll get the replay of the webinar. Just want to throw that out there. You could go ahead, Jacob.
Yeah, and another thing is, don't forget why our group was made, our Facebook group. So if you see carriers that you're interested in, ask community members, say, hey, is this carrier Union Expedite a good carrier? Has anyone worked with them before? So that we can get other responses as well. Also, a carrier that has multiple departments can be a good thing. For example, they have multiple offices in different states. This means they're growing and they're expanding and they're running an operation legitimately. So that is a good quality to have. You know, what if you're working for some carrier and their business address is their a virtual address? It's like, how are you supposed to know if they're gonna be good? And good carrier connected with a brokerage or mega carrier. What's this one mean, Mattel?
Well, connected with a brokerage or mega carrier.
Yeah.
The carrier. So for example, if you got a large carrier like Ascent, and they're connected with an even larger carrier, meaning like Hamzik. Hamzik has so many trucks, so they could connect with a mega carrier like Panther and obtain some of their customers, obtain some of their internal connections, because they have such a large rapport of vehicles units, and they're all on their insurance. That means that this company has all their trucks logged onto their insurance. So on their MC number, on their owner operator on their authority, it shows that they have 16 trucks. So that company, now they qualify to go through their carrier and obtain some of their connections. So that's a really good carrier.
I got you. Yeah. If you guys are looking to start work by tomorrow, yeah, mega carriers is more of a choice for you. If you're looking to just get right in the business and just learn the business from experience, and eventually you'll want to start your own carrier. But mega carriers means pretty much a big size carrier. They got over 50 plus owner operators contracted. They're scaling fast, but usually, typically, they have their own set rate per mile with mega carriers. And most of the time, majority of them, you will not get rate confirmations, which is the agreement between carrier and broker. So you'll never be able to see that side of the business. But mega carriers do have consistency because they're able to work with a lot of brokerages that really need mega carriers because they need owner operators in almost every state. And with a mega carrier, they got drivers everywhere, man. So that's an option you could do. Me personally, I prefer a smaller carrier. That's my approach, and I believe Mateo himself likes that approach to a smaller carrier company that has 3 to 5 units. It really all depends, man, on who has the connections, what carrier has the connections, because a small carrier could be doing more volume than a mega sometimes. So think about it like that. You got to pop these questions in because this is your livelihood, and you got to make sure who you're signing up with is going to keep you busy and active. That's the main goal, is to keep you busy and active.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, head over to the next slide. All right, so think outside the box. This is typically the portion that we discuss with having.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is typically where we usually discuss, internal connections or direct shippers and stuff like that. So, how do you approach these companies? Is just a recap, real quick. If you're doing groundwork or you're cold calling, or you're just sending them an email, or you're developing a flyer that has your company name, your information on it, and it has essentially information that not most people go out there to put out to get connections. You're putting maybe like your insurance on there. And also, if you have special licenses like TSA, the TWIC, you have certain things that would separate you from them. Besides that, there's not too much available for the Sprinter and cargo van industry, meaning like a hazmat endorsement really doesn't work, because hazmat freight, real quick, just want to teach you that. Hazmat freight is a sensitive topic because you could only haul specific UN numbers. So that's how they define hazmat freight, by a UN number. So the UN number essentially is a number that is saying this is what this freight is. It's an explosive. This is UN number blank and blank. Now that UN number could only be hauled by certain people with certain endorsements. In a Sprinter and cargo van, let's say you have explosive, you cannot haul any more than any more than 1,000 pounds. So up to 1,000 pounds, right? So real quick, I know you might see something else that's like it's a certain chemical, and you're like, well, the Mateo and Travel Jacob in their class, they said I could haul this as long as it doesn't exceed 1,000 pounds. Well, real quick, I just want to be clear. Certain UN numbers you just cannot haul, period. You cannot haul them. We're not specially endorsed, and some smell so bad that you can't even have them in the vehicle with you, even if it's under 1,000 pounds. So that's what makes and changes and breaks that UN number and endorsement thing. And this is really up to the brokerage to know this. You guys have to pay attention to that information when you are all booking these loads. You have to pay attention to that information and know, hey, I cannot touch this. This is not, this is not for me. This is not something I want to be around, like the smell and stuff. So if you get freight and you see a UN number or a hazmat sign or something, which usually looks like a pretty large size red sign, do your research. You're in charge of what's going into your van. That's up to you. Sometimes a carrier won't look out for you like that, and you won't know that that is something that could hurt you, right? So, are there endorsements, special licenses, cold calling, email packets, carrier packets, what we talked about with Danae, which you would submit to a brokerage in order to connect with them? These are all things that you could do to think outside the box and build that rapport with an internal connection, like a direct shipper, a direct broker, an internal resource. So next slide. All right. So real quick, guys. So an example of a bill of lading, and this is an example of a Raycon. These are two things that we spoke about with Danae. And this is something that me and Jacob put together. And the one on the left is a bill of lading. So this is that piece of paper that a shipper is going to give you once you get loaded, right? This is a real bill of lading, guys. This is not, it's pretty old, but you see it has the Ace Forwarding Company on there. It also has a real shipper, Henderson, Nevada to California. This has the co-signee, and it also has the where it's going to. So this bill of lading has the weight on there, the piece amount. It has all the information on it. But just to be clear one more time, guys, you guys could see that something got crossed out on the paper. I do want to let you know we'll talk about that, and I want you to know that edits could be made on these bill of ladings as long as it's approved by the brokerage. This is the way that you get paid. This is essentially a portion of your invoice, and this is what turns into a POD once that's complete. Jacob's going to go over this real quick. These are two screenshots from him, and the rate confirmation, that's from him as well. And I want you guys to see essentially what's
Yeah, you're going to see what a spot contract looks like right here. So again, BOL, which is on the left side of the screen, you're always going to get one of these for all your shipments. This is essentially how you get paid. When you guys drop off the load, make sure you get a printed name from whoever unloads the van. Printed name, signature, date, and time. Very important. That's how you get paid. Make sure it's super legible. This is even on the courier side of business too, in some cases. You're always going to get a bill of lading because that is how you're going to get paid. Now, here's something you guys probably will never see if you work with a carrier that's not transparent. So the right of the screen is a rate confirmation. This is the agreement, could be an agreement between a carrier and a broker, a carrier and a freight forwarder, or a carrier even with a direct shipper. This is pretty much a contract that ensures both parties at the agreed rate and attached to the job with the information of where the freight's picking up and where the freight's dropping off. As the owner, whoever the owner of the carrier has to sign the rate confirmation. As you can see, you can most cases this is all done virtually and digitally. And this right here is a very, very important thing to see, important transparency about how much the load is going for. For example, when me and Mateo first started this business, we never seen a rate confirmation. Our dispatcher would just text us the pickup address and the drop-off address and how much we would charge for how many miles it was and how much we would charge for something like that. So we were never able to see how much the carrier company was making off us from the top. A lot of companies may hide this information from you due to specific reasons, due to the fact that they don't want you to know how much they're profiting off the load, or they don't want you stealing or poaching clients because you're going to have important, vital information on this rate confirmation. So one thing you need to understand is It's hard to find carriers that send rate confirmations. A lot of them don't, majority of them don't, but every carrier that I've worked for sends rate confirmations. I can name some, for example, Nikola LLC sends rate confirmations. Jasna Express sends rate confirmations. Those are just a few companies I can name, but a lot of them do. Oh, Hamzik Trucking sends rate confirmations. So that is very important. In order for me to work for you, I need to have transparency, so these two things are very important. Again, most of you guys will never see the right side in this industry unless you're building your own rate confirmation with direct shippers. I mean, that's the only way, or you're working directly with, you have your own customers where you're generating your own rate confirmation, which is a contract agreement. And also, one thing I want to say is, in the rate confirmation, if anything gets broken, for example, let's say I get a load, right? And it's direct delivery. So it picks up at 2 p.m. and it drops off at 6 p.m. For whatever reason, you go to drop off the load and the receiver says, or the receiver's not even open and it has to be extended to another day, you're entitled to layover fee, which is $150 to $250 for that day. What that means is, anytime a rate confirmation, if something's not added up on that contract agreement, you're entitled to get extra compensation. I made a whole entire video about this. So it's very important to know and look over the fine print of everything on that contract. Again, this is a spot contract. Spot contracts means you're usually delivering from point A to point B versus a dedicated contract. It'll be super different. Okay, next slide, please. Contracts and direct shippers. Finding your connection, develop the relationship, schedule following. Hold up, guys, 1 second. Okay. Finding your connection, develop the relationship, schedule the following: email, text, phone. Please, the terms and customer. So, guys, yes, we taught you guys how to find your own connections. Remember, LinkedIn and Google Maps are very important key components if you're trying to build your own relationships. Develop the relationship. Just don't be all transactional. Guys, every time I know I told you guys to have your price sheet in mind, but you also have to treat every situation different. For example, my 2 direct shippers that I landed last month, I charge both of them different prices. Why? Because one direct shipper makes digital 3D signs. For example, you see the Subway sign or you'll see the Walmart sign. That company makes those signs. So his customers are business owners. So they have a lot of capital to spend versus the furniture store that I landed, because who is his main customer? Residents, people like us, family homes. So there's not too much money in that. So for example, I could charge the guy who makes 3D signs $300 to go 10 miles versus I can only charge the furniture guy only $110 to $120 for something that goes 10 miles. Because the commodity of the freight is how you should price it at. If it's expensive commodity, then you should quote higher. For example, iPhones to toilet paper. What are you gonna charge to haul apples at the same price as hauling toilet paper? So keep that in mind. No rate should always be the same in this industry. You could have your set in stone prices of what you would like to do, but just because what you'd like to do doesn't mean that should be the final outcome. If you land a direct shipper that has high paying stuff or high commodity value, charge extra. And then scheduling, following up, be consistent, guys. If a direct shipper turns you down one day, try again 2 weeks later, try again a month later. How do you think Danae got her foot in the door with one of the largest freight forwarders that deals with AOG? She said she called for months straight, and then finally someone gave her a chance. In this business, guys, it takes one person to change your whole entire life. You find that one person that can set you up, keep you busy at the point where now, oh man, I gotta get a fleet. I gotta buy more trucks. This guy's keeping me busy. I don't want to lose this guy. So keep that in mind, guys. It takes one person. And you got to go out there and look for it. You're not going to find that stuff off apps and load boards. You got to physically, organically create these leads yourself.
Always scale the relationship too, though. If you're doing good with this broker, make sure you have that conversation with them. Like, how long is your contract with this customer? Because I want to get another unit and put another driver in it. Don't just say, "Man, I'm killing it with this broker. I'm gonna buy another truck," and then they're just like, "No, dude, I could only service you, like take care of you." And now it's kind of like, dang, I overshot myself, and now that's the easy way to get put out of business. So,
Yeah.
as much as we
It's-
want to teach you guys how to climb, we want to teach you guys how not to fall, right?
yeah, and guys, don't ever. The last part here is important too. Have everything written in a contract. You just don't want to go off verbally, verbal agreement. For example, the furniture store company, for example. What if he sends, we start doing business, he calls me whenever, we just don't have no contract in place. So if something wrong happens, I can't go after him or he can't go after me. Look, what you need to have is everything written on contract, because you want to protect yourself, and also the shipper wants to protect himself as well. So that is very important to have the contract agreement, just in case you never get paid. You never know. Companies go bankrupt left and right. So be careful with that. Have everything written in the contract. Okay, next slide, please.
All right. So, example of a contract agreement. So, I'm going to read this real quick and then we're going to go over it. So, transportation and logistics agreement, which is the agreement entered into. So, like, everyone's like, man, the reason why we put this slide in, I've been seeing a lot of people asking about contracts, master contracts, which master contracts isn't the correct term, but this is how you create that and this is how you develop that, right? Because first you need the connection before any being drawn up. So just to be clear, this isn't it's an example, meaning this is how you would write one. You could put it however you want on the paper, it doesn't matter. As long as you write it like this is how it is supposed to be done. And don't forget, this also has to be seen by another party, and you could get this done literally. There's a word for it, guys. I know you guys know it. Someone in the class knows it. There's a word outside of teaching this class. It's called when you take a piece of paper to get stamped, basically, and say like this paper is good, that it was seen by a third party and it's a legit contract. So forgive me, I don't know that word off the top of my head, but I know somebody in this class knows it. So real quick, so transportation and logistics agreement is entered into on the date by between one company and the other company in what state, and what is the corporation. So it's the shipper between what company and their state and the carrier information as well, wherein the shipper agrees to provide goods for transportation and the carrier agrees to safely transport and deliver these goods to the designated destination in accordance with the terms and conditions outlined herein, included agreed upon rates, delivery schedules, and liability provisions. Like you not delivering it on time, so there's this fee. You damaging the freight, so there's this fee. This is like kind of like a rate confirmation, but in a contract term between you and another party, like a direct shipper. In a situation something was to happen. So if you don't have a rate confirmation, which is I mean, top of one of the most legal pieces of paper you could send through an email between a brokerage and a carrier, an agreement contract. This is an example of one that you can make on your own, which is typically just an RC. So whoever was in the class, I've seen in the union that asked about if we go over contracts. This is that portion of the class. I want you guys to pay attention because it really is just an RC, but at the same time, it's up to you guys to make the provisions that you guys are going to agree upon. So if something was to happen during any type of shipment with insurance, which knock on wood, it doesn't, you know, I want you guys to understand that is between you and that customer. Sometimes people prefer just to make things right. I promise you guys. Most people don't want to go through the battlefield of legal. Legal is just so much BS. And if you guys have a proper contract and you guys are meeting it very accordingly every day, and let's say you have a relationship with somebody, 9 times out of 10, they just want to make things right. Even some of these larger brokerages, there's just so much BS and paperwork and filing that they have to do if they're going to complain about you spilling a barrel of a so and so liquid all over the floor. It's not that big of a deal, guys, if you're dealing with the right person and they're able to suffice for those things happening, right? So a contract agreement is essentially just an agreement between me and Jacob. I have a van, he has goods, and we just want to do and get the job done. That's it. And I want him to pay me. So that's just a protection order. That's all that is between one party and another party in logistics. Next slide.
Yeah, good. That was a great to add that.
So costs and pricing and the market and the states, there's so much that comes to it. Why? Because there's so many people talking about it. Because that's why we're here. We're all here for money. When people are talking about money, it's the topic of conversation. That's what gets the most views on our videos. When we talk about money, why? Is because that's why we're showing up to work, right? That's why we're learning all this. Not only is it just a skill that involves the money at the end of the day, it's what causes commotion within the industry. It's what causes people to say, "You're not doing that right. That's not the right connection. You don't know nothing, or that's not a freight forward." And they're just talking about basically saying like acting like they understand the market because what they went through. Not like, listen, guys, listen. My experience, Jacob's experience, your experience, everyone experience is going to be different. Just because Jacob has more local connections, Jacob has more local connections because he prefers not to drive longer distances. That's just how he is. That he knows himself, he knows his body, and I know myself. I it's not that I like the beating. I just like getting things done a certain way besides working more locally, right? I don't mind being away from home for a little bit. Everybody's different. That doesn't mean Jacob's better than me or I'm better than Jacob. It's just that we get money differently. That's all that means. Now, when you break it down into a segment like this, when you literally break it down into a segment like this, it matters because this is what everyone is looking after, right? This is the same money we're all chasing. So, in a spot market situation, or ideally, let's take this and let's say this is like an internal connection that you made, you want to charge around this amount of money. So this flyer is the higher end. This is like the higher. It used to be extremely realistic. It's fallen a little bit since then. But Jacob won't run if it ain't these prices. I can promise you right now. Jacob will not run a load if it's nowhere near these prices. I won't run a load if it's nowhere near these prices. Are you going to be the guy that's going to run these prices? That's up to you. I don't know. I don't know what bills you have. I don't know what you got going on. But I'm telling you guys right now, 9 times out of 10, in a spot market, same pool, same pond situation, people are hurting these rates, which because that's a spot market and everyone's in the same area. So they're trying to like, grab the same freight. And one broker is getting 30 bids on one load for the same exact load. And people are trying to beat each other. It's a like, I'm gonna beat you situation. And now we're doing for nothing. We're literally just running to get the freight hauled. So 50 miles or less, let's go up to 200 miles. I would consider that local. 200 is a little bit more regional, but let's say like 150 and under. I would say for me, that's more local. I would say 150 or less, that's more local. 150 or greater to about 400 miles or 5, because I could go from here to, let's say, Memphis. And to me, that's more regional because it's the Midwest. That's a region. I would say that would be more ideally regional. And then 500 more, I would believe that would be over the road work. So these are rates that I would want when I'm going over the road. And I promise you guys, when I run up to 500 miles, I could see these rates on the higher end. So like 845, that would typically be right in the ballpark for me. But I usually am aiming more for $2 a mile. And you'll hear people say, $2 a mile, he's lying. There's no way. Or Jacob's making this much money on a load. There's no way. Guess what? We have rate confirmations. We have actual transaction reports that show we are making these rates because these rates exist. If I have this connection and I'm making this type of money, these connections are out there and these same connections are looking for more people, but they're looking for more people based on how they find them, what they want. So when I say that most short runs are going to be around this price range, that means that the shorter the miles, a little bit more money you could see for the job. Now you might ask, why is that? If you guys say you're looking for $1.50 a mile, why wouldn't I accept that in the more 100 mile range? Well, listen, because it's going to take up it's going to take up like, let's say 3-4 hours. I would say around 4 hours of your day, depending on the job, traffic, filling up, getting gas, eating and all that to do like a 75 mile trip. And you want to look to cover up that portion of your day because it's going to be blocked. You want to look to cover up a little bit more money. So that's why you could see rates being a little bit more higher. And because the job is a little bit more quicker and you're still picking up and you're still dropping off. So you need to treat your pockets fair. You need to make a decent amount of money because you have an overhead, right? So essentially, the reason why it starts getting smaller per mile once you get towards more miles is because everyone understands you're making more money all at once. That's all it is. There's nothing more to it. You're making more money all at once, and what type of negotiation are you going to do in the moment, right? We're not talking about nickel and diming. We're talking about fighting for the RPM, the rate per mile on the actual load, right? So having costs and how to price the work if you're courier or contracted, for me, I would say 1000%, and the union as a whole, I would definitely say that that contracted work is going to be set priced. These companies usually have set price. They know what they could afford, and that's all they're paying. It's not like there's whales in the industry trying to change things. They know what people are making at regular jobs. They know that you have an overhead, and they're trying to fill in those gaps to make it make sense. So like $1,500, I would say, is an average for a medical courier company weekly. Okay, it's just contracted work, and contracted is just varies. It's based on what you're hauling, where you're taking it, and who you're working with. That's up to you. That's on you and how you want to price your work. Typically, contracted private work, you might want to charge a little bit more money, and than a regular rate like you see on this chart right here. You might want to make it to where you're white gloving things and you're delivering, you're taking it off of the van. And white glove delivery just essentially means that you're either breaking something down, setting it up, and then you got to charge a little bit more money. That's all that means. So you got to take certain things into account. Local work, how to price it. Jacob, I know you deal with a lot of accessorial, you deal with a lot of like air freight, labeling. I mean, there's so much more to it that I typically don't ever see over the road. So if you want to just cover like local, regional, I think bring up a couple different things that you deal with that you see like, man, I can make more
Yeah,
money.
I'm gonna bring up some things that upset me. That needs to be brought. A lot of guys see $2 a mile and confuse it with over the road. Guys, local, you have to just have your set in minimum price, no matter what. No matter if it's going 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles. If it's under 50 miles, you should just have your set in stone price for the job. If there's any special qualifications, such as you need your TWIC card, you need has-been endorsements, you need PPE, then yes, you're going to upcharge even more on top of that. But for me, I'm not going to start my van for less than $200. Why? Because I think about it like this. If a broker had to go rent a van from U-Haul or something like that, they're going to charge $200 plus fuel. So why, as an owner operative, someone that owns my equipment, why would I do it for anything less? It doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, local, you got to have your price standard. Take each job is going to be different for me based off how I'm quoting. But typically, general freight in general, if I'm getting it off a load board, I'm at $200 just to haul it. $200, and that's general freight. I don't want you guys to think, oh, I'm getting $2 a mile locally, and the miles is only 50 miles. You're really robbing yourself thinking that's good. So I want you guys to understand that my local jobs could be anywhere from $7 a mile all the way upwards to $50 a mile, depending on the distance. So I want that to make sense. So local and then regional, like Mateo was saying, you want to charge local and regional jobs a lot higher with higher RPM, which is rate per mile, due to the fact that it takes up your day, guys. Most businesses, the market opens around 8 a.m. because most businesses open at 8 a.m. and most businesses close at 5 p.m. So what this means is the time you finish a regional load, most of the times business is going to be shut down for the day. So you'll have to wait till tomorrow morning to get your next load. As in within local, you have a high chance of knocking maybe 2 to 4 local loads out per day. So you got to consider this a factor that you're only limited to how many loads you can do within a day, because again, most of your work is going to come from shippers that again went through the chain of commands. And so we're just following basically how everything works in the system. But one thing I want to share with you guys is there is times expediting freight is very critical. So that means taking those jobs on the weekend and not just going off what business standards are Monday through Friday. You'll see random loads come up at night. Sometimes those are your auto plants or customers needing something urgency to start a machine or operation. Take those loads on the weekend because they pay a lot more, and make sure you're upcharging on a weekend, because a weekend versus a weekday is two completely different things. You have less competition on the weekend, especially at night. Less people are done with the day and they're going to sleep. They're not even looking at the boards. So always charge a little bit more during the night, and also be prepared as well during holidays. Don't expect to get loads. There's barely any loads on holidays because most of your business are going to be closed. So keep that in mind. So if you're an over the road expediter, try to be home before a holiday comes up, or try to book a load a day in advance that's going super far to keep yourself busy for over the weekend. So something with a lot of miles on it. That would be my best recommendation. Yeah. Over the road and regional. So we covered local, we covered regional, over the road, carrier pricing. Each it all depends, guys. When you're as a carrier with an authority, it all depends. Like I was telling you guys earlier, it all depends on the connection and the source. So if I'm quoting to a broker, my price is going to be a lot different than me just quoting to a direct shipper. As a direct shipper, if I'm quoting a direct shipper, that means the freight forwarder is eliminated in the broker. So that means there's room and more money for me to take due to the fact that we just cut off a lot of middlemen. So basically what I'm saying is, if there was a 50-mile load, I would charge a broker $200 to move that freight. If it was a freight forwarder load and it was going 50 miles, I would charge around $300 to $450. And if it was a direct shipper and the load was going 50 miles, I would charge $550 to $700. These are numbers that the time it goes through all the chain of commands, that's how much money is left on the table that's been taken by the middlemen. So I want you guys to understand, going to the direct source is how you're going to get more money, but treat every job like I was talking, commodity is a big importance. So treat every job and with different prices. I think that covers it up on this segment. And I want to make one thing clear. Actually, these were the old spot market rates actually 3 years ago. So you guys used to get 50 miles off a load board for $300, like water. This was 3 years ago. But a lot of influencers came to business, teaching the wrong information, created a surplus. So your spot market rates have declined a bit, but you can get these rates internally pretty easy these days. So that's the only thing that changed. This used to be the old spot market rate sheet. You're muted, Mateo.
Noob.
Oh,
Next slide. All right, mega carriers to sign on with. You got Panther, Tri-State, Bolt, Load One, V3, Empire National, A Plus Expediting, Ascent, Fox, DTH, Jung Express, Square One Transport, RXO, 10 Point, and Tri Hours. These are just some names of some pretty big mega carriers that people are booking loads with. That doesn't mean that they're amazing, but that means that these are companies that typically are always hiring. If there's a wait list, so what? It's a little wait list. You could work, with a different company meanwhile. But if you're just trying to come in, dive right into a company, typically this is going to be your surrounding. Some people just want to do that. They don't want to go through all of the having to find a direct shipper or finding a really good carrier. They want to get right to work. And we've seen very successful people in this industry with just like a company like Panther, Bolt. We've seen, there's just a lot of, and Jung Express as well, 10 Point Arc. So there's some pretty good carriers in this list right here. So screenshot that, do what you need to do with that, and we're going to move on to the next slide. Smaller carriers partnered with the union and our resource list. There's going to be provided at the end of the class. They may not or may be accepting vans at the moment. Any carrier that you reach out to from the network, please let them know that you came and you took our class, that you were with the union network group. Make sure that you're very detailed with your approach. You let them know exactly what it is that you're looking to do to work with them. Make sure that you don't hesitate to contact me or Jacob if you have an issue with this carrier. We have a lot of great great relationships with these carriers. And also we want to make sure that you do understand that these carriers, you know, they know what they're doing or we wouldn't be with them. And a lot of them even sometimes take insurance, meaning like they take insurance for you. They take it. They say, hey, you know, just pay us this much a week, 100 a week or something. Some people don't have the money to put a down payment when they first start the business. I get it. Hey, listen, I started the business too with you know, nickel and diming to get into the business, you know, paying my down payment on my insurance, paying, you know, for the van and all that stuff. It really eats you up a little bit. So sometimes it's nice to have a company that might take the overhead for you. Wow, it's a good way to start. Working with a mega carrier is not the end of the world. You could always transfer. You are your own boss, so don't freak out. By the way, this is the Union Network Group. Don't forget to join it. Next slide. And now here's a quick segment: how to pick up and drop off loads, and what are the steps. Real quick, this is to make you guys feel more comfortable and confident when you're picking up a load. This is to the T of how things work when you guys are picking up and dropping off loads. One, you have to become available. You have to let the dispatch team know I'm ready to pick up a load. Number two, that means you are ready to jump in your van and go, because that's the type of industry this is. Number two, you have to bid on the freight or they're bidding on the freight. So if it's forced dispatch essentially means that they are booking the load for you. And when they say it's time to go because you became available, right? Now, if you have to bid on the freight, simply all of the stuff that we taught you on bidding on the freight, you're going to apply that knowledge and you're going to respond back to these companies when they send you a load. You have to plug in the cities and figure out what type of rate it is that you're looking for and what to charge. Number three, well, bullet point three, collect information once confirmed booking. So once they confirm the booking, collect the shipper information. If you need to print, go print. Find a spot to print. If they didn't tell you about the printing, make sure you let them know. Say, hey, you know, I'm looking to maybe try to charge a little bit more. But remember, the nickel and diming thing, if you're an owner operator, that really doesn't apply to you. That's more of a carrier standpoint. So don't be afraid to ask for a little bit more money, maybe a little bit less if you're just the owner operator, not the actual carrier, like 15, 20 bucks to go print it because they didn't tell you. So it's considered a stop. That's really what it is. It's not a printing fee. It's more of a stop. They call it a stop in the freight forwarder world. So my freight forwarder, he would say, we have to charge a stop off fee. That's what we call it. But for me, it's more of a printing fee because that's what I'm doing for the money. Now, head to the shipper, right? So now you want to drive as fast as you could safely to get to the shipper and keep everyone updated with the next bullet points. Update through the entire process. You want to keep everyone updated. Traffic, if something happens to the van, if something changes and you like a huge emergency and you can't do it no more, you got to keep everyone updated. Once you get to the shipper, you want to check in with the shipper, let them know the pickup number or the paperwork that you printed. Give that to them, let them know, hey, I'm here to pick up this load going here. This is all I know. This is my pickup number. And you know, then they'll work out, maybe ask you what company you are, and maybe sign a book to get in, right? Sign a book to say, hey, this is who I am and I'm checking in. Next, you're going to be getting loaded. So you're going to back up to a ramp. Typically, sometimes you might sit at the end of the ramp because they got to come down with the forklift to load you, because you can't get loaded on a lopsided. You can't get loaded on an angle. It doesn't work. So listen to that, guys. Once more, let's say you guys go get a van tomorrow and you go pick up your first load. This is very important that you look back to this. 9 times out of 10, you're either backing all the way up the ramp into the warehouse, or you're going to sit at the bottom of the warehouse and they're going to come down with the forklift and the load, and they're going to load you like that. Now, once you guys are loaded, you want to strap the freight down. This is very important. Before you take any pictures of this or do anything, you want to strap the freight down. Typically, you could do an X strap, like the picture that we showed you. You guys could do an overthrough strap, meaning you just put a strap right over the top. You could put a strap around the front. You could use a cargo net. You could do whatever you want, as long as the freight, when you're strapping it down, doesn't damage the boxes, doesn't damage the robot, damage mechanical stuff, doesn't damage medical stuff, and the boxes don't have dents in them and dings. It got loaded the way that it got delivered, the way you got loaded, right? So if you guys want to video record like me and Jacob do, put a camera, put a piece of equipment to hold your phone and record yourself getting loaded. So if they damage the equipment, you have proof. Take pictures of the equipment. That's essentially how everything started off, and why I started doing internet stuff is because I was already recording my loadings. I was just paranoid. I was freaking out the whole time. So I was just like, I'm gonna record this. I had no intention of doing internet stuff until I seen a video pop up, and I'm like, I'm gonna do a voiceover. So real quick. So now that the freight is strapped down, now you're going to take pictures and you're going to investigate the freight and confirm the freight. So just like Danae said, you have to take pictures of the freight, investigate it, and make sure you're checking the counts and make sure you're looking to make sure it's the correct freight. If you have 2 pallets and they said you need to pick up 4, you need to hit up the broker or the carrier right away and say, "Hey, I got loaded with 2 pallets and I needed 4." So there's an issue, right? So they're going to work on that with you and see, "Hey, maybe something happened and there's an issue and they need to basically figure it out and don't do anything. Don't let the forklift driver leave. Don't walk away from the freight. Make sure that you are 100% on point with your delivery when you're telling them what's going on as far as weight, dimensions, all that stuff, because you could get a pallet that's like this big and you were looking for a pallet that's this big. Now that's an issue as well because it could be the wrong stuff. Even though it's a pallet, it could be the wrong stuff. So take pictures, send everything to the dispatcher broker. Essentially means that you're going to make a PDF file with an app called Cam Scanner. So Cam Scanner is going to be in the link list, the info list. That app is what you're going to use to create a PDF of the bill of lading, the piece of paper that they're going to give you, and the freight. So a picture of the freight and the PDF, and you could send that through text or email or however that the carrier wants you guys to submit the pictures and the paperwork to them. So now that you're en route, you want to update any delays or any unplanned stops to your carrier or to the broker, whoever you're dealing with, if you're a carrier or if you're a broker. Now, once you're en route, you're going to update them. You're going to arrive receiver, everything's good. You're going to alert, and once you're on site at the shipper and once you're on site at the receiver, you always want to let them know, I'm on site. I am on site at the pickup. I am on site at the drop off. That is the proper way to do things, is let everyone know what's going on and when it's happening. So I mean by the minute, because if they want to reference something, all they got to do is look back at the time on your text messages and say, dude, if you forget to text them, they could literally say, dude, you were 20 minutes late. Be like, no, I said I was on site at this time. So you want to make sure that you're punctual when you pull up and you put your van in park, boom, send that text, I'm on site. So check in with the receiver, let them know, hey, I'm coming from Arkansas, I'm delivering this load. And they say, okay, cool, sounds good, pull around to the back, keep your van at the bottom, and we're going to unload you. Or they might make you check in and wait. You got to sign a book again, and you got to check in and wait for them to call you. They might have you put your phone number down. Just go with the flow of the process of the warehouse. I can't tell you guys what's going to happen when you guys are pulling up to a warehouse. They're all a little different, right? But it's not anything that I don't know, like a 16-year-old teenager can't figure out, like a young person, right? So now you're in the unloading process. You're going to activate your emergency brake for your transmission so it doesn't get pushed out of gear. So when they're loading you, they don't hit the back of your van and it pushes your van out of gear. So you're going to pull your emergency brake all the way up, put it in lock, and then I would personally, I take pictures of the facility I'm getting unloaded at, and I take pictures of the freight before it gets unloaded to make sure they know, hey, I'm at the receiver and everything's in good condition. So now that the freight is unloaded, you have your bill of lading that's going to be signed and printed very clear, first name and last name. You could date it, you could put times on it if you guys want to be strategic about everything, so that way they know, like, hey, this is when I got in and got out. Just in case of a situation where you wait 4 or 5 hours to get unloaded so you get paid properly, you want to put that information. You do want to put the time in and time out. That's what it's called, time in, time out, on that bill of lading, because essentially that's what's being submitted to the broker, and that's how you're going to get paid more money in case of a situation. So now that you have the bill of lading signed and everything, that now turns into a proof of delivery. Now, once you scan that document and you submit it to the carrier or you submit it to the broker, now that POD is what they use to get you paid. That's why it's so vital, so important. You're going to send that to dispatch to the broker and just wait for your next route. It's pretty simple. There's just a lot of, it's very simple once you're doing it, but and you're in process and you do it a couple times, but this is everything broken down to the T, because that's what we told you guys. We're going to give you our 110%. We're going to teach you guys the business, how we know it and how we've done it and how it's worked for us. So this is everything broken down. I mean, I can't think of anything else I didn't mention besides, I mean, a tire pops on the way there, you know, en route update, any delays or unplanned stops. Next slide.
You want me to cover this?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I have a segment, a special segment on dispatching in here. Guys, pay. This is very important. And there's a couple more slides on top of this. So just pay very close attention. This is an actual copy of a submitted. Well, he didn't actually submit it. This is blank. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. So Romeoville to St. Louis 500. Okay, I see it. So he's going to explain to you what this is, an actual email that Jacob's going to send to a broker. So Jacob, go ahead and then I'll kind of chime in a little bit.
Yeah, this is good. So guys, this is what quoting looks like. You're basically checking out loads off a load board, or you're in an internal system with a freight forwarder and they send you load offers. So one thing I want to do is I'm going to email whoever has the load. The email is usually going to be provided on the load board of whoever broker has that load. Number two is the subject line. This is very important when quoting. You're going to put point A of where the freight's picking up to point B where it's delivering. And next to it, you're going to have your quote, which is I put $500. And I also put in my subject line that this load picks up ASAP to let them know that I know that they want this picked up ASAP. And then I put my company name as a hashtag. So that way, if they see my company name, because guys, you got to remember, brokers are getting a lot of quotes from different carriers. Just by me putting my company name in the subject line, lets them start to get familiar with my bids and they can remember me easier. A lot of people never put their company name in the bids, which means they're just pretty much any other company that's bidding. So here is a very clean template. As you guys can see, this is very clean. In the body of the email, I'm going to put my ETA to shipper. I'm going to put where I'm empty at currently, or where the driver's empty currently at. So what you want to do is put the zip code of where the driver is empty, and then the state that he's empty in. Transit time means once you're loaded, how long will it take you to get to point B? I always like to give myself an extra hour. I make up and put another extra hour, so that way it protects me just in case I have to do any fuel stops or any traffic comes. Giving them a true transit time, it's good to always, what's it say, undervalue but over deliver. So meaning, I know I can knock out a route within 3 hours, but I say I'll get it done in 4 hours. They expect you to get it done in 4 hours, but I'm getting it done in 3 hours. So just giving yourself an extra hour of time in the transit time makes you look good on paper as well. And then this is something very important, DIMS. DIMS is going to be the dimensions of the unit. This lets the broker know if their freight could fit in your van or whatever equipment you guys got. Because when I post loads for my direct shippers that I may not be able to do, and I post them in my Facebook group, you won't believe how many people quote me without even having the dimensions in their email. So I'm thinking to myself, oh man, I got to skip on this one. It's just too much back and forth for me. And then you're going to want to have your MC number. So that way the broker can go check if you're a good carrier on Carrier 411, see if you got any written up reports, any freight guards, want to see if you're active, everything, you're a clean carrier. Pretty much that MC number lets them know and they can do research. Notes, if you want to put any notes such as, you know, this can also help you win bids, is you could say, I got one of the strongest drivers in the area right now, 100% on-time delivery rate, things like that. Throw some compliments in the notes, or maybe the broker's asking for you to reconfirm. There's cases where a broker won't give you a load unless you reconfirm that the DIMS will fit, the DIMS will work, you'll be there at the shipper within 40 minutes. So you can confirm that and put that in the notes section. Now, here's something that helps me win brokers a lot of the times as well, is having a built-in portfolio in my email sig, because a broker could book me and check out my portfolio before they even book me, right? This gives them the surety that I'm going to get the job done because they can see all my work on my website. And you guys could build a free website on Wix.com and build your own portfolio. This will help you stand out. I've gotten many compliments from brokers before. So I definitely recommend it if you're a one-man owned carrier. Definitely. Now, here is the email signature. You can either use a face picture or use your company name, but having that email thumbnail signature looks super clean. It makes you look like you take your business serious. There's so many people that quote me and all they have is just their contact information in the email signature. When you have a face or a nice business logo on there, Danae was talking about it. That's what she looks for. You know, this could have been the template that won her over, guys. I found her off a load board, believe it or not. And Danae's made me a lot of money and she's made me busy, very busy. So emails go a long way. And then underneath the email or underneath the signature, you want to just put your company name, MC number, your name, what charge are you of the operations, your phone number, and then a website. A website is good too. A website gives you more credibility. So have a company website for your company and then a logo under it. So guys, this is a very powerful, clean template. I wouldn't necessarily say keep the same template because a lot of brokers know me based off my template. But if you use this template, just make some modifications on how you like it. Don't copy it to the exact T. That's what I would say.
Yeah,
Okay,
these are
well,
all really good points. So we're gonna run over to the next slide real quick.
Oh, and one more thing. Can we go back to that? I'm so sorry. So we covered a professional email, a nice good bid template. Do not take your time when bidding. Brokers are getting hundreds of emails from different carriers. Be fast. If you're a fast communicator and you get a response from a broker, respond very quickly to them. This lets them know that, hey, you're active and you have great communication skills. This means they're going to entrust for you to take on their load. So be fast. Don't just try to compile all this information, look up where the delivery location is, drop off location, trying to figure out the distance of miles truly. Avoid all that. Know your rate right off the top of your head quickly. All right, there we go. Next
Exactly,
slide, please.
So task is just from a dispatcher standpoint, you being a dispatcher, dispatching for your carrier, for yourself as a driver that has a carrier and you're on the road. Always route optimization. You could use software like maps to build efficient routes, look at, you know, better lanes for yourself if you're driving, such as traffic, distance, regulating your route, making sure, hey, maybe the gas is cheaper on this route. Driver assignment, using drivers based on their ability and expertise, meaning like Jacob's more local, I'm more over the road. You wouldn't use Jacob for more of an over the road run. Sure, he could probably do it, but I would have more experience. So assigning a driver is very important from a dispatching standpoint. Excuse me. Schedule creation. So dispatchers can create schedules that work for all drivers and comply with hours of service. We don't deal with hours of service, but scheduling and creating a schedule for the driver, if you're in a contract, is very important as well. These are things you want to pay attention to on top of communication, tracking the drivers, using actual apps. This is all stuff just like regular truck drivers get done to. We get done to the same way from a dispatching standpoint. Compliance and safety, you're in charge of your boat. I mean, if something happens, you're in charge of it. You want to follow all legal. So if you're driving smoking weed and you get pulled over, you get a DWI, that's on you at the end of the day. So you want as a dispatcher, the only thing you could do is just make sure that the drivers are safe. If they're on medication, I would say like, hey, are you guys taking any type of medication? So I know, like, you know, drowsiness wise, you know, sometimes they shouldn't even be driving on certain things, if they're about to go to sleep and they have to take sleep medication into sleep, you need to know that, because you can't book them a load and they stay sleeping. I've had to call the police department one time to go knock on my driver's door just to get them back awake because of a situation where they were sleeping. I thought something happened to them. So cost control, making sure that they manage expenses for the drivers, making sure that they don't send them to the West Coast and the rate is bad. I mean, that's all on the dispatcher, and including the driver and the carrier for booking the load based on the needs financially. So problem solving is super important. If there's an issue with your tire and you could change a tire in 15 minutes, you don't need to tell the broker that. You literally do not need to tell the broker that. That's a dispatcher's delivery. If you're the dispatcher, or once again, if the carrier is a dispatcher, get it done. And if you can't, if something worse comes out of it, like the other tire breaks, you have to order roadside assistance, and then now basically all you have to do is just tell the broker. I mean, don't let an hour go by, 2 hours go by, you're sitting on the side of the road. Now, that's why problem solving is super important when it comes down to dispatching. Customer satisfaction, all you have to do is make sure that the driver is meeting the needs of the final person at delivery. Meaning if they send you a picture, the driver, and the pallet is damaged, it's up to you to make sure that that gets fixed and a new picture gets taken before you submit it. It's gonna happen to where, hey, I don't like the way that looks, man. Move that box up a little bit. Be anal, man, because at the end of the day, this could be an insurance claim on the company. So you want to make sure 1000% that you're protecting the company as well if you're dispatching, especially if it's your company. Next slide. Fleet owners paying company drivers,
Oh.
carriers paying company drivers. Simple, guys. There's certain splits that people talk about, like 60-40, right? A 60-40 split, or a driver getting paid a certain way, is based on the company. The company's always going to set that price. Now, let's say you say, well, how do I pay my driver? I want to buy a van and pay a driver. A fleet owner and a carrier, this is essentially what you would do, right? How I would do it and how I've seen most people do it. They do a split called 60-40, right? So 60-40 is when the driver gets 60% of the rate. So let's say it's going 1,000 miles. The driver takes home $600, right? And let's say the 40% goes to the carrier. The carrier pays the van payment. The carrier pays for the insurance. The carrier pays for the tolls. The carrier covers most of the expenses because the driver is doing a larger share of the work, right? And if you break everything down and the driver's doing 2 or 3 loads a week, and he's over the road making $3,000 $4,000 gross, you're going to make profit on that easily. Now, there's other splits too, like 75-25, where myself, I would give the driver responsibility of paying his portion of insurance. And I don't want to take that on. I want to lease him on, basically give him an opportunity to feel what it feels like to be running your own business, right? Because that's how he wants to learn. So essentially, I would be taking the 25%, which is pretty close to most dispatching fees, around 10 to 15%. So I'm making an additional 10%, and I'm taking on the responsibility still at the end of the day of that van, right? So if something's to happen, it's essentially going to fall on me. So that's a pretty fair split, I feel like, if you want to give them the opportunity to pay the van payment and pay the insurance. You know, essentially you're just renting them the van, and you're working out a better deal for it to work for both parties. So it's pretty simple. You're going to set the grounds for what you think is fair. As far as who pays gas and whatnot, that seems to always be the issue when we're talking about company and fleet owners. What payments? Essentially, that just always comes down to being an issue. So sometimes I've seen people split fuel at 60-40, which is weird. Typically, they make the driver pay for the fuel, and that's it when they're doing on a 60-40. So let's say let's say that, well, I guess I've seen sometimes people too in the 40% zone take and cover the fuel because they have like a, I don't know, they have like a paid off vehicle, and they're just trying to take it easy on the driver, let them make a little bit more money. But it seems to be that that's like a tug of war conversation when it comes to fuel. No one wants to cover the fuel because it's a pretty heavy expense during the route. But for 1,000, let me give you guys a good example. For 1,000 miles, typically, and like in my unit, you're looking at around $150 in diesel, $140 in diesel. I mean, that's 2 tanks. My van could get up to around 550 miles per tank. Sometimes I could get up to 600. It all depends on the wind and all that stuff. It all depends. Sometimes I never get below 500 miles per tank though. So I would say essentially, based on the amount of the vehicle can handle for miles per tank, is how you want to figure it out with your driver, who's paying what. Because what's $150? You're making 40% of the load. That's $400, and they're running and they're hard runners. Sometimes you're going to be like, I'll take on this load, man. Don't worry about it. I'll cover the fuel. So depends on what kind of owner you are and how you want to set the grounds. Next slide.
Yeah, good point.
Jacob, cost per mile, real quick.
Yeah, so cost per mile, this is one of the biggest factors that you need to know. This is what brings you guys home the most money. This is why I kind of say stay away from the brand new vans unless you can afford it, because this is going to reflect on your cost per mile. So if you were to do simple math, and we're also going to provide you guys with a video on how to break down this cost per mile or this CPM method. It should be in the info list. But anyways, if we were to break it down, let's pretend you guys traveled 1,000 or 100,000 miles at $1 per mile. Let's just say hypothetically. This makes math a lot easier. Okay, so your insurance is going to be 12,000 for the year. Let's just pretend your insurance is going to be 12,000 for a year. Let me bust out my calculator just in case as well. So 12,000, what that equates to is 12 cents already on your CPM, which is your cost per mile. Another, for example, van payment. Let's just say your van payment is $8,000 a year. Okay, that's another 8 cents. So now we're at 20 cents. Average price of diesel or gas, that's typically going to be around 19 cents to 21 cents per mile in most cases. So guys, that right there is going to put you at, oh, 1 second, guys, 20 plus 19, that's going to put you at 39 cents per mile. And then maintenance, usually everyone's maintenance is about $2,000 to $3,000. That's your oil changes, tire changes, things of that nature, small stuff. So that's about to be 3,000 for the year, which is another 3 cents. That's 42 cents per mile we're at now. And then major repair, I tell guys all the time, have blanket money put away just in case your engine goes out. That's a heavy replacement. That could be anywhere from $7,000 to upwards to $12,000, guys. So we're gonna put that at 10,000. But guys, once you guys have your first, 10,000 the bank saved up just for that part of the portion, you can eliminate that off your cost per mile. So essentially, guys, most people are going to be around 38 cents all the way upwards to 52 cents cost per mile. So this is why it's important to not bid cheap, because you may see a rate, and you're saying, oh, this is a $500 to go 500 miles, really good one. But you got to also think about what you're spending as well to operate. So keep that in mind. And we have here, this is different for all fields, local, regional, or OTR. Exactly, guys. So typically, if you're local, you're going to be doing a lot less work than someone who's doing over the road. But what I want to say is there's a money, you can't gross as much as someone who's doing OTR versus local, unless you're a local expediter and you're just running straight with direct shippers. Then you could make more than someone over the road for weeks and you're home every night. So it all depends on your connections. But essentially, as someone goes, for example, if someone goes over the road, they got to do 150,000 miles versus me doing only 80,000 miles to make the same amount of money, hypothetically. It just depends on how you look at it, but you have to be able to keep yourself busy locally in order to do something like that. I just want you guys to know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good point. This cost per mile thing is huge. You want to keep
Huge.
that under 50 cents. You want to,
Huge.
yeah, you want to keep it under 50 cents, man. That's my rule. What do you think, Jake? 50 cents is pretty good per mile?
Yes, 38 cents to 50 cents is a good range to be at. Anything higher, you may want to reconsider everything. But I see a lot of people making a mistake is biting off more than they can chew and getting the most nicest van.
If it's a little bit more expensive, that's fine. If it's a little bit more expensive, that's fine. But like I will say, take everything into account if you'd like. You could consider your personal expenses too.
That's what I was gonna say. And then on top of it, your cost per mile doesn't equal your personal expenses, but you got to throw that in there too on the side, and this will help you. This will help you determine how long you got to be on the route for, at what rate, and how many miles you got to travel, etc. Because your personal life is a whole nother different thing. Mateo could live in a 1-bedroom apartment and have rent $500 a month versus someone who has a mortgage on a house that's doing $3,000 per month on that mortgage. Think about it like that, man.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
You gotta understand. So
yeah, I just put myself in that pickle recently, so I could tell you right now, guys, when you're considering cost per mile, you really have to consider some of your personal expenses, because that stuff will eat you alive, and you gotta hustle. If you don't have a hustle, you'll fall. I mean, you can fall fast in this game. So pay attention to everything. Next slide.
Oh, and one more thing I want to say is continue to be consistent, because there was weeks where I made so much good money and I was like, I don't want to work the next week. Guys, every day you sit, your CPM doesn't stop, which is your part of your insurance and part of your monthly financing. So every day I sit, guys, and not get a load, I lose $50 a day. So just because you have a lot of money on you right now, keep working. Just keep being consistent, man. Okay, factoring. Patel?
Factoring. Very simple. I talk about this all the time. You sign up with a factoring company after you have your carrier, your authority, your MC, and your DOT number. Once you sign up with a factoring company, instead of waiting 30, 60, or 90 days to get paid from a brokerage, you're going to get paid, and you're going to pay a 3% fee, around 3%. That's an average fee percent that they charge to get you paid within 24 hours after you submit the paperwork from hauling the load. Once you're approved and the invoice is approved, because they have to approve every invoice separately, they will pay you for the invoice. They wait to collect the money from the shipper. But OTR Solutions is non-recourse, meaning they can never come back to you and take that away from you. They can never come back and recharge your account and take that money back from you. I promise you guys right now, there's companies out there that they could pay you and then recharge your account. So you could be doing a load and look at your bank account, or be a carrier and look at your bank account, and now you're negative 2 G's because you had a $3,000 load. You only had $1,000 in the bank. You had a $3,000 load get pulled out because the shipper never paid them, and they're not true non-recourse. Please, guys, if you're gonna get a carrier and MC number, go with OTR Solutions. The link is in our link trees, but it's also in the info list. If you guys start your carrier, use OTR Solutions. You go through us, go through the Union Network group. They'll know that you guys went to this class. Let them know you went to this class, and they will take care of you. There is dedicated account managers with them. They have bank accounts. They have fuel cards. Anything you could think about, OTR Solutions, it's literally a one-stop shop for this type of business. So that's the only thing I would consider if you are in this business longevity wise, meaning you're going to go on the road and go hard and you're going to start a carrier. Solutions, factoring, OTR. Next slide.
Yeah, because you're going to need capital to pay your drivers, guys. That's the whole point of a factoring company. But not only that, one thing I want to mention real quick, a factoring company. Huh? What'd you say?
Your camera's off.
Oh, one thing I want to mention, guys, with a factoring company is a factoring company cannot make money if you're not making money. So they'll also provide you a list of carrier dispatchers that could find you loads under your MC. And not only that, but they'll recommend you brokerages that work with newer authorities too. It's almost like a cheat code in a way, but you're also protecting yourself with a factoring company and getting pretty much paid within 24 hours to pay your drivers if they run loads for you. So that was important. What is needed to survive in your van? What should carrier fleet owners supply a company driver with? So your essentials, your bedding is very important. 0-degree sleeping bag, just in case the winter comes. Carbon monoxide detector. We said bed. Oh, straps. Straps are important. That's the number one thing you should also have in your van, is straps to secure the freight, because you come to an abrupt stop and that freight could slide. We've heard many stories of freight crushing people in their driver's seat. It's a scary thing. So always strap the freight. PPE, personal protective equipment. If you guys want to write this down, this will help you land higher paying jobs. And it's not really a certification, but it gets you those industrial jobs that pay good. So a hard hat, a safety vest, a long sleeve shirt, jean pants, steel-toed boots, a face mask, earplugs, safety glasses. They will sell all this, the whole entire kit, I believe, at Walmart, or you can go on Amazon and search PPE. They should have the whole entire kit. Very good to have in your van at all times. Health items have healthy foods, a bunch of water, stay hydrated. Water, the more hydrated you are, the longer you can drive for. So remember that. That will help you take your vitamins, your medication, make sure you're on top of it, especially if you have health issues. Driving doesn't help with health issues, so you got to be on top of the health game. Just like your getting your service done for your vehicle, get your service done for yourself as well, and treat your body like a machine as well to operate it for longevity. And gym membership, guys, if you didn't know this, but Planet Fitness is in every state. I recommend the Black Card membership. This gives you the ability to go to every Planet Fitness. I believe it's about $27 a month. You can get your showers there, park in their parking lots that are 24/7 facilities, and get massages. This gives you a safe, secure spot to sleep over the night if you're doing over the road.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind. And where to sleep, truck stops, Pilot, Flying J, Loves, TA. You can sleep on site at the actual receivers. I like to do that a lot myself, or rest areas or visit areas. And then
Yeah.
Planet Fitness again is a big one.
Also, carbon monoxide detectors, man. You guys need to have those in your vans because you literally could park up next to a van. Your van is off, and let's say it's not decked out like this picture on the screen right now. You don't have insulation and everything, and you could have like a an air seal that is not that's leaking. And I'm so sorry. Carbon monoxide could come through that air seal and kill you. It's a low level gas, and it climbs very slowly, and it can make its way into your van. You could kind of smell it, you kind of can't smell it, but gas is made to smell bad for a reason. So you could kind of dictate, hey, there's gas leaking in the van, I could smell it, and your van's off. That's a bad sign.
Yeah.
You kind of want to keep the carbon monoxide. You kind of want to keep the carbon monoxide detector a little bit lower. Don't have it high up or anything around the wall. You kind of want to keep it a little bit low so that way where you're sleeping at, it'll catch it before the gas rises.
Yeah.
And it can kill you.
Yeah, guys, and during the winter it gets even stronger. So you'll see those mountains of snow. Don't park your van in very isolated, enclosed areas because them fumes have nowhere to really travel. So just because your van is off doesn't mean someone could park next to you or something's ricocheting off those, blockades. That stuff's gonna creep into your van. So not only do I recommend one carbon monoxide detector, but I recommend two of them just in case. We've heard
Yeah,
stories
just in
of
case.
people not waking up, man. For real. We know someone personally.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
know someone personally.
been people that have they went to sleep in their cargo and not waking up because of carbon monoxide poisoning. So it's very, very important. All right, next slide. Perks and benefits, guys. Everyone pretty much knows this. I know you guys use your McDonald's app when you go to McDonald's to rack up those. So gas card, bank accounts, upside, fuel card, A to B, OTR with factoring on diesel, Loves, you can save 10 cents, Speedway, and then also Flying J, you'll see those gas stations and truck stops a lot. You guys could get some showers, and you can save 5 cents per gallon now at Flying J. Food discounts. I prefer to fill up at Loves when it's a little bit on the cheaper side, but typically they could come off a little high.
Yeah.
Food discounts, Planet Fitness gym membership, all that stuff that we talked about. Saving your money is very important when you guys are in this business. It's like extremely important because penny saved is, what is it? A penny earned. So you want to watch your spendings. If you are blowing through money when you're on the road, what are you going to take back home? Think about what I just said right now. What is it that you're taking back home? That's what really matters at the end of the day. Next slide. So Selectus. Selectus is the load board I would recommend you guys to go to besides backhauls on DAT like Jacob has dealt with. So, when you guys are dealing with Selectus and you guys are dealing with a load board, you guys don't have time maybe to, accurately depict in a situation where you got a driver that needs to get back home or you need to get back home and you're struggling to work with the load board. You need to figure it out because technology is changing fast. And I believe Selectus is doing stuff in the background and they're going to upgrade their system soon.
I want to make one thing very clear real quick, man. I don't want you guys getting screwed over. Load boards, any load board, particular in general, who posts on load boards? Brokerages. And remember, I was telling you guys about having an age authority at least 6 months. So you guys got to remember this load board right here costs $500 per month with a locked in dedicated contract. That means it's going to be very hard to quit that load board legally if you're not getting any loads off of it. So my best advice is, again, run under a carrier subcontracts. If you get your authority in the very beginning, at least your authority is aging while another carrier is finding you loads to eventually where you meet the requirements of most brokerages. Then you could start considering, okay, now I want to get load boards. So keep that in mind, because I don't want you guys losing $6,000 a year because maybe we told you guys to get Selectus. I don't want you guys to think the complete opposite. We're just sharing this tool with you so that way you know it's one of the biggest hubs for cargo/sprinter van loads.
Yep. That's also like a really badass sprinter too.
Yeah, it's nice.
Going out there, it's pretty nice.
But it is a dually, so it's a no-go.
Yeah, it's a dually, but hey, it looks good, man.
Yeah.
It looks good. Next slide.
I think that Sprinter was one of those off-road campers, man. That had
Yeah.
the bed in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely you caught that with your eye, the dually. That was a good
Yeah.
catch, because I'll be honest, when I was looking at it, I was like, man, that's badass. I wasn't even looking at the wheels.
We're gonna update that one. We're gonna update that pic.
It's all good. No, it's all good. They know not to buy that van. That slide was what not to buy, guys. Okay, that slide was like select this and what not to buy. Don't buy that van.
Hey
No,
guys,
no four
I
wheels.
got a question for you. If you could do me and Mateo the biggest favor and post maybe a screenshot of this class of, and share your thoughts so other future students could see this, and we'll post you guys on our stories too. And we just want people to know that this was not a scam class, that you guys actually get real information here, real results. So if you guys can share your experience in this class today, it'd be great. Normally, guys, we keep the Q&A chat open for a while, but since we had a lot more students this time, we're going to go over 1 to 2 questions per person. Please don't spam your questions, because we go down in a systematic list, usually who's first, and then we finally make our way to the end. So just ask it one time, and I promise you, we're going to read it to you. And yeah, this is going to be the Q&A section.
Feel free to give us feedback, guys. Give us feedback.
Post in a union group. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna open up the chat in a minute, but we're gonna do Q&A first. So ask questions of the Q&A. Wolf, you could open up Q&A and let people start asking.
And guys, we will send you the replay within 24 to 48 hours after this class is over. So don't make your question that. You don't want to waste your question.
Remember, guys, that's why we made this class affordable, so everyone has an opportunity to learn a little bit, get the insight about what the cargo van business is all about, how it works, the levels to it, and really just explain things about the business. Mara asked, thank you for being here, Mara Kennard. So you asked, thank you for this. You're very welcome. Are there any other load boards that specialize in cargo vans besides Selectus? So real quick, Selectus is one of the main ones. Yes, we mentioned DAT. There's Loadland, right, Jacob? Loadland?
Yeah, Loadland, My Virtual Fleet.
My Virtual Fleet.
DAT.
Mm-hmm.
And guys, don't let tricksters try to trick you into buying their load boards, where you may see van that says van on their load boards, but van means a 53-foot drive van, not a cargo van. So specifically look for load boards that may offer cargo van or sprinter van loads, not just saying van, V-A-N. That's a whole different ball game, guys. Don't get under the impression that they'll have cargo van loads.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Miggy. You're very welcome. I'm new to all this. Can I use my 1997 Ford Ecoline E250 5.4 extended van? Hey, man, it's an old van. You're most likely gonna have to find small contracts and maybe do medical courier work in it if it's clean. I would say
regular courier work.
Yeah, regular courier work.
All right, yeah.
If it's got to be extremely clean, and it may be sufficeable, but they wouldn't take a 1997, to be honest, a little too old. I love that you still have that van and that it's still rocking. I love that. I'll tell you that much. And it's extended. Those vans are nice, and you can't beat anything from the 90s. So I'll tell you what, I give you credit for taking care of that van for so long, Christopher. Thank you for being a part of the class. But unfortunately, I would say maybe you could run local work if you own the carrier. I don't think much carriers would want to work with that. If you find a carrier that would work with that van, do it. I would say do it till the wheels fall off that thing.
No, Christopher, in most cases, yeah, this can be a hard situation, brother. I don't mean to turn you down, but you could put that van to work, as I was saying, turn it into a junk removal company, or find your own direct customers. Then you'll be able to get away with doing things on a private end versus a corporate end. You know, working with brokerages or freight forwarders, they will not accept that van, brother, unless it's probably a smaller carrier company. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's too old
Sammy
of a model.
Feliz Dominguez said, "Could you have one DOT/MC plus 300K insurance, and that will be okay to just let it age, or do we necessarily? You need to, yeah, you need to get the 1 million. You
No,
have
no,
to.
no, no, no.
Wait. If you're active, let me finish. If you're active, you need to have the correct insurance. But for the rest of the class, I did want to be clear. If you're running, you need to have it, right? But whatever the DOT recommends to have the MC and your authority active, if you're not running through brokerages, they'll be able to see that once they search your MC. So before you even think about running a load, they'll be able to see that once they research your MC with the proper requirements to let it age appropriately. So yes,
I've dealt with students that didn't want to even enter this business just yet. They wanted to just have their vans sit with the insurance. And yes, 300K is the absolute minimum to keep your authority active. But like I said, if you're going to work with a carrier company or start getting your own loads from brokerages, you're going to have to lift that to 1 mil. You're just going to have to.
yep.
Kevin says, do you have a sample contracts that you've used? What are good markets to go after for direct shippers? Anything that's specialty, Kevin, if you want to earn the most money, products that are being shipped internationally, shippers that deal with international shipping is big. Industrial, power plants, electric plants.
The bill of lading contract and the rate confirmation contract that you use in the carrier setting of the industry, those could all be considered a template. You guys have to put your own information, develop your own actual contract, but we gave you the resources and what you need to include in that contract, Kevin. So that would be included in the info list. You'll be able to see that copy and like save the image if you want and redesign it. But there's no like template that to plug and play that we offer. We don't develop contracts. That's not what we do.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I tried finding a template on our rate confirmation template, but it doesn't exist on Google. So that is something you've got to actually build on your own.
Yeah.
I know Selectus, you're able to generate your own rate confirmations on the load board itself,
Yep.
but we're not on the brokerage side yet to do that type of stuff. So
But that's definitely
Yeah.
definitely something that we included in here, man. And feel free to
Yeah.
use it to your needs, man. Great question. What are good markets to go after for direct shippers? I would definitely say your general freight market, like general freight market within the facility of where you're at. But Jacob also has a strategy of going to an actual airport and going to the van logos. So like looking at the companies that are already working with these companies to gain access to their resources and to gain access to that relationship. But getting to the actual direct shipper, as far as like market wise, I would go general freight. So like something like you can move with auto part without a special license. It's like a low level industrial warehouse, and they're moving freight daily out of there. Good
yeah,
market.
your common goods.
Yeah, I would say your common goods. Yep. Great question, Kevin. I hope we answered that question properly, because that could have went a few different ways. Imtiaz, how do you find shippers? Like, how do you determine if you could cold call any company? If they're in the transportation and freight industry and they're shipping a product, that's how you determine that. It's very simple. If you go to a shipper and they ship a good, whether it's t-shirts, auto parts, maintenance supplies, or they do anything that has to do with transportation and goods, there's no determining. It's all it is. It's you doing it. There's no should I cold call this company because I don't know. Don't second guess it. If they deal with
Just do
goods,
it.
deal with supplies, just do it. If they
Yeah.
say no, that's the worst thing that could happen. Great class. Thank you for all the information. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yatesy.
Thank you so much. Oh, that's a good question, Carmen. So the reason why we don't have a slide on this in the class actually about how much money do you need to start, including the van and insurance, because it's all over the place, honestly. But it's a great question. It's nice to talk about it right now. We'll cover it just a real little bit. But if you are starting a cargo van business, right? The reason why it could be so all over the place is because everyone's credit score is different, right?
So we would literally have to break it down into credit score. For one, if you're financing. For two, it would be considered financial advice. So legally, we wouldn't be sitting here giving you guys financial advice and then have it backtrack to us because we had a slide about teaching you guys how to get, properly started financially with a van. I've seen people like Jacob just said he sold his YouTube account. I don't know if everyone in here has that available to them to sell. So people sold their car. Could be blamed for telling someone to sell their car. Everyone is different. I cashed in my 401k. There's so many avenues that you could take to start, including money wise. But listen, money wise, I would say on a local entry with a smaller van, I would say anywhere from 2 to 5,000. And I would say it gets really only a little higher when you start entering into over the road in a larger piece of equipment with down payment on insurance. I would say you would go upwards towards like 5 to 7.5K around there. I think anything higher than that, you're just buying the nicest van and you're paying off your insurance for 6 months. I mean, I would say that's a pretty good answer to that question for myself. Thank you for being here, Carmen.
Zachary says, best way to age an MC while running under a carrier. Are there ways to save but not having the highest insurance options until ready to break away from a carrier? So if you're going to work under a carrier, regardless if you have an authority or not, you're going to need the 1 million auto liability unless you're working with a medical courier company or a regular courier company. Then they'll have different insurance requirements. But if it comes down to working with a carrier, that means they're dealing with brokers and freight forwarders mostly. So you will have to have that 1 million auto liability. Now, if you just decide to let your van sit, like I've talked to many other people just want to have their van sit, you could put it at the lowest minimum requirement to keep it active, which is again 300K auto liability, 100K cargo. That would keep it active. But once you start working, you're going to have to lift that insurance up, no matter what, Zachary. And do you approach a direct shipper with your contract, or will they typically have their own expectations? It works both ways. Don't show up to a shipper with a contract. If this gets developed within the relationships, first discuss what issues they're having, what problems they're having, come with your pricing, and then develop the contract. And whoever supplies the contract, either the shipper or you both got to sign at the end of the day. So just make sure it's agreeable to both parties and it benefits both parties.
Now you guys are asking really good questions. I would say this is probably one of the best question classes we've had.
That was a good question right there from Zachary.
Sandy, would you recommend van?
Is that rotation? Would you recommend van?
I'm gonna have to.
I don't know, brother. I'm confused on this one. Would you recommend a van rotation?
I don't know. I don't know. Yes, to be honest.
That's something new to me. I never had a question pop up like that before. See sign writing, sign painting, lettering. Not sure.
Sorry, Sandy.
Yeah.
Hi, and how many steps, straps, or more? Oh, this is good too. Materials we need to start with one cargo van.
Yeah, great question.
Like we said, having straps. I mean, there's like let's say 6 hooks in the van, 3 straps, 3 to 5 straps. I would have 3 light duty and 3 heavy duty. I would get a cargo net, have a dolly, and like 6 bungees. I mean, if you're running over the road.
Yeah, so we're talking about
moving blankets for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So guys, we were talking about X strapping, and you can't X strap freight without 2. So guys, 2 straps per pellet is good enough. But if you're gonna just want to save a lot of money and just get 1 strap, just get the most heaviest duty strap possible, because most of the freight we haul is anywhere from 1,200 to 1,500 pounds. So get you something that's going to secure that freight.
It's all in the link list. We posted all in the link info list. We posted all this information. You guys could see where we got our straps from. I have links to Amazon. I mean, it's all there.
Oh,
all
Wolf, we're gonna
guys.
close the Q&A for within 2 more minutes. So guys, get your question, your last final
No, give him
minute
three.
question.
Give him three.
3
Give him like
minutes.
yeah, 3 minutes. Yeah. Let's
Okay.
let's go to like 2:07 for questions. Ask your questions now, guys, because we have to give ourselves time to answer them in accordance to the ending of the actual
Yeah.
live.
And not only that, but we're gonna open up the chat again after Q&A and then just
And ask
share
you guys where you're
experience.
from
Yeah.
and do a quick
Yeah.
little recap video.
Yeah.
So, real quick, I do want to mention that all of this stuff that we include in this is included in the info and the replay, and then also the resource list. Can you speak about how getting your business Duns and Bradstreet number and how to get business credit for your LLC? What's the process for that once you open an LLC? Mallory, I love your question. I really do. I want to be respectful. I mean it so respectfully, but I did not
Yeah.
I did not once promote this as a business funding class. It would take a while for me to explain this business credit. Am I educated in it? Sure. As far as an LLC, but this would have to be like a separate, longer class to teach all that and going through setting it up an LLC. Do you need that when you're starting a cargo van business? I'll answer that question for you. You don't need it. You could run as sole proprietor. Does it make sense to have one? Yes, it would make sense to have one and eventually graduate to a C corp or an S corp, whatever it is of the lane that you want to do with your business. But I love your question. It's very important. But this unfortunately this is not a business
No.
funding class. We
Yeah, I
apologize.
respect that. Yeah.
Jose Aguirre said, "Do you need to have your DOT medical card for van expediting? You do not.
General
Unless
answer
it's
is
like a medical courier. A larger medical company or a very large medical mega carrier like Panther and some of the other companies. Some of them will ask you to go get your DOT medical card because that's just standard for them,
Yeah.
their company. Let me do one more, Jacob. I'll let you jump in. Anthony Castillo said, "Thanks for the info, y'all. What would be some good companies to work for that provide their own vehicles for someone wanting to get their feet wet before committing to buying a van?"
mega
Real quick,
carrier.
the mega carriers, dude, call the companies and ask them if they're hiring drivers. That's all you need to ask. It's super easy. Actually, that's probably one of the easiest things you could do. Great question, man. I just liked your question. Sandy said, "How do you secure payment with direct local loads?" Securing payment with direct or local loads is through your contract. They know they need to pay you. They usually have a quick pay option, some of them, and some of them you have to factor with an invoice through your factoring company. With direct or local loads, you're talking about contracted work. That is between you, like Jacob, he accepts QuickPay and Zelle through his direct shippers. And his direct brokers, they pay him through QuickPay and Zelle usually. And he doesn't wait longer than a week for it. Typically, they pay him right after he delivers. That's a great question. How do you pay for taxes with your own LLC? Is it with 1099 every year? Yes, it's with a 1099 to your EIN number. That's a very good question. It's a 1099 to your EIN number unless you're sole proprietor and you're running it directly through your social security number. You would have them 1099 your social. That's why we said you don't need an LLC to do it.
This is one of the biggest write-off businesses in the world, too, by the way, guys. Just want you guys to know that. Robert says, great concept. I'm in New York City, have company name on commercial vehicles in NY State. How does having a company marked vehicle go over with other carriers? A lot of companies will not like that. So you're saying by state law with New York in general, you have to display if you're a commercial vehicle, you have to put your company name on the van. So it's gonna be tough trouble with that. But think about it like this. You could best way to do it is just get a magnet. If your state requires you to have that stuff, just have a magnet, something you can just take off real quick. Especially
Sandy, Jacob, we have to chime in on this real quick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Sandy, you asked, would you recommend van rotulation, pros and cons? Jacob, that means labeling and lettering and sign pad. That's the magnet and Wolf just did the research on that. We need to go back to that question when you're done with that. I'm sorry. I just want to be clear on that. Sandy, we're going to answer that question, okay? That's
I'm kind of like answering this right now in a 2-in-1.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Yeah. So basically, if that state requires by law, I know California is kind of the same way as New York. I believe if you're a vehicle that's doing business, you got to display your company name on there. or you can get a fine if if you're doing any type of contracted work. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to sign under a carrier, all you got to do is just put their company name on your van. If they give you a magnet, and is it required in most states? Majority of states, heck no. Me and Mateo both have white vans. We travel freely throughout the United States. No one bothers us. And if a cop or a police officer does pull you over, it's none of their business on what you're traveling on or on their behalf, unless you did something, you know, illegal maybe. But if they just randomly stop you and try to do a DOT inspection, that you guys do not follow DOT regulations, period. So since our vehicles are under 10,001 pounds, we do not have to submit or comply to what they're asking. What I do recommend though, guys, is keep your van naked as possible, because if they see your company name on the van, it gives more of a reason to pull you over, because they know you're a carrier, probably some company doing business as. So keep it white van. Hey, I'm traveling. I use my van to sleep in. I'm traveling the States. This is what I like to do. Simple as that. Do some companies require to have it on all the time? There is some companies out there, but it's very rare. It's very rare in most cases.
Brianna said, is it possible to make $1,000 a day running local loads? And do you have advice on getting into the airport, delivering lost luggage or luggage recovery? Yes, I got advice for you. Is $1,000 a day possible running local? I'm going to say no. And I'm going to be very realistic. Okay. I'm not saying that people haven't done it before, but making it a day, that means you're asking if you can make it every single day. The answer is no. By the way, Jacob, your camera flipped up from horizontal.
Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna be right back.
Real quick. Jacob does local.
Okay, I'll answer it. Yeah,
he's not making $1,000 a day. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, there's in some cases I've made $1,000 in a day, but if you really want to make $1,000 a day, it's all about connection stacking. Again, if you're just getting loads from brokers or you're just getting loads off apps, yes, you could make $1,000 a day if there was more time in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
If that makes sense. But you have to be very careful. If you really want to make $1,000 a day, you got to have the best connections to do so.
You'll be working all day too.
Yeah. So let's just say I work with 2 direct shippers that slam out a bunch of local loads, and they pay literally $300 per drop off that's under 50 miles. Now, in that case, in that scenario, yes, you can make great money, but you got to find the connection to do so first. I haven't personally got to that level where I make $1,000 per day locally, but I do have my $1,000 local days. I do have those days once in a while. So I want to make sure that it's possible. And I'm not saying it's impossible. Again, this is going to all depend on your connections and on how fast you can build them. I'll be right back.
But BSO, baggage service office, is where you want to go to each company, each facility that has connections with lost luggage and lost recovery. And Google BSO office for whatever airline you want to haul the lost bags for. But that is an actual thing, yeah. And there's money in it per bag. Thank you. And right on, LOL. I found a carrier that doesn't mind. Ah, sweet, Christopher. That's awesome. Michael said, how do you come up with the rate step by step? It's very simple. If the rate is if the load says when they list it, it's 100 miles, you want to judge it by your rate, how you would want to get paid for that. So I would say $300. If it says that you need to break something down and set it up, or you need to load it and it's 1,000 pounds, I would add another $50. If you know that you don't mind that extra work, just stick at your 300. If they say you must print, add an extra $10. Send a rate of 310. You have to just basically judge it how you want to get paid. But you also want to go with where your location and what the market is at during the day. That's exactly why we created the Union Network Group, man. Michael, that's a very good question, man. Thanks for asking that, dude. Thanks for being here. Great class, you too. Jacob, how can I get into the water pellets? I'm interested. Sharad, you're very welcome. Definitely stick within they just came back active. The summer is kicking off still, honestly. And also the falls here. Companies are always ordering water. It's still hot in the West Coast and down south. People are still ordering water, and we just started posting some more routes. So pay attention to the Union Network Group. and join the alliance and all of our other groups as well. I'm gonna put those into the link list today.
Mateo, I just thought of something. You know, we had a lady that asked, "Can you make $1,000 a day?" I was just thinking about something. And tell me if this is easy for you too. Guys, all it takes is $279 a day to make $100,000 a year. That's gross, of course, not with your expenses included. But I'm saying, Mateo, is making $300 a day in this business difficult? It's
No,
fairly, I would say it's fairly easy, right?
not at
Sometimes you can
all.
get that with just one load locally, if you have a good connection. So
You could just run one.
Yeah.
If your goal is to make 279 a day, and you got to make how much per week to make 100 grand?
I believe that was
1900, 2000. You could do a couple. You could do a couple loads and make that every week. I mean, it's not the
and I get it. And I also understand that, guys, obviously not everyone wants to work the weekend and make that $279. So during the weekdays, try to double it. Try to get $500 on a Monday and Tuesday. That covers your weekend to take off.
Sandy, we answered that question already. So thank you for informative information. You're very welcome. Need working capital to scale up. What about business plan and what bank would lend for courier? So transportation is a very sensitive business to be getting lending
It's
for.
high risk.
It's very high risk, and especially if you have transportation in your name or your LLC, you're going to be in a kind of a pickle, man, trying to get funding for that. I think working capital to scale up is going to be based on you saving up your own personal funds to run your business or using your personal vehicle to do that. Shannon, but great question. David said, "Bravo, guys. I've been in the business for 18 months and wanted to revise or over my operations and see what else I could learn. I especially like the segment with Danae and quite a few other key points, including the direct shipper accusation discussion. Thank you for creating and sharing the most informed." Oh man, thank you so much, dude. That was a really nice.
Salute to you, David. Thank
Yeah,
you so much, brother.
let me take a picture of that real quick. Definitely want to put that on the IG or in the story or something or in the union. Appreciate you for asking that.
Thank you,
Rahib Ali
David.
said, "Awesome class. Do the union have the connections for where to go for?" Yeah, so great question. We actually are always working with companies to, you know, find people who are willing to hook up the union members with vans for a better price that are used. It seems to be kind of like a hard connection to make because everyone's always trying to make money right off the jump. So they're like, oh well, you know, they're money hungry people. Dealerships are money hungry, so it's been difficult to build that connection. But we could
And it's,
all we could always let you post in the union and give you advice. Feel free to do that. Say, is this a good deal? You know,
yeah, yeah, it's hard for us to tackle on certain deals, guys, that put a liability on us, because if we recommend a dealership that may give you wholesale vans, what if they sell you a lemon? Then it falls back on us. Oh, Jacob and Mateo recommended. So we try to stay away from businesses that would be this is why we don't do business funding. We don't partner with business funders as well, because our reputation is everything we have, and we want to keep it that way. We want to provide the best resources we can that we know are great for you guys, that we can put our and stamp our name on or our brand. Yeah.
they
They're
recommend 300K. Yep.
Yeah, 300K. Yep.
Bruce, if you were going to start in the next week out in California, where would you go to get your first load to start OTR runs? He meant for sure, because the V. Oh wait, no, they're not close together. Okay, I would definitely, if you're going to start in the next week out of California to get your first load, I would sign on with maybe I would, if you're going to rush it that quick, I would go with an app and maybe like a mega carrier if you're going to go OTR, not app. That's more local. I would definitely go mega carrier. I would try to stay away from getting with a scam company that's going to hurt your pockets or an app-based carrier. That's what I meant. Bruce, I would definitely look into a mega carrier if you have a van and you're going to start within the next week over the road. 1000%.
Yeah, and I would also consider a lease on option with a mega carrier as well, to get cheaper insurance.
Thank you so much for this class. Very awesome. Is it true that carriers prefer you don't have a logo on your vehicle? Yes.
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 Because you're running under their carrier and you have your own business logo on your van. I mean, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, imagine you have a taco company and you like pulling up to a warehouse and you're picking up like auto parts. They're gonna be like, "What the?"
Yeah, yeah.
they're gonna report that. That's gonna throw them off. Would you be what would be the RPM slash rate pay rate for drivers that have their own vehicles running on their on MyMC? Oh,
So
you're talking about percent. You're
yeah,
talking about percent. So you're gonna take a percent, Lily. Thank you for asking that question. Great question, by the way. You're gonna take a percent. That percent's gonna hover around 10 to man, I'm not gonna tell anyone to charge anyone 20% because I hate that. I know somebody from actually from our city that's I just I think 20% is overkill. I'm sorry. You're just hurting the driver at that point and you're acting like that vehicle is partially yours. 15% is max. I mean, 20% if the rates are always top tier $2 a mile rate. But if you're taking off of a regular spot market, I'm going to teach you right here, Lily. I would say 15% and under to take from these drivers. If it's a really really good rate and you have really good connections, but you seeing that you're just 9 month old MC, you're going to be working with like low level brokerages, but meaning like spot market brokerages, like NTG, Nolan Transportation Group. You're going to be working with companies like Millhouse. You're going to be working with companies like you could even get in with Pinnacle with 9 months, I believe. Oh, they're a year now, I believe. Some companies are moving to a year because of the issues they're dealing with people
this
under.
is why, yeah, this is why we also tell you guys to get a factoring company because they will give you the list of brokerages that work with newer authorities.
Yeah.
And what, like Mateo was saying, most carriers are going to charge anywhere from 10% upwards to 25%. The only, if you're going to charge a high percent, like 20, 25% to take off brokerages, you better have high, extremely high paying rates. Rates that no other drivers are sitting to take that amount because no driver is going to be loyal to you. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stoddy said, "What will be the best route to build capital with a rental van to be able to?" I would just company drive. If you're gonna rent a van and deal with that responsibility, I would just company drive. I wouldn't even give you the advice on that because I'm kind of against rentals because I feel like unless you're renting it directly from a transportation company what's their name that we work with
Yeah, if you're doing rent, if you really want to rent something because you don't have the capital yet, dude,
Hamza.
I would do it. I would do it. Yeah, I would do it in a box truck actually, because box truck companies are more keen to take rentals versus the cargo van business. It's a completely two different things. Rentals are not valid in this business, in the cargo van sector. But medical courier work, you can get away with rentals all the time. They don't mind rentals at all.
You
So
said not to get a dually, but I already have one. 2024 Transit 350 HD, extended high roof, V6 with EcoBoost. My friend, you are me. I've been converting it into live-in, but feel like I'm missing out on the opportunity to work for myself. I considered using the back half of the car for cargo, front for living. All right, man. I'm gonna tell you straight up in front of the class right now. What advice would you have for me in this situation? This is all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna get into detail with the DOT. If you're gonna try to haul freight in the back of that cargo van and it's a dually, you're most likely going to be in a situation where you could haul, especially if you got stuff up front, one pallet. Find a carrier that is willing to work with you on that because you're going to run into an issue where the pallet cannot slide all the way forward. And that's all I'm going to say about that, Richard.
yeah, and you could also build a
Please.
subfloor. You could also build a subfloor. I mean, obviously, it's going to put some more weight on your van, but to build the subfloor to extend over the wheel well, but you're going to lose a lot of inches in height. So you're going to have to take smaller pellets, but that eliminates the whole dually issue that you may have right now. That's what I could
Technically,
recommend.
by law, you're supposed to have a logbook if you're over 10,000 pounds, which you're going to be. So,
I gotta look.
Richard,
All right,
it's not the end of the world. Feel free to shoot me a message, man. Latasha Carter, how often have you guys dealt with military freight? Also, is there some type of board to find that second required driver to complete the job?
So military freight, I've done it only twice in my whole entire life. No, you cannot have any felonies, any weapons in the car. If you do carry open or have carry on you, concealed carry, you got to check with all the state laws about that. But if you ever do pull up to a military base, you got to tuck that somewhere or hide it somewhere because The military always inspects the vans underneath, inside the engine. They look at everything. And you also have to check in at one of their office before you go into the military base, and they have to run a background check to you before you even get approval. So no felonies, guys. Absolutely no felonies. And the second question is also, is there some type of board to find that second required driver to complete the job? I'm not sure about that. Mateo, do you know what that means? Second required driver to complete the job. I'm unsure about that question. So I'm gonna have to kindly pass on the second question. All right, next question from Sandy. Not getting there yet, just local deliveries, but wanted the DOT MC agent to look into taking loads later on. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna haul local stuff, Sandy, and you're going straight directly to direct shippers, you're not gonna need a DOT and an MC. Like I was telling you before, find these small mom and pop shops and try to develop a contract with them. DOT and MC will not be required. But when it comes down to local work and you're working with brokers and freight forwarders, you will need an authority, which is DOT and MC, or just sign under a carrier and use theirs and tell them to only keep you local. Best way to stay local under a carrier is pull up to your nearest airport and look at the vans that are picking up from there. Try to get, usually some companies will have their numbers or website on their van. Just call in those numbers. There's a reason why planes drop off freight or land at airports near you, is because something has to get delivered locally in the proximity. That's why air freight is really good to get into if you're trying to stay local. It's very popular. Christopher says, I found a company that pays 90 cents to $1 per mile. They pay zip code to zip code. Is that bad? They also pay for a cargo insurance. So 90 cents to $1 per mile is really bad for local and regional. That is extremely low. But if that's over the road, long distance miles, then that's better than average. Average right now for long distance around 72 cents to around 80 cents per mile long distance, working under a carrier as a contractor. So 90 to $1 per mile would be good and beneficial if it's long distance, not for regional or local purposes. LaShawn Dixon says, hello, this is my second time taking your class. I'm always impressed. Great info. My question is, when I took your class in June, I was working under a different logistics company and not really making money. I just got my DOT and MC 1 month ago. I have not landed direct shippers yet. I've been doing this for 6 months with my own insurance. What do you suggest? What areas should I try to saturate? And also, I'm in California. I feel worse state. Please advise. So how come you haven't landed your own direct shipper yet? I've had a tremendous amount of success, mentioning that I'm a local expediter. Just going on Google Maps, calling my local businesses near me, especially being in California, there's gonna be a lot of business near you. So I'm not sure how you're not landing at least something with a direct shipper, because they really like local people. So I'm not sure if you've been cold calling yet. Maybe you've just been sending emails. Emails are not really effective versus a cold call or an in-person meet. I think you should try that approach first. And I know that you just said you got your authority. I would recommend you get a factoring company, because they'll give you the list of brokerages that work with newer authorities as well, if you want to go down that route as well. And I know California, I know a lot of people say a lot of bad things about California, but there is a lot of business opportunity out there, as long as you're not fishing at the same lake as everybody else. So cold calls, guys, when I have slow business, usually out of my whole day worth of cold calling, I will land someone. Sure, they may not be the busiest direct shipper in the whole entire world, but hey, if I get one load from this direct shipper once a week, and I get 2 loads from this direct shipper once a week, it all adds up to create my volume and helps me scale up my business. So don't be afraid to make those phone calls and go out there, and especially being local to your businesses. They love that. Samuel says, I have a 750K liability, 100K cargo. I have 750K liability, 100K cargo. Is that good to get loads with a new MC? I also have my TWIC card. Most brokerages are gonna, I don't know of any brokerages that will require 750K. You got to have 1 million auto liability. So having that 750K just to save yourself maybe $50 per month is not worth it in my end, brother. You gotta get the 1 million auto liability and 100K cargo if you want to sign on and be compliant with brokerages or freight forwarders in that sense. And also, I have a Twit card. So Twit card, find yourself some brokers, freight forwarders, or direct shippers, like was saying, that deal with international shipping. Aerospace companies is a great find aerospace companies, which would be a high paying direct shipper. They're the ones who make the aircraft parts for planes and things of that nature. I've seen the invoices. I deal with it all the time, guys. These aerospace companies pay very good money. So that's what I would look into, especially having a Twit card. Olo Deo says, I hope I didn't say your name wrong. I want to get the Nissan MV 2500. I here's a good van, but what engine type should I stay away from? Definitely try to get yourself, try to avoid a it all depends, but definitely avoid a V8 van. I believe that's the Chevy Express. I mean, that's a gas guzzler. So get you a V6, V4. Those vans will be sufficient. Just don't overhaul them. I mean, don't put a lot of weight into them, and you'll be just fine. Also, make sure if you do get the Ford Transit, make sure it's a flex fuel version. That's going to save you a lot of money on gas. And MV in general is pretty good on gas as well, and cheap maintenance costs. So MV is a good startup van. But if you have extra money to spend, I would definitely upgrade to the Ford Transit 350 high roof extended, flex fuel, single wheelbase as well. David Gandy says, is there a web format to easily create BOLs? So this is a good question, David, especially if you're trying to land direct shippers of your own. Direct shippers will already have or should have the BOL, bill of lading, because they deal with this stuff every day. To just generate your own BOL, I don't know of any websites that do it. You could start from scratch and go on Google and type in PDF file maker, and you could start building your own type of BOL. But if you're hauling freight for brokers or freight forwarders, they will have the BOLs for you already. You won't have to worry about none of that. Especially all you guys that want to sign on to carriers or courier companies, they will be provided the BOL. So you'll never have to produce one on your own ever in your life. Unless, again, if you have your own direct customers, maybe with a resident, maybe your neighbors, then yeah, you could make your own BOL. You would have to generate something. Anthony Castillo says, are carriers okay with you having an MC age while you work under their authority? Some of them are not okay. Majority of them are okay with you having your own authority while they're still booking you loads. But it's none of their business, Anthony. At the end of the day, you don't got to answer that question to no carrier and tell them you have your own authority. That's none of their business, brother. So I would just keep it private. It just creates less problems. Just don't even say you have an MC DOT number, which is your authority. Just don't even mention that. All they can see on your insurance policy is just as long as you got the right coverage. That's all they can see. They don't got access to see if you have authority or not. Michael Smith says, just got my DOT number and paid the $300 for my MC just last week. What's the next steps of forms of whatever to fill out for the MC part? I literally got over 300 phone calls and messages of people listening to help me do this. Yeah, guys, whenever you guys go to file for your authority, if you ever decide to do, make sure you guys use some type of Google number or something like that, because you will get a bunch of solicitation. All these companies are going to be trying to make money off you by trying to sell you and say, oh, if you don't do this, you're breaking the law. A lot of this shit is, sorry for swearing, but a lot of this is bullshit. People are just trying to capitalize off you. And your next steps, you already have the authority. I don't know if it's active yet, but you have to have your insurance company file to the FMCSA in order for you to become active. You also have to have your 150 form in UCR. That's pretty cheap. So best advice I could give you, Michael Smith, if you want to get active, is just call up FMCSA and have them walk through you on what your next steps are, because they'll make sure to give you the proper information, and they'll send you personally an email within the split second of what you need to do next.
Yep. Also, when it comes to that, the phone call thing, I usually tell people to use a Google phone number because of that. What happens with
it's crazy, dude. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. Great question though. We're gonna dismiss that one. All right. Salatiel said, Is there a fee to be in the union group? Not at all. It's free. Link in our bios, and it's going to be in the link list. You're very welcome for our time. Robert, we're supposed to do a piece count upon pickup. What if you have a wrapped pallet with a large amount of pieces on that pallet? Okay, so that's a really good question. So one thing you want to do in a situation like that, if it's a large pallet and you look at it and you're like, there's no way I could count the pieces in this. Your job is to make sure that the dimensions of the pallet at least match the dimensions of the dimensions of the pallet match the dimensions of the load without unwrapping it. So it's kind of tricky. It falls on you at the end of the day, but it also falls on the warehouse. If it's wrapped like that and you really are second guessing it, it doesn't look like it's supposed to be what it is. You could have them unwrap it and to confirm the count. It's a really good question, Robert, but it's not that deep. Like you don't have to unwrap it or go about it like that. I would say, hey, let the broker know. Then you could say this. You could say, hey, I took a look at the pallet. Everything looks good. The pallet is wrapped, and I'm unable to confirm the amount, but the weight looks the weight looks like it matches almost like, let's say it's a 48 by 48 by 48 pallet, and that's what it's in front of you. 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, honestly, it's going to be right. I don't think you have to fear it in that light, but it's a really good question. It kind of caught me a little bit, caught me off guard, but um I guess to answer that, you would honestly just, I mean, you would just go with it. If it matches the dimensions, you would just go with it. Good question. Wow. Miggy, what's the best load board to start with? Select this. Matthew, good class, guys. Thank you so much. Great class. You're welcome, Shakir. Thank you so much. Should we start our cargo van business with a new or used van? Whatever you want, but I would say used. Michael, what are the generic good areas and bad areas to look for and avoid when OTR? Michael, we used to talk about this in our previous classes, but we took it out because we got a lot of people that were kind of discouraged because of our take on it. So we took it out of our class, which is very fair because people succeed in all areas. So that's what we would say. But then we had our map, and some part of the map was red and some part of the map was green and blue, and some people didn't like that because there's people that are making good money in California, and it's like, why is that part of the map red? Like I should have just been told this before I got the class, but they don't understand that the map doesn't mean that. The map just, all it means is that if you're over the road, like you just asked right now, that you just have to be strategic when you're in the bottom portions of certain corner states of the map in the US. Just know that leaving Florida, leaving California, leaving the pits of the East Coast, Washington, you're gonna have cheaper rates just because you're cornered. There's nowhere else to go, and they know there's only way you got to go is out, and you're gonna take that load, especially if you're OTR, so they could get you for some money. If you're in Kentucky, you're in Tennessee, you're in Chicago, you're in Texas, where they're by the border, they're not really cornered, but they're at the end of the US. We're getting a lot of our goods from Mexico. So great question. I just think that map wasn't needed anymore in our class, but that's a really good question. I hope that answers it. Matthew Ruiz, it's Matthew with MER Transport LLC. If you guys can reach out to me, I'd appreciate that. If you could just search my business name on Google, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll check you out. I
Thank
know
you.
I know who you are. I got you on Discord. Yeah, we'll talk.
What cargo van do you recommend, gasoline or diesel? What car company vans are better from your experience? I recommend diesel for longevity. I recommend gas for price. And which car company vans are better from your experience? I would definitely say Ford Transits at the higher end. Mercedes is more luxurious and or could be better longevity wise. There's more Sprinters out there that last way longer than Transits. Judy Wood said, do you analyze your contracts, lock the shipping company direct co in for a year, or it's per shipment per shipment. The only thing you would have set on the contract is indefinite until a party breaks it, meaning they want to stop working with you. It's indefinite. The contract is indefinite, Judy.
There is contracts out there where you have to bid at a 6-month rate in or a whole entire year, and that's usually government jobs. And you can get contracts off the government website and their solicitation sector. but you got to really know your codes because you can screw yourself over, especially locked in with the government. There's no turning back. So you
Yeah,
gotta know it. You gotta know your numbers. You
work.
gotta know your numbers. Yeah.
Hey, Brown, will the resource list be emailed to us? Yes, guys.
Yes.
Once again, the resource list and the info list is all going to get emailed to you in your emails tonight. So you're going to get all of that. Whatever email that you guys use to purchase this class is where they're going to.
Yep.
I would say 4 hours. I know my team, man. Everything's going to get sent in, but sometimes things take longer to render. It takes a little bit longer for it to go into the link. So give us some time, man. Give us a little grace. Anthony Castillo, when you're branding your company, do carriers not like it if your van has custom visuals, colors other than white, decals, custom wraps, clothing with branding? Oh, that's a good question. You want to be as professional as possible, but if you have a van that's like pink, like bright pink, I mean, that's like the craziest thing I could think of that's wrapped. I don't think anyone would make a big deal about that. It's a Sprinter van and it could haul freight. I mean, you're going to be sticking out like a sore thumb on the road, but
there is a carrier company that we work with that will not accept yellow vans. So there is, it's not common, but yeah, there is carriers out there that will not accept certain colors of vans. So
clothing with branding is not a big deal, though.
Yeah.
Luis Hernandez, what is the best strategy for vehicle maintenance and management to minimize downtime and extend the lifespan of our vans? Listen, do research on your van, see what the common problem is with that van, and then tackle that. Stay on top of that. So like Dodge Ram ProMaster, transmission, right? And then let's say for like the Mercedes Sprinter, the DEF system, stay on top of that. Keep maintenance with it. Clean it. Strategy for maintenance is logging your maintenance. People would never think that I log my maintenance. I have a book from Mercedes that I purchased that every time I get maintenance done, it is logged and it's signed by the people that are doing the job. So you got to just deal with the right people.
That's a good answer. That was a really good answer to look up the problems of that brand specifically. So that was a good one.
Yeah, and then stay on top of it. Like transmission with the ProMaster, I would change that fluid double time instead of replacing the transmission. Hey, what if we use trucks instead of our vans? What would our disadvantages be?
Yeah. So yeah, again, most brokerages, they want enclosed trailers because number one, people could steal your freight in a pickup truck. Number two, rain damage. Number three, it's the securement. It's if you want to truly get loads with your pickup truck, you got to enter the hotshot business, and that's having a flatbed 40-foot gooseneck trailer. You're going to be DOT regulated. That's a whole nother different type of business. But if you really want to utilize a pickup truck, that is the best way to do it, because you can also do pickup truck loads with apps, but it's not really worth it, man. You rarely see pickup trucks getting loaded at warehouses, right, Mateo? When you pick up at a shipper, how many times do you see a pickup truck? Almost never.
And if a carrier is running a pickup truck, they won't tell the broker that it's a pickup truck.
Yeah, they're doing it on the secret. They're doing it on some secret.
They're doing it on the low. I'm gonna put the W9, the template of the W9 is in the link list. Just so you know, the W9 template.
Yeah, if you ever sign on to a carrier, they'll send you the link to
they'll send you a blank one. It's a very common piece of paper. Sandy, thank you guys for everyone that told us it was in Spanish. That's what she meant. Exactly. I want to put signs with my business name, phone number, logo, but I'm afraid bigger carriers or brokers might not like that. Not sure. Yeah. If you're running for another carrier and you're picking up as another carrier, it could cause an issue.
Hey, Sandy, one more thing I would like to chime in. Maybe not in the beginning, put your information on your van, but as soon as you start to get established and you branch off on your own, then go full throttle and advertise your company how you want to advertise it. I think just off the beginning, just Roberto says, are you able to know what kind of freight
you're hauling?
Are you hauling? Yes. The BOL will, yes. You always know what freight you're hauling. Green Willis says, can I get out of the 80 to 90 cent range with these mega carriers? I have multiple carriers, but can't get quality runs. Yeah, so mega carriers, you're gonna stay at that set rate, almost to 80 cents to $1.
Yeah, and Panther will fuel surcharge and give you 70 cents, but they'll cover most of your fuel, and they cover some certain things like tolls. Like sometimes they have a lot of initiatives that make it worth to run for them at that price.
Yeah, so basically you're saying that you want to get higher rates and you're just not sticking with mega carriers. You got to find an owner who's super transparent and has the high end connections. That's a carrier that's working with direct freight forwarders or someone who's working with direct shippers. We don't know where you're from, what area you are. You're going to have to do a research. The best way to be successful in this business is be a good researcher that takes action. So shop around and go to different carrier companies.
Aluwashan Avian said, "Hey guys and fellow cargo van enthusiasts, do you consider a used Dodge ProMaster van a good buy? And if you do, is it the 1500, 2500, or 3500? What's the best mileage to work with? If you're gonna buy a Dodge Ram ProMaster, I would go with a 1500 or a 2500, not the 3500. And the mileage, and I would go high roof extended. So I believe that's a 2500 model. The mileage is under 80K on those vans, so you give yourself some life on the engine and transmission to work with in a just in case factor." George said, "What's the max weight you could haul around?" Up to 10,001 pounds, but most vans just get up to around 9,000 typically with you, your equipment, the freight. You'll just get up to around 9,000 pounds. Thank you very much, guys. We will continue following you. Thank you so much, Rocio. Appreciate that. So you're saying that you're saying through most brokerages you will need $1 million coverage.
Correct. Yes.
Can you have a writer for assist? Oh, that's a good question. If so, do you need permission from the brokerage or firm, or only on a load board as a team driver? Yes, if you have somebody you know, that's awesome, man. If you have somebody you know that wants to ride around with you, it's good for just like your mental health, just hanging out, and you could use them if they're qualified as a driver. You could use them as a team driver. You could say you're a team, and it's not like you're going to make a bunch more money, but you could get runs that some people can't that are solo. And yes, I mean, depends if you're running specialized like freight for somebody and it's contracted, you might want to ask them for permission, but at the end of the day, you own the business. It's
Yeah,
your
you guys could bring whoever you want as a guest, as long as if they plan to drive, they got to be on the insurance policy. Brokers do not care if you have a guest with you. They do not care about that. Just as long as they drive, they got to be insured on your policy, your insurance policy. Eddie says, "Can you talk about how someone would hire someone to drive one of their vans? How would you obtain a W-2s and such? You just send them the W-2, brother, and get yourself a check with your bank and try to get a payroll system out as well. So that would keep track of all your payroll. And we discussed the split information as well. And to hire someone, again, all you need to do is just send them a W-9. And it's simple as that, brother. So, yeah. And also, I gave you actually a brief answer too. Just don't hire anyone. You know, make sure they have a good driving record. Make sure they're not on drugs. I notice a lot of people who want to be a company driver have something. A lot of them tend to have a bad situation in life. So be careful on who you hire. Make sure you vet them and make sure they're hardworking as well. Yeah. Okay. That
that was a 5-hour webinar, almost.
Damn, that's the
About
first.
to open up the webinar chat, guys. Go ahead and go into the webinar chat. Tell us where you're from, man. Say whatever you want to say. I think Wolf, maybe screen record this real quick. Wolf, can you screen record? Can we get a quick screen recording of this?
Am I in chat? Can I work for you guys? Hey, that's gonna be something in the future, guys, that we're developing. We got big plans for everyone. So
Cool. Can I work for you guys? ATL Fuzz. Hey, Milwaukee in the building, Ohio.
Texas.
ATL, Ohio, Kansas City, Texas, Memphis. What's up, man? Oklahoma, VA, Dallas in the building, Chicago, Austin, ATL, Oklahoma, dang, Connecticut, LA, Indiana, Chicago Burbs. Man, I'm missing some. Cali, Orlando, New York. What's up, guys? Oh, man, Louisiana in the building, Las Vegas. I love Las Vegas. Come on, Jacob.
I see a lot. I see everyone from everywhere else.
Man,
but guys, if you guys could do us the biggest favor in the world, throw up a post in the Union Facebook group, man. Tell them you came to the class. I'm telling you guys have so much more knowledge now than guys who's been in this industry for 2 to 3 years trying to figure it out. A simple small investment like this goes a long way.
Laredo. What's up, y'all? Want to make money, baby? Austin, Texas in the building. St. Louis. Mississippi, what's up?
Benica, there's a company called Fraser and Sons out of Chicago. You can try them.
Spur, Fort Lauderdale.
For sure, Carlo. I'll check it out.
What's up, Houston? What's up, guys? Salt Lake City, Utah. Best $49 well spent. Appreciate you.
I
50 bucks
appreciate
is
that
all
very
this
much.
information, man. Appreciate you,
Christopher. Thank you. Thank you.
Phoenix is in the building too. Miami.
Chicago, what's the name, Jacob? Fraser and Sons. Fraser and Sons.
My partner, Jose. What's up, man?
You can find them on Facebook. They'll be in the resource list, actually. We have it labeled per state, guys.
Phoenix, Jose. I see the money that can be made. Amazon, DPS. I think they would be making more money if they put in effort. Yeah. Money's worth for sure. Appreciate you. Jersey, tap in. What's up, Jersey? Jacksonville, Florida. Yes, the recording of the webinar resource list and info list is going to be sent to you. Think and Grow Rich. I invest 1% into myself taking this class. Money well invested. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the compliments. Discord 4 is just to put out fast information to you guys. Appreciate the information. You're welcome. Just post it on Facebook. Thank you so much, guys. Man, tag us in anything. Tag us in anything. Hit me up on Instagram, man. I'll definitely get into that. I work this old 97 van until the Ford Transit high roof. That's what's up, man. I love that. Take some pictures, man. Post that in the union.
Eddie, thank you so much. Been in a lot of cargo van classes, but this by far is one of the best with the detailed info. Thank you. That means a lot to us.
Vanika, you're welcome. You're welcome. Insurance could run at 500, 1,000, 1,500. It all depends on who you are as a driver. Pay attention, young Earth. It all starts with you. Thank you so much, guys.
How to partner with the union? We'll have that opportunity soon, guys. We're working on something in the background. I actually hired one of my first drivers that came to my class, and he's a hard runner. I didn't even know he came to my class, and he told me, and that made me. I was so happy when I heard that. So, we're gonna have a big opportunity soon for
I actually
all
told him to blow you up until he got in because of his brother. You know, I know his brother, right?
So I didn't even know, dude. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. Yeah, it was honestly all him. So he just took our class, and that's how the cookie crumbled. But yeah, I actually ended up knowing his brother. He did my concrete at my house, my driveway. It's crazy. Small world. Class was amazing. Quick question: what was wrong with the 3500 ProMaster? It's a dually. I believe that's a dually. Philly in the building. Another company charging 300. Damn, that's crazy. $50 well spent. A lot to think about. Listen, guys, we're not trying to take anybody's money and run off with it. 300 is insane. Listen.
Wait, someone charged you $300 for a class?
No, he's saying that. I think he's saying that. Judy's saying, she's saying, or whatever, is that another company charges 300, I believe, to teach, which I don't even know who that would be.
You better get some big gems if you're paying 300.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Big gems. Great presentation. Appreciate it. No inspections. Super trend. Yo, thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome, Miguel. Thank you so much for that compliment.
Did you see that someone said another company is charging 2,000? Damn. Didn't see your carriers? You're going to get a resource list at the end of this class. $10 an hour to learn. This is awesome. Pretty much, if you think about it. Yeah. So this class helps us teach the masses, guys, because we get repetitive questions in the group. So why not make an affordable class where it helps us, saves us time, and saves you guys time and costs for making big mistakes?
For mentorship? I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh, shit. 3,000.
Thank you, guys. God bless. God bless you guys, man. Hey, let's close it out real quick, guys. You're very welcome for the class. I mean, we really greatly appreciate you.
I just saved someone $3,000, man.
Yeah, we just saved you guys a lot of money.
Damn.
Listen, you can never get enough education. And one thing my mom told me is that when I was younger is no one could take education away from you. They could take your phone, they could take your wallet, they could take your clothes off your back, but they can never take the education out of your brain. So
yeah, I agree.
One of the biggest things that you guys could do
for us is just tag us in something. You guys are true professionals. Thank you for sharing your knowledge.
Thank you, Robert.
Robert, and experience with us. This lady charged $97 for just listening to the class and $497 for the premium class where she spends you paperwork. Oh my
Holy
God,
crap.
that's horrible. Maybe
I
we
wonder.
need to
I
up the
wonder how
price.
many.
No, I'm just kidding.
You
Just
know,
kidding.
I gotta say something. How many of these people are selling classes, but they're not even their cargo vans doing it? I wonder how many of those are there out there too.
We're honestly gonna be working like for quite a while still, guys. Like this is not the end of the class. Like we still have a lot of responsibility when it comes to this class. Like we honestly take
Yeah.
this serious. He said maybe y'all are doing it wrong. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, maybe we're just not scamming people. I think that's it.
Maybe we should
Yeah.
maybe we should up our price, Jacob. Nah,
Nah.
I just like it's like the $97 was I didn't understand, but this course was great. Thank you so much, man. This hot girl in Dallas charging 200 for her class. What? What's her name? Yo, what is her name? $200 is crazy. Keep it up. Don't charge anymore. Nah, we won't. We won't.
Nah,
Only charge if you guys are
inflation's
active
real,
with us.
guys. Inflation. $50 is a fair set price. You're gonna spend that on a meal in today's realm. So yeah, $50 cost for a meal ticket or a half a
And he said I'm
fuel
doing
tank.
a $3,000 mentorship, and I feel like I've been really having to micromanage for my paperwork to get it done.
Damn, Jacob, do I have to have a van or can I check the truck in for them in my car going there? If you're doing courier work, you could use your car. Sometimes you'll get expedited loads where you could bring your car. You just gotta ask the broker for permission.
We're
That
gonna
makes
have a
sense.
Spanish class soon, guys. It's gonna be like an offset class where it's retaught in Spanish. She better be hot as hell. Not gonna ask a welder how to fish. Yeah, exactly. Jacob, do I have it? Oh, you already answered that. Is this class is not in Spanish yet? Leah Brown 97,497. That's her name.
Christopher, yeah, that's what I did, Christopher. That's what I did, man.
Let me look this chick up. I want to see. Great class. Stick with us. Charges 1,000. Super. I'm thinking about trading in for my daily at New Van. I think I'm about to call all in. Dude, man, run the Ford 97 Ford, man. I want to see that thing on the road.
Some carriers do operate through WhatsApp. I'll tell you the benefit of WhatsApp is because I can go on a load board and copy and paste all the information and send it to you very quickly versus me trying to transfer it to a text message on a cell phone. So WhatsApp, but there is a lot of foreign companies that do use WhatsApp. So yes, be careful, and sometimes it could be a red flag. That's a great question, bro.
I have 25 years in the trucking industry in this class. Very informative, good information. Great job, guys. What made you what made you choose the name the Union? Oh, Jacob kind of picked the name. I designed the logo. Honestly, because like me and Jacob formed together, and it really is just a road union. Like people like are all coming together, and we don't have like a specific name for it. So we just called it the Union because I believe
To unite drivers. That's the whole
I believe
purpose
our
of the name.
purpose is just to
It's
unite
unity.
people.
Unity. Stick
Yeah.
together. We tell
Yeah.
each other about scam companies out there. Like you guys are telling
And-
me right now about these other
Yeah.
influencers that are teaching. Like this is
And
what I want
transparent.
for the community.
And don't forget, we are a company. So like classes like this funds our company. It helps keep us running. It's like union people pay their dues. So like we have classes that keep us running, like and keep us
Yeah.
going. So this is like our livelihood right here, as well. So just to be kind of clear about that. Carlin, if you have a van for sale, you have to message me or Jacob in order to post it. Otherwise, our moderator team, which is like 50 people, they'll end up deleting it. You have to let us know.
Ali, I'll check your message on Discord and we could talk about the shirts. How often do you guys have these classes? Only once a month because it takes a lot of preparation. So once a month is I don't ever see us doing 2 classes or 3 classes a month. It takes a lot of time to prep, find our guests, buy the seats, buy all the seats on Eventbrite, set up the Zoom webinar, have our tech guy be able to make the dates. It takes a lot of work, guys. It really does. Yeah.
Also, let me make your t-shirt. I do DTF. Oh, direct transfer for the union.
My previous question was garbled. What was your question, brother?
Yo, If you got good prices, we might even take you up on that because we order our shirts from a pretty large company and we use Bella, so they're pretty expensive.
The quality's really good too, actually,
Like these
for the price.
these shirts are in like amazing condition still, jet black. Like they look
Yeah.
really.
I
And we
washed this thing about 12 times already, and it's still
probably wash
it's
my
brand
shirt
new.
20 times because we have several of them. This
How
was a
long will it take to get the replay? As soon as we get off here and Wolf, our tech guy, starts uploading it. It's gonna be a mega file, guys. It's gonna be a private link that you
Oh,
guys are gonna get.
David, not all brokers require DOT inspection. I'm sorry that your question got garbled.
Correct. Not all, yes, correct. Not all brokers, only brokers that use Highway TMS, only brokers that use Highway are gonna be the brokers that require a DOT inspection, which is really stupid and I hate it. But this is why I kind of like stay away from brokers as much as I can and try to build my own direct shipper relationships because I don't have to deal with none of that BS, nor do I have to compete against other people, if that makes sense.
Are
That
we
is
running daily? I just did 3,800 miles this week. Ask Jacob because he was on my ass. Like, bro, you better get your ass home.
Yeah, I was scared, man. He was all the way in Laredo, man. I was saying, dude, we got our class in a few
But
days, bro.
he knows how I drive though.
Yeah, he ran it quick, yeah.
Yeah, so it was like nothing, but
Lee, that's a deal that I can't pass up. I would definitely like to do a test sample with you if possible. Yeah.
you guys are totally awesome. Recommend good apps. I'm not gonna recommend any good apps because I mean Roadie, Go Share. I mean there's like Amazon Flex if you're really just trying to stay local and have something to do if you run out of options. We're not really big on apps though. This is where I think apps for us is not it's not in our space. The union, we don't really like people talk about it in the union. So go to the union and type in apps and you'll see a list of people posting and talking about apps. Yo, thank you
Guys,
so much for the compliment.
any additional questions and you need help, that is our main hub, our email, admin at the union network group.com, and I spammed it in chat so you can copy and paste that and save in your notepad. If you guys ever need anything, our assistant will see it in the email and notify us.
Rod Heed said that he'll do $1 a print. Oh, that's pretty good.
Benika said, what is a good direct shipper out of here that will let me work for them under the authority? You got the terminology completely incorrect. A direct shipper is not going to care, doesn't have authority. They're just a business. You're the one that's supposed to come with authority if they're a large scale direct shipper. If they're a small mom and pop shop, you don't need an authority. If they produce any shipper that produces their own freight, you do not need an authority for. What's the oldest year van that's acceptable to get started? I mean, age is not really, you got to understand that the more aged your vehicle is, the more companies are going to deny it. Because at the end of the day, they have their set in stone. The most general rule is 5 years or newer. But if you find yourself a smaller company, private company, you could definitely get away with an older age vehicle. Yeah. But anyways, guys, that is going to wrap it up, I believe, for the class. We got to get start this upload so that way we can send the mass email out to you guys. Remember, you're going to get a resource list alphabetically ordered per state with company names. And you're also getting an info list of all important information you also need to know. Plus, both of these lists have lifetime updates. So keep the link saved and you'll always forever get the updates with that one link. That alone, those things alone is probably worth $300 to $500 alone. So that's the benefit. Yeah.
This is all we do, guys. Literally, we're going to get off this class and we're just gonna get back to work. That's we take this stuff serious, guys. Logo on my hat, logo on our shirts, logo on the screen. We really live and breathe this stuff, man. Like I'm passionate about it. Jacob's passionate about it, and this is what we're gonna do. This is where our life has come to. So, but we love it. I mean,
big things to come, guys. Seriously, all my past students, all the past students we have, you'll see what we got cooking in the background. It's just gonna take a little bit of time. That's all. I promise you.
Yep.
But anyways.
Big brokerage.
And a golden rule. We've dealt with some clowns that were rude and judged us for being young guys and didn't understand that we teach right things. So don't burn bridges with anyone, guys. If you don't like someone saying something, just just keep it in your head. Just don't verbally say it to them. I know you want to voice it because you never know who you're gonna run into, guys. And I've had situations where I've ran into a big top dog broker at XPO, and I called him out. I called him cheap, man. I didn't know he was the account manager, and he has some high paying lows. So it's a learning lesson. But anyways,
let me tell you
yeah.
guys, man. Hey, people are gonna hate no matter what you guys do. Okay. And one thing I could say definitely about people that hate is they don't last long.
Amen.
They don't last long. They really don't. But we appreciate you guys for being here, man. Thank you guys so much for coming out and hanging out with us. We really appreciate
Judy,
it.
yeah. Judy.
And
yeah.
it's only up, man. It's only up. Take care, guys. Thank you so much.
You guys enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Go out with your family, go eat, whatever you guys got to do.
Yeah, don't
Enjoy
worry
this
about the
beautiful
cargo van
Saturday.
business right now, guys. Don't go buy a van right now. Just go get some,
I'm going to
go get some
dealership right
pizza
now.
and or whatever you guys eat.
I'm going to dealership. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just chill out.
Create your game plan, guys. Now you guys got the proper information. Well, I'll see you guys in the group maybe or Discord. You guys take care. And yeah, look forward to revisiting with you guys soon. Later. Take care, guys.